All right. And we are live. Go ahead and give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Make sure all the technical stuff is in order before we hop right in. I just barely made it. Literally just like flew in here and sat down. So I just want to make sure the mic is good to go, that it's not too loud or anything like that. So pop yo comments in. Just to start, assuming everything is good, we got DB coming in with rock out with your Glock out. What up, Brad? It's Bradley, actually. Kenji, what's up, dude? Good to see you here. Skindle ready. What's up, Chris? Thumbs up. Glad everything is going well. All right, we got 11 people here so far. Yeah, it seems like YouTube didn't really push out notifications, I don't think. Oh, there we go. Now people are piling in. Because I saw that my actual YouTube post, last time I checked, had like 8 likes. I was like, oh, big yikes. Hope people show up. All right, 31. We're creeping up. Base Gen Xer, the hero that we needed. Yo, Sig P365, your B-Day too. Happy birthday. Yeah, my birthday was a few days ago. Actually, more than that, more like a little over a week ago, and didn't really get a chance to celebrate because of everything going on. So figured, what better way to celebrate than to hop on with all of you, and just got to hang out around the house and play some video games. But hey, Brad, hey, DB. Yeah, ever since I was like, it triggers me. Well, it doesn't trigger me, but everyone always thinks that my name is Brad or Brent or something. It's you guys have been giving me a hard time, and I love it. I'm here for it. What's up, Max? Ballistic Papa. Good to see you back on, bro. Glad to be back. Got the notification, Bruce. Oh, man, that's awesome. 37 people here. Usually we get up to, 1 to 300, somewhere in there. So hopefully people will keep rolling in. What's up, Brett? The third T is for Tuna. Maybe Tuna will make an appearance tonight. You never know. This is her nap time, though. It's not Bradifer. It could be. It's Bradley Bradifer. I have two first names. And I would sup some days. First time viewer, so make it good. Oh, man, no pressure, Rich. Thanks for chiming in, though. Happy birthday, Bruce. Thanks. Happy belated birthday. Thank you. Appreciate it. Your CC9 vid was the most comprehensive. I'm glad. I just try to make the reviews that I would want to watch, and I try not to overthink it. Hope you're feeling good tonight. This is probably the worst that I've felt in the last 2 weeks, which is hilarious because I was feeling really good, and then it's like, oh man, I'm gonna do a live because I'm feeling good. Sure as heck. It came back and smacked me. Happy birthday, big dog. Thanks, Beers and Bourbon. Sounds like you have your priorities straight. What shall we talk about? Has anything happened recently involving a certain premium horse semen company? Yeah, Glock. That's certainly an interesting situation. I don't think it should surprise anyone. It's one of those things. I'm disappointed and bummed, and I think that it's lame that they caved like that. In my perfect world, they would have died on this hill to defend, the Second Amendment and to not damage the industry. That being said, I totally understand the decision. They are a business. They've always been a business first. They do not care about us. They do not care about you. They do not care about, they don't care deeply enough about the rights that we have in this country to risk losing everything, and to suffer severe hardship that could lose a lot of people jobs in order to not cave. And I totally get it. They've always been a business first. What you've been shooting lately? I've been shooting a lot of something that I literally cannot talk about that's getting announced right before, probably pretty close to shot. It is like super ultra hush hush secret. That's really neat. Cool opportunity to test it out and give feedback. So I've been shooting that a lot. I think you guys are going to be pretty stoked about it. What What else have I been shooting? Obviously shot the Hellcat Pro Comp a lot. I'm working on Glock Koa videos. I'm just trying to figure out how to spin it so that people will actually click on it. Because if I do a Koa review, like who cares? You can't get a Koa. And on top of that, like those Glocks are, the Glock V is coming out, so you can't even get those Glocks, or you won't be able to soon. So I'm thinking about I want to do like a best Glock build video. That's also on paper super lame. So I need to figure out a way to make it interesting so that outside of the fans of the channel, I can actually get clicks and increase reach. Because I've got these things tricked out. Like I've tricked out Glocks for a long time now, and I finally found kind of the perfect balance of mods to maintain reliability and to get the most out of performance. But I'll figure it out. That's going to be a cool video. What else? There's one more thing. Oh, I've been shooting the Spore 44 Magnum a lot recently, so looking forward to that. Happy belated birthday, Brad. Thanks, Agent. Anyone been panic buying? I think every single one of my friends have gotten at least one Glock recently. I got rid of a lot of my Glocks because they were just sitting around not doing much. I was only shooting a couple of them. So I have a G19 Koa, I have a G43X Koa, and I have a G20 Gen 5 MOS. And that's it for Glocks. That's kind of all my bases are covered there, at least for my practical use. I've been seeing the Colt QC in the toilet lately with 1911s. Yeah, I just got a Colt 1911 a couple months ago. The CCO, so officer length grip, commander length barrel. In 45 ACP, it's the lightweight, so aluminum frame. And it was pretty, well, my local shop had four of them. And I picked the best one of the four. The other three were rough. But luckily I was able to get one that was pretty good. And then I took it to Nelson over at the Gunsmith Inc. and had him just do a little reliability tune-up on it. And thing runs great. And that's the thing about Colt 1911s is in that price range, they're kind of the only game in town that's not using MIM parts. And they also have so much knowledge that's been passed down as far as like barrel fitment and stuff like that. So even though QC can be rough, you're getting a good set of bones. Like buying a Colt 1911 is like buying a Smith & Wesson revolver. At a bare minimum, even if QC sucks, you're getting the best set of bones on that platform of handgun that you can get. So you can usually fix it up. I picked up 2 Glock PD trade-ins about a month ago. Dirt cheap 17s, glad I did. Of course, zero knowledge what was coming down the line. I've been hearing that a lot recently, that someone was like, I just got a 19X and with the threaded barrel and everything, and ordered it like 2 days before that news broke. So super lucky. Ever messed with the 9211 SAO from Beretta? Messed with it, yeah. Not a lot of trigger time behind it, but I found that the triggers tend to be hit or miss, like big time. I felt some that just feel awful. So I don't know if I could recommend it. If you could only have one 2011, which one will you pick? If I could only have one period to do everything with, it'd be the Bull Armory EDC Pro. You know what? Okay. It would probably be the standard TAC then. The TAC 4 1/4, because some classes don't allow ported barrels, understandably so. So if I could only have one to do everything, including, training, classes, home defense, carry, all that kind of stuff, it'd be the Bull Armory TAC 4 1/4. But otherwise it would be the EDC Pro. I got rid of my Glocks a year ago. Nothing wrong with that. Was a 4 Glock week here. Get them while you can. Get them while they're hot, for real. Luckily, there are so many in circulation. The problem is we're going to see, like I remember I got a Tokarev in 7.62 by 25. Oh man, this must have been like 12 years ago. Got it for like $120 or something like that. And now you see them, they go for $350. And it's just kind of the nature of the beast, and that's surplus. So there are a lot of Glocks in circulation, but everyone's going to inflate the price a little bit. So even though they're going to be abundant still, you're going to be paying a couple $100 more for it than you normally would. So yeah, get them while they're hot. Dude, does that Springfield 1911 SWAT trade need a new home yet? No. And I did take that to Nelson Ford at the Gunsmith Inc. too. And he said that the internals on that were so rough, not from use, but from the factory. He was shocked it ever functioned at all. There were so many things out of spec on that he had to fix. So it's a miracle that the thing ran at all. But now it's like a sewing machine. The thing is so reliable now. Runs a lot smoother too. Where are you from, Brad? Oh, is this going to start now? I hope that you all are just trolling me and that this isn't catching fire and people actually think my name is Brad. Because I don't know if I can handle that. I can handle the trolling. I don't know if I can handle people really believing it. I'm in Phoenix, Arizona, to simplify. I've been in Arizona my whole life. I'm wondering if Shadow Systems is going to have trouble with supplies due to the Glock mess going on, because I really want to get the CR920 XP. I doubt it. It should be fine. Hello, y'all. Sup, Garen? Anyone have any thoughts on the 2K11 stainless target? Yeah, it's pretty dope. I prefer the 2K11 Pro. The difference is the standard 2K11 is softer shooting, cycles a little slower. The 2K11 Pro cycles faster, and it's easier to shoot faster. So if you're kind of a slow target shooter, the standard 2K11 is good. I mean, you can still run it fast, don't get me wrong. I prefer the recoil impulse of the Pro with the shorter barrel. That thing is, man, return to zero is instant on that thing. You can run it so fast, so accurately. Oh, and by the way, I realize I'm just going through everyone's comments now. I do the best that I can, and y'all are being very participative, which I appreciate. But the rough topic that I'm going to delve into just whenever I see an opportunity, because this has turned into the Glock stream now. When I have an opportunity, I want to talk about micro nines and what they've evolved into, because this kind of all started with, the Glock 43, and I realized the Walther PPS was ahead of its time, HK-P7 as well. And Keltec, now they had a 32. I think they had a 9. But anyways, micro nines kind of started like pocket nines, and now they've evolved into full-size slim lines. So that's something I want to hop into here in a bit, but I want to get through some more comments as people continue to pile in. Love my Hellcat RDP with the Harrington Arms comp and DPM recoil system. Yeah, the DPM I'm sure takes a snap out of that, because the RDP is a little snappy too. I'm not sure that. Oh, RDP with the Harrington Arms comp. Then yeah, that's a huge improvement. Glock can't be bothered with pesky constitutional liberty. They have horse fluids to sell. Yeah. Seriously disgusted, but barely surprised. Glock fanboys are still defending them. Glock fanboys sit down to pee. I don't know if I'd go that far. It's completely understandable. Like they are not a civil rights organization. They are an Austrian business. Like this is it's disappointing, but I'm not surprised. At least they're not actively lobbying for gun control yet. What's going on with Glock? So basically they were getting sued because their handguns can easily be converted to brat machines, which you illegally purchase an illegal part and then illegally install on it. So it's a bunch of BS, but they're getting sued by so many different people, places, and things that they're in it right now. And their solution was to basically discontinue every single Glock and then redesign it so that you can't put the switch on it. But I think we all know that another solution will be found in like 2 days after the V model is just announced, not just after it comes out. So it's futile. I would honestly be shocked if old man Gaston would have done this. I think there might be some leadership weakness going on for no particular reason. Opinions on agency arms for Glock builds: need to run a Glock, but professional aftermarket work is permitted. Agency does great work. That is real expensive for a Glock, though. Like, you can only make a Glock so good, but if you appreciate luxury things, then agency is not bad. They do good work. I really want the Bold TAC Pro. Yeah, can't go wrong with the TAC Pro. One of the best 2011s on the market, and absolutely the best bang for the buck. Is the Springfield Operator a decent first 1911? Yes, it is a decent first 1911. Just be aware that there's like a coin flip whether or not it's going to work. You might need to send it back to Springfield. Springfield does have a good warranty. They will get it up and running. Just be aware of... So the MIM parts in Springfields are usually good to go, with the exception of the ejector. I've seen not a lot, but a few ejectors break. So if I were going to run it for any kind of serious use, like if I was going to actually carry the thing or use it for home defense, probably replace the ejector at a bare minimum. That's just my opinion. But yeah, make sure you completely vet it for reliability. Give it an opportunity to break in. I disagree with break-in periods, but it's just kind of a reality with 1911s at that price point. But yeah, should be a pretty good, has a good set of features. Sonny, your mom wants to know if you got the Porsche she had delivered. It was black with red brakes. Let us know. It didn't arrive, actually. I think it was intercepted. I picked up a 9mm 1911. I think I'm in love. Yeah, take one of the most popular, probably the most popular handgun design in history and give it less recoil and make it cheaper to shoot. How could you go wrong? How do you zero pistol dots? It depends. So if I'm running something for a video or, training or testing or anything like that, I'll just zero it at 10 yards freehand. If I'm going to carry it or use it for anything serious, I will bench it at 10 yards, zero it with my carry ammo, and then confirm zero freehand. Can I get your vibe checking M&P 2.0 compact versus G19? Oh yeah, I think I saw earlier you commented that. I figured that I would get to it on the live. Checking M&P 2.0 compact versus G19. I find my G19 a bit chunky and am PO'd at Glock. Is the M&P easier, more comfy to carry? It's not a big enough difference. It is very close to G19 size and footprint. From my personal experience, I would say that as far as footprint in the waistband, it's maybe like 5% more comfortable to carry, maybe 10%. The discomfort from carry on the M&P is for most people, it doesn't bother me, but I think a lot of people are bothered by the grip texture rubbing against their skin, in which case find the part that's rubbing against your skin and just wrap a line of hockey tape around that spot and you'll be fine. So it's hard to recommend switching to an M&P 2.0 compact over a G19 for the purpose of more comfortable carry because they're so close in size. The M&P 2.0 is just a little more rounded off. I don't think you're going to notice much of a difference. So I wouldn't get it for that purpose. I would get it because you're excited about running an M&P 2.0 or you're looking for an excuse to get a different gun. Those are my two favorite compact handguns, though. Basically, the G19 got a Johnny Glock's trigger in there and a Radium Ramjet afterburner. And then the M&P 2.0 compact, I have an Apex trigger in there, Apex barrel, because from my experience, M&P barrels not particularly accurate at distance, and Lucky 7's Monsoon tactical ports. It's Bruce, not Brad. Time to get out the baby name book with all the BR names, and start moving through them. Colt 1911 are not good bones with poor QC, not anymore. They are trash through and through. I highly recommend the channel Old Path Traveler, which is 5-part series on his Colt 1911 eye-opening. All right, take a look. I'll take a look. Because like I said, it was my understanding that like barrel fitment is very good on those. And they're very consistent as far as dimensions on their parts. Maybe that has changed because I'm going to be honest, not like I pay a lot of attention to what Colt is doing nowadays. It could be that my knowledge is like 5 years old or 8 years old or whatever, but I'll check that out. Are you 6'7"? I'm not. I'm 7'6". No, I'm not. I'm not a tall person. Welcome to AZ. That's what I was told the second I was born. The doctor slapped me and said, "Welcome to Arizona," and then handed me a Glock 19. Yeah, that Kimber 2K11 is pretty hot. It's pretty hot. It's a hot gun. Think they will change the MOS footprint. Why are most of the new ones not MOS? Honestly, I hope they do. I think the A cut that they're using for the Koa, it'd be cool if they could adapt that to other like footprints, because that's a decent cut. It's an innovative cut. We'll see. I don't know. The thing that irritated me is when they released the Glock 29 Gen 5 and it wasn't MOS, and in interviews they're like, well, we just don't think people are really going to be running dots on these. It's like, well, I don't know, like, are you alive in 2025? AZ, cool. My brother-in-law lives in Apache Junction. Very nice. Which LTT guns do you like? I like the 92 and the PX4. Outside of that, I don't have a lot of LTT experience, but I can vouch for both of those. Micro 9s are stupid. G19, no less. Yeah, that's actually kind of a good opportunity to kind of hop into this. I'm just going to scroll down and make sure I'm not missing anything important. Someone's screaming like, oh my God, a meteor just hit Washington, D.C. So yeah, Micro 9s, I don't think Micro 9s are stupid. I genuinely don't. I think, the era of the P365, basically getting a 380 size handgun chambered in 9mm, was super innovative, because it's just a fact that, listen, guys like you and me, we'll carry full-size guns. And if we can't, we'll carry a compact gun like a G19 size. And if we can't, we were fine with a G26. But like carrying it, we just put like a, the +2 pinky extender on that anyway. So we just carry a G19. However, the vast majority of people who buy carry guns, hear me, I'm not saying people who carry guns, people who buy carry guns, they want a small gun because that makes sense, right? It's like, oh, I need a small gun to carry. That has been the doctrine for getting a concealed carry pistol for decades. Basically, once concealed carry started to become more mainstream, because before that, you would have, 1 out of every million people would carry concealed on their person, and that person was probably carrying like a 1911 or a revolver. And then you have the nerds in the 90s and stuff that would carry like an HK USP or a USP compact or, a 229 or something like that. And they, wear like their shoot me first vest. And then I think that the micro gun actually increased the ability for more people to carry, or at least increased the interest for more people to carry. People of all, like, a large group of that being women, because, there are obviously a lot of brave and stunning women in our industry that will carry inside the waistband on a belt. And that's awesome. It seems like more than it actually is, because those are women who are in the industry, who are their main hobby, their main interest is firearms or training. But the fact of the matter is, it's largely a male hobby by a landslide. So most women who are interested in carrying a gun are not gun people. They're not in the industry, or they're not, they don't shoot competition. They're not at the range as often as people like us are. And they want to be able to defend themselves, but they don't want to disrupt their daily comfort. They don't want too much of an inconvenience, which is why a lot of women carry in purses and bags. And now there are solutions to safely carry off body like that. And I think that smaller guns like the P365, the Glock 43 has kind of been left in the dust, right? But, Hellcats, Shield Pluses. Honestly, the Shield blew the Glock 43 out of the water, in my opinion. It unlocked the ability or the interest for a lot of people to carry concealed, which I think is great. So I don't have anything against that. I also think that there's a time and a place for deep concealment, is the phrase I'm looking for. Is basically, you can't get made. You want to carry the smallest gun possible, because getting caught would be really inconvenient. So let's say you're traveling to a state where concealed carry isn't legal, and you don't just want to be a victim because it's a high crime city in a state like that, then you absolutely can't get made, because that would be a massive inconvenience. Granted, unless you're in like Jersey, it's just a misdemeanor and you're going to be fined. You're just, probably just leave your gun behind, so that you don't, because it'd be inconvenient to get it back, which is, unless you're carrying your Staccato XC or something. But yeah, so there are times where you absolutely can't get made. And I think that deep concealment plays a role there. And I think carrying something like a 9mm that holds 10 rounds is better than carrying like a J frame that holds 5. I just think it makes more sense to me. So there's a time and a place for guns like that. And like I said, the vast majority of people who are buying carry guns don't want to strap on some giant piece of iron and carry it around all day. They're not willing to do it. And that's where the smaller gun comes in. They can still defend themselves without it being an inconvenience. I personally subscribe to, who was it that said carrying a gun is supposed to be comforting, not comfortable? Either Jeff Cooper or Clint Smith, one of those two. One of the two grandfathers of this stuff. The great grandfather and the grandfather. That's what I personally subscribe to. I know John Correa, Active Self-Protection, always says that, I think he probably got this from someone too, is your gunfight is open division and you can shoot whatever you have with you. So like, I'm just going to take like a reliable gun that is as close to an open gun as possible, because why not? If you carry something like that, you're also prepared for the small stuff that a J frame could handle. I want to carry the gun that prepares me for the largest number of situations. Because I'm going to tell you what, if I was in like a shopping mall or something and I heard rifle fire and I had a J frame on me, like I feel, I mean, obviously that's a terrible situation. I feel a lot less comfortable with a J frame on me than I would with a, full size 2011 or something. So there's a time and a place. What I think is stupid, I do think it's stupid actually, is that those micro nines, like they made all of them, the Hellcats, P365s, all that stuff. And then they made slightly bigger versions of those, like the P365 XL, which I think is a great size for a smaller carry gun, more practical, more shootable than a standard P365. And I thought that was fine. And now we're making legitimately full-size guns that are just the thickness of a micro 9. And it's just, how did we get here? You look at the Canik MC9 Prime, you look at the X Macro, you look at the Hellcat Pro, and it's like, now the Pros is not as bad of an offender because it has a true flush fit 15-round mag. But like at that point, we're running a Glock 19 that shoots better, has less recoil, easier to maintain accuracy when shooting it faster, splitting it faster. The only difference is thickness. So you're trading off shootability for thinness. And an argument could be made for comfort in carrying, but the hardest part of the gun to conceal is the butt of the gun. And if that's the same length as a full-size gun, then why not just carry a full-size gun that shoots better? So I go back to the Glock 19, like that size of gun. It shoots noticeably better for two reasons. One, there's just more mass to the gun, so the recoil isn't as sharp. And two, there's more surface area on the grip. So it's easier to get a better grip on the gun than it is one of these slim lines like a Glock 43X or an X Macro or a Hellcat Pro. I don't know how we got here. It's wild. Pretty soon there's going to be, now here's what would be innovative, right? Make a Glock 19 size gun that holds more rounds. Like, let's get innovative with magazines when it comes to the actual thicker guns. It's like jam 18 rounds in my Glock 19. Like, let's do that. I think that would be cool and innovative, but I don't know. I'm going to scroll down and just see if anyone's saying anything. Topical. For me, it depends where I'm going. Usually Canik MC9 Prime for EDC. Yeah. That's the thing, is these are good guns. I just I don't know. Do not overlook the 4-inch PDP. It's only a matter of time before a Walther stand would be in here. But no, I agree. I mean, Walther PDP, I put that in one of my recommended striker guns for sure. It's pretty chonky and pretty thick. Let's see here. Just going to scroll through. People who hate on micros don't understand other people have different bodies, clothing, and weather they deal with. And a full-size gun won't work if you want to carry every day. It's a preference thing. Some people just aren't willing to do it. Now, granted, there are bodies that it's really difficult to do that. And that's the thing, is like one of those bodies is women's bodies, no matter how they're built. There's just kind of a consistency in how they're built that it's uncomfortable to carry a full-size gun, let alone they're typically smaller, thinner, and it's harder to conceal stuff like that. But it's like a comfort thing. Yeah, I don't know. That's just my opinion. Let's see here. Just scrolling up kind of to where we were, seeing if anything has anything. Oh, here we go. I toss a Ruger LCP in my pocket at times, deep conceal. The OG LCP, well, not OG because they had problems with the first run, but the second run of LCPs and on when they were at the Prescott factory, probably my favorite pocket gun. I think it's so slim, an ankle gun, whatever, you name it. What is the biggest small gun you consider not out of class, like not out of the micro gun category? Probably the P365 XL. That would probably be it. I think the Hellcat would probably extend to that, with like the standard Hellcat with the extended mag would probably also be similar to that. Actually, I have to think about the grip length of a Hellcat. It's been a while since I've held one. I love my G26 Gen 5 MOS, goes with me everywhere. Yeah, Glock 26, gold standard for subcompacts. Ruger Max 9 seems reasonable too. Like, that's actually a small gun. Yet I completely agree with you. That's kind of like XL-ish, depending on the magazine. But I just don't trust Ruger quality control. I'm sure that there are Ruger like Max 9s out there that run. I would just, like, if someone handed me any Ruger, any semi-auto Ruger with the exception of the RXM, had great experiences with that. But actually, like the Ruger platforms, like the LC9s, the Maxes, and stuff like that, dude, I like flip a coin whether or not that thing is going to run. All right, where were we in comments up here? 14 states. Was that about whether or not it's a misdemeanor or a felony? I don't think there are 14 states where it's a felony to be concealed carrying a firearm. Okay, we're pretty close here. People were asking if I was tall. The answer is no. People actually, it's the opposite. Like David, humble marksman, people meet him and they're like, oh my God, you're way taller than I thought. It's the opposite for me. I'm shorter than people think. Just because I'm like thinner and on camera. I guess it seems that way, but I'm only 5'8". My only issue with the 2K11 is Kimber still using cast and MIM parts. I haven't seen any breakages. Like I see breakages in Prodigies. I haven't seen any breakages there. And that's the thing is MIM can be done right. And it seems like Kimber is doing MIM right, at least on the 2K11 series. I also, someone asked what I was shooting. I also started reviewing the KD S9C Tactical, the threaded barrel one. That thing, honestly, it's evidence that they're not sending me cherry-picked guns. They're literally just taking them like off the factory line, because that thing had at least one malfunction every magazine for I think the first 10 magazines I put through the gun. Then it broke in and started working. So they didn't like cherry pick a gun. They literally just took it off the line, and it actually did need to break in. But we'll see how it survives. I only have, I think, 250 rounds through it so far, so I still have a ways to go before the 1,000. Dan the Wolfman, what's up, dude? Glad you're here. Macro 3.7 inch are good. So my problem with the whole P365 family of guns is the question mark breakage of the trigger bar spring. Because for the longest time, I thought that it would break somewhere between 2,000 and 12,000 rounds. Just anecdotally, that's what I was hearing from people who had it break on them that I know personally. Then I got a couple of comments where someone was like, I had one break in 400 rounds. I was like, ooh, I don't like that. And someone a couple weeks later commented, mine broke in 200. I think I was on a live. Someone said there's broken 200 rounds. So now you have this, your trigger bar spring will break somewhere between 200 and like, I don't know, realistically 20,000 rounds, somewhere in there. That's a huge spread. So like, I don't trust that for self-defense. That's why I recommend if you're going to get anything in the P365 family for self-defense, don't shoot it a whole lot. My recommendation is buy two. Get one to train with and get one that you vet for reliability with your carry ammo, and then don't shoot it. So you're training with one and you're carrying the other one. I think that's good advice for a lot of guns, but I think it's necessary advice for the P365. The good news is, not good news, but the good news for Sig is that the vast majority of people buying guns aren't shooting guns. They're able to put a box through it ever, and then they'll just carry it around. Actually, they probably won't carry it around, but so it's probably not going to break on 99% of the people who buy a P365, but it will break on everyone who puts significant round counts through a P365. It's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. Rant over. What is the smallest custom grip module I can get for a 2011? I'm willing to do single stack if it exists. Modularity is key. I mean, just like off the top of my head, my recommendation is to get a Staccato C or CS. Like just go with that. It's a thinner grip 2011. You have the great Staccato warranty. It's my recommendation for people with smaller hands or who want a smaller grip module. I like the C and CS grip module that is the compact. So it's a 15 round mag, and then it's got the slimmer grip proprietary mags. And the cow says move for. Thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend. Much appreciated. My Smith & Wesson CSXE safety fell off after 25 rounds. My FN reflex couldn't make it through 3 rounds without failure to feed. P365 runs like a top, just saying. I completely agree with you. In fact, none of that surprises me. The CSX and CSXE, Smith & Wesson quality control. Seems like the only thing that Smith & Wesson can somewhat consistently keep working at a mass production level is like the M&P line. Shield pluses aren't as consistent as the M&P line, but they're still pretty good. And ARs, again, not perfect, but still pretty good. So that does not surprise me at all. The FN Reflex, I've heard very similar things. I've almost gotten a Reflex like 3 times, and every time I think about everything that I've heard about them. I should probably get one just to review for the channel, but I'm so backed up on videos as is. I don't think it would get a lot of views either, unless something like catastrophic happened, where it's like, this literally doesn't work. But anyways, P365 running like a top. The P365 is a reliable handgun. Like, that's the thing, is when it came out, obviously it had striker drag, broken firing pins, Indian outsourced MIM firing pins. Like, it was a bit of a mess. I had one that choked on hollow points. There was the spring in the back that would scrape your magazine. Not that that was the end of the world, just an annoyance. But they've all mostly been reliable. It's a very consistently reliable gun. Sig gets full credit for that. It's a completely different design from the P320. It's just the trigger bar spring. Like, keep an eye on it. If you're carrying the gun and putting a high round count through it, replace it every couple thousand rounds just to be safe, and replace it with a non-Sig part. Get like an Armory Craft or something like that. That's just my advice, in my opinion. If I was like, I love the P365, no other gun works for me, that's what I would do. But yeah, the P365, the thing runs. It gets full credit for that. It also shoots really well. It has a better recoil impulse than the Hellcat. So and that's the thing, is I'm not a P365 hater. I don't like how the trigger bar spring breakage has been so swept under the rug. How often do you hear someone say, oh, they defend the P365. It's not the P320. P365 is great. It's fine. It doesn't seem like very many people are aware of the trigger bar spring problem. But yeah, like I said, I recommend the P365 as a carry gun. Just either replace the part frequently or get a second one to train with, and you carry the one that's not shot often. But thanks for your input. Definitely, I always appreciate seeing stuff like this to get a better idea of what people are dealing with as far as problems with pistols. Okay, where were we? Right here. Oh no, we just did that. The P2000 is fire. HK P2000. I like the P2000 SK personally. I think that's a dope little gun. I'm a big fan of that. For carry gun, which optic? EPS carry, Vortex Venom enclosed, 6 Sauer Romeo X enclosed. Great to have you back. It's good to be back. I would go EPS carry. The Vortex Venom stuff is fine. I wouldn't trust my life to it. As far as the Sig Romeo X goes, they seem to be good to go. I would still trust a modern hollow sun over a Sig optic. So my recommendation is EPS carry, personally. Dan the Wolfman again prepped a budget Micro 9 battle, STR 9MC versus Shield Plus versus GX2 before Black Friday for those looking for deals. Dan, I'm glad you brought up the Stoeger STR 9MC. That would be my favorite Micro 9 on the entire market if there was a better aftermarket for the gun. If Tier 1 Concealed made an STR 9MC holster and I could get magazines more easily for it, it'd be my number one by a landslide, especially considering the price. Like, forget the Shield Plus. Like, I think the Shield Plus is a great value. Forget that. The STR 9MC, I would take that any day. Amazing grip texture, amazing recoil impulse. The thing is incredible. That being said, just because of aftermarket availability for stuff, I do recommend the Shield Plus. The one that I had was a lemon, so I really recommend look it over, specifically the trigger reset. I couldn't believe that people were praising the trigger on the Shield Plus. I got mine. It's like the longest striker fire reset I've ever felt in my life. And the shop got, I think they had, granted, those things are everywhere. They had like 8 of them in there. I'm like, bring me 3 of them. All 3 had the world's longest resets. I'm like, is this just how they are? Like, are people just shilling for this? What's happening? But everyone assures me in the comments that mine was just a lemon. So I think the Shield Plus is, in my opinion, the best shooting Micro 9 on the market. And I do still consider the Shield Plus, I would call that like a true double stack. No, that's not. It's hard to describe. I think, because for the longest time, single stacks were Micro 9s, right? Like the Walther PPS, Glock 43, and then the Sig P365 just revolutionized everything. Yeah, Shield Plus probably the best shooting Micro 9 in my opinion. Come on, comment. Micro 9s are pointless. No matter how comfy they are a pain to shoot. I am vindicated by the fact that micros have started growing in size again. Get a P365 macro. I did a video shooting a standard bone stock P365 with iron sights next to a Staccato XC with a red dot. Less of a difference than you would think. I wouldn't classify it as being a pain to shoot. I think a Scandium J-frame 357 Magnum is a pain to shoot. It's you can still run those micro 9s really nice. It just requires more input and more effort. But that's just my opinion. I wouldn't call them pointless. I think they have a time and a place. I still love you though. Just because I disagree with you doesn't mean I don't love you. You know I love you, Roaring Steel. Matt, honestly, Glock is a golden standard for a reason. Plenty of other guns on par with them today, but they are still dope. They still have the most consistent quality control that I see, period. Like if you were like, you get a gun out of the box and then you have to do serious work with it, like your life will depend on it right now, I would just say give me any Glock because I know there's a 99.5% chance that the thing is going to run. Because you get like an M&P and like the front sight flies off or something. It's not going to be a big problem, but it still happens. V switch in 3, 2, 1. It's coming. Monsoon Tactical, what's up, dude? I just sent my Glock 20 Gen 5 into Vinny, and he's going to work it up, and I'm going to do a full video on it. So for you 10mm guys out there, get ready for a sick 10mm build. It's almost like bigger is better for handguns. They certainly shoot better. That's for sure. Just nature of the beast, more mass to counteract recoil and larger surface area for the grip. So you can get a better grip on it. Daniel Green, thank you for the $10 super chat, man. Really appreciate it. All the super chats just go directly into the channel. They buy ammo. They help out with honestly everything. They make a huge difference between this and Patreon. It counteracts a lot of the YouTube shenanigans that go on. So really appreciate all of you guys. Thank you. In your experience, were late Gen 3, early Gen 4 G22s and 23s known for brass to face issues like the G17 and 19 were from those gens? Looking at some police trade-ins. So I've shot Gen 3 23s, and I can't say I've ever had brass to the face with them. That being said, those the 17s and 19s, it wasn't every single one of them. In fact, I had one of the early Gen 3 19s that was brass to the face, and it was a really easy fix. Just needed a new ejector. That's it. How long have I been holding this and not drinking it? Someone's going to, on the replay, someone's going to have to go back and see when I picked this up and how long it took me to drink it. Yeah, so I had one early Gen 3 G19 that was pitching brass into my face. And I just ended up switching. I just ordered a new ejector, popped out that ejector, put the new ejector in, and it solved the problem. So I don't know if that is the problem with all of them, but it fixed mine. So I would buy with confidence and just know that you can just plug a new ejector in. So hopefully that helps. All righty. Where were we? Right about here. Happy birthday. Awesome content on the channel. Keep up the good work. Appreciate it, Syndicate. 555 555. Thank you very much. Fake Shakes. Hi, thoughts on PX4 Compact versus 92A1 as a first pistol purchase, mainly for self-defense, but I secretly want a Samurai Edge eventually. Yeah, Samurai Edge is pretty dope. It is not worth what it costs to put it together. You have to hate money in order to build a Samurai Edge. You have to hate money and love Resident Evil. As a first pistol, I would say, mainly self-defense. If it's a home defense gun, strictly, I would go with a 92A1. Enjoy it at the range. Enjoy it for home defense. Not saying you can't carry one. In fact, it is probably the most carryable full-size 9mm pistol that you can get. I love that you have a factory 15-round mag. So like the grip length is pretty short. And then you can get a Mech-Gar, 100% reliable Mech-Gar magazine that holds 18 rounds flush fit. Not only do you have a concealable full-size pistol, but you're also getting 18 plus 1. You're getting 19 rounds of 9mm. So my personal preference would be to go with a 92. if you think you can carry a full-size pistol, and then just run it home defense at the range and concealed carry. Just be aware of the locking block on the barrel if you plan on putting thousands and thousands of rounds through it. If you plan on putting, like tens of thousands of rounds through the gun, replace the locking block on the barrel at certain intervals. The PX4 compact, though, if you think you might struggle, if you want to carry the gun and you think you might struggle to conceal the 92, the PX4 will also work for home defense at the range and concealed carry. The thing I like about the 92 is you can get like lock grips that have excellent traction on them, and it makes the gun shoot so flat, being able to lock into that good grip texture. PX4's grip texture is one of the worst that you can get. You can get it stippled. You can get handle-it grips. You can wrap it in hockey tape. There are solutions. But I think my personal, what I would pick would be the 92. I think my blanket recommendation for anyone who would ask would be the PX4, just because it's probably the more practical pick. I think it's going to be the pick that more people would prefer. Just know that you can't go wrong. Hopefully my devil's advocate and insight helps a little bit. Get both. Greetings and happy belated birthday, Nightwood. Thank you, Garrett. Much appreciated. Christ is King. Love you, brother. Love you too. Thank you. Waiting for every single religion to come in here and declare that their person is number one now after that. Love you, your channel, and your wheel gun stuff. Keep up your good work, and it is refreshing to see a young man in this hobby. Well, there is a young man in this hobby thanks to old geezers like yourself. Just keep doing the right thing. Keep passing it to the next generation. I mean, really, it's up to us to mentor the young people and to keep it interesting, to keep it cool, to keep it hip. And that's kind of like one of my biggest gripes right now, as far as the 2A movement goes, is we need to find a way to get guns on things like TikTok. We need to find a way to get guns on things like Instagram, not being completely shadow banned, because there's been a large group of people that just aren't exposed to it. Gun ownership is not normal to them. It's kind of this weird taboo. And it's kind of working for some Gen Z because it's like the thing that you don't talk about. It's the rebellious thing. So people are interested in guns. I think that's kind of cool. But we need to normalize the Second Amendment. We need to normalize carrying a gun. We need to normalize all that stuff because it is normal. Carrying a weapon was a normal thing for the majority of human history. It's one of those things where if someone wanted to gain power, they would prevent people from carrying weapons. It's what gives us autonomy over our own body and our own decisions. It gives us the ability to say no. Give me your money. No. Give me your body. No. Take this shot. No. It gives us the ability to have complete autonomy over our physical person. So I don't know where that rant came from, but there you have it. What was the question? Was there a question? I'm glad that there's a young man in the hobby. Yes. So let's keep being good advocates and mentors for this hobby, because it's more than just a hobby. It is like literally the fate of the free world depends on it. It's not an exaggeration. Everyone making deals out of Glock redesigning a back plate to avoid problems before Gen 6 comes out is stupid. 2A community is overreacting. Gossip crowd. OMG, they changing small parts. Who the F cares? I don't disagree with you. I also don't completely agree with you. I think that remember what happened when Remington caved to the Sandy Hook people, and it just opened up the dam broke. It opened up this whole can of worms. Liability for firearm manufacturers. When you cave on something like this, you're giving an inch, and they're going to try to take a mile. It might not be tomorrow, might not be next year, but it's coming. It's blood in the water for sharks. So Glock may not be doing it for that reason. It may be a completely practical reason. That is not how it looks. It's not the optics. Glock is not controlling the narrative on this for the American market well at all. And that's a problem. It's the optics of the situation that I think it's blood in the water. Again, I don't disagree with you. Like, it's not a big deal, but like, come on, guys. It's kind of lame. It's kind of lame that they're doing it. My brand new Savage 1911's ejector was loose and out of spec right out of the box. A loose ejector will usually run. But yeah, I mean, Savage 1911, I'm not surprised. It's like saying the bread I bought it on clearance. The butt end of it has mold on it. It's like, well, yeah, no doy. How do you feel about the trend of factory comps on micro nines? I think it's a great trend if everyone could do it right. And this is the problem. And I don't know if Vinny is still here from Monsoon Tactical. If so, I mean, he knows more about this than I do because it is his life's work. He is a master of this craft. But a lot of these factory comps, they essentially bore out the last like 10% of the barrel, right? They bore out the end of the barrel, completely backbore it, and create a little blast chamber and then poke a hole in that. And since it's larger than the diameter of the bullet, gases escape around the bullet, come out the end of the barrel. Not all of the gases are directed out the port. And usually the port is like not a good shape or not a good size, and it's just not effective at all. I love the Smith & Wesson carry comp, the semi-autos, the revolver carry comp they did right, mostly for a factory option. But the M&P carry comp, they did that, and it's not very effective. And people may disagree with me. It does do something, but I think the perspective that I have, especially handling like Vinny's work at Monsoon Tactical, it could be so much better if they actually did it right. If they, like what Vinny does over there is he ports the barrel, the most effective, pattern or port, whichever one you pick, that he's done so much testing. It's unbelievable. And then he backbores it and has it down to the smallest little measurement in order to maintain the performance of the port and also reduce spalling that comes out of the port because it's still technically backbored. He completely understands this, and these companies either don't understand it, don't care to understand it, or it's not financially feasible to do it correctly. And that's the thing, is the Hellcat Pro comp, they do it close enough that it's more of a noticeable difference than it is on something like the M&P carry comp. So if we could get a trend of factory comps on micro nines that are actually done correctly, then I think it's a great trend, because it's one of the things. The Hellcat is super snappy. Obviously, perspective, right? Compared to P365, Glock 43X, Shield Plus, it's on the snappy side. So by putting a factory comp in that, you're eliminating one of the issues. Now imagine putting a factory comp that actually was effective in something like the Shield Plus or the 43X or something like that. It would be even softer shooting. So I think it's a good trend. It's just, I'd like to see people do it right. If you're going to do it right. I don't know. I sound so angry when I'm talking about it. I promise I'm not angry. What do you think of the Walther PDP full size? I think it's a good striker fire option. I had an issue with mine. I'm assuming it was magazine related. Walther wouldn't tell me what the problem was. I was having malfunctions. Sent it in, they sent it back, and it worked. That seems to be out of the ordinary. Apparently, I just have terrible luck. But yeah, I recommend it. I think that if you're considering getting, like, if you're asking for my opinion, it's really good. If you're considering getting one over something else, like an M&P or a Glock or an Echelon, something like that, then just be aware that it's a chunky gun, and people criticize Glock because it's like Glock perfection, and then you get it, and then you end up changing all of these things on it. Walther's kind of in the same boat, is they got a lot of the stuff right that Glock got wrong, but got a lot of the stuff wrong that Glock got right. So you get people getting different recoil spring assemblies, different recoil spring weights, adding tungsten back straps to it, weighted mag wells. They start adding all this stuff to it. Like, the trigger's great. It's mechanically super accurate. Grip texture is good enough, I think, for most people, but people still change a lot of stuff. It has more recoil, but it returns to zero really fast. So you have to ride the lightning of the recoil a little more, but you can shoot it very accurately, very quickly, if you can manage the recoil. But just know that and it's also really thick. So if you plan on putting it in your waistband, be aware that it is one of the chonkier guns to carry. That being said, I fully endorse the Walther PDP series. I think it's a very good series of striker guns. Benelli M4 or 1301 Mod 2. Okay, well, I have my recommendation for others, and then I have my personal preference, a lot like the 92 and the PX4 earlier. I recommend for most people the 1301. You can get it ready, like literally out of the box, ready to rock, the capacity that you want, the features that you want. I don't know why I'm doing this motion with my hand. I'm grabbing rocks off the wall and tossing them over here for some reason. But the 1301 is just the more practical, better value out of the box gun. It cycles faster. It has more features. It's more feature rich, especially for self-defense or competition, whatever you're getting it for. The Benelli M4, I think, looks way cooler. And objectively speaking, it is softer shooting. It has less recoil. I prefer the Benelli M4. I have two of them. I have a full-size M1014, and then like my home defense shotgun is an M4 entry. I had to get the buffer tube that was like 6th position for it. I had to get the actual tube. You can get the extension if you want it to look bad. I like my guns to look good, look the part. So I got the actual tube for it and the spring so that it actually holds full capacity. It's not as end user friendly as the 1301, but I do prefer it. It's a personal preference thing. I think objectively speaking, the 1301 makes more sense for most people. The Benelli M4 is there for people who want a softer shooting shotgun and they're just fans of the M4. They grew up playing Left 4 Dead. So you're going to find that a lot of my recommendations for others differ from what I actually do for myself. So just kind of how things work. Do as I say, not as I do. Glad you're enjoying the Spore. I think since Smith and Colt have hit the skids, we might need to do quality over quantity. Yeah. So I love Spore. The revolvers are so well built, so accurate, durable, like tanks. I mean, that's the thing is they're built like tanks and they're precision fit. I don't know if they grasp. Well, it's not that they don't grasp. They know it. I don't know if they're interested in appealing to the American defensive revolver buyer, if that makes sense. Like the person who's going to carry a revolver or wants a combat revolver. I think target shooting, hunting, stuff like that kind of is their first priority when it comes to those revolvers. I think if they could offer an actual like purpose-built carry revolver for the American market, man, it would be real hard to beat, especially if they came in at a price that was under Korth. That would be really competitive and hard to beat. But yeah, the Spore is great. One of my favorite revolver makers right now, easily. I hope your recent revolver coverage wasn't just a phase. You were the best at that, and we need those wheelgun videos. Wheelgun videos aren't going anywhere. I like revolvers way too much. It wasn't just a phase. I've been shooting revolvers. The first gun I ever shot was a Smith & Wesson Model 60. I was 5 years old, and I touched off like a round of 38 special out of that. It's like literally the first gun that I shot. Revolvers are here to stay. Don't worry. M4, battle proven. I own 2 Benelli M4s. Yeah. Well, okay. You say battle proven. I want to talk on that for a second, because the Benellis that are being made today are not the Benellis that were being made a decade ago. My Benelli. So God, I got a Benelli M4. I'm trying to think how long ago, maybe like 8 years ago. The thing didn't like to run. It was very ammo picky. And like it was malfunctioning with high brass. It was malfunctioning occasionally with double aught buck. It was annoying. And I ended up getting rid of it because of that. I'm like, yeah, this is overhyped. Then I got the M1014 thing. I'm not even kidding you. I was like, I have a video in the works. I've been working on the M4 video. For those of you who don't know, I've been dealing with health issues, which finally we got to the bottom of. Unfortunately, fixing it is really difficult. I got COVID over a year ago, and the virus settled in my gut, and then it stayed there. So for a very long time, I had complete food aversion, could not even force food into my body. By the time it was all said and done, before I was able to stabilize my weight, I had lost more than 10 pounds, which I didn't have to lose. It was unfortunately, it was all muscle. I think the last video that I did before I got sick was my Radian Ramjet afterburner video for the P365. So like, if you look at my arms in that video and then look at my arms in current videos, like I've lost muscle mass and it sucks. So I had complete food aversion, literally could not swallow food at all. Like literally just looking at food, smelling food made me feel like I was going to barf. And then I discovered a couple of small foods that I could eat to just keep myself alive. And then thought we got to the bottom of it, did antibiotics. I was doing my antibiotic protocol at SHOT Show earlier this year, so I was just sicker than a dog at SHOT. Honestly, I don't even know how I did. I shouldn't have gone. I don't know how I did it. And then I was cured for like 3 weeks, and then it came back with a vengeance. And luckily, the food aversion is gone, but I can only eat like 5 foods right now that don't make me just feel sicker than a dog. But now we know what it is. At least there were it took over a year to figure out what actually happened to me, because it was like, I don't know, like, are you dying? The good news is, no, I'm not dying, but it does really suck. If that wasn't bad enough, my poor wife went in for a routine foot surgery. She had a 2 centimeter partial thickness tear on a tendon in her foot. And she had one of her ankle ligaments was really thin because here we go. Nightwood never dies. No one makes me bleed my own blood. But yeah, anyways, my wife went in for that surgery, and she ended up developing a rare, severe nerve condition. So I stacked videos. I stacked like, I think 3 weeks, maybe 4 weeks of videos, knowing that she would have a recovery post-surgery. And then she developed CRPS, and it was an absolute disaster. If that wasn't bad enough, she couldn't tolerate anesthesia. She couldn't tolerate any opioids. So like literally could not stomach anything. So she ended up in the ER a couple of times with uncontrolled pain post-surgery the first few days. And then, she developed CRPS. So she has needed full-time care this entire time. It has super sucked, guys. So, yeah, on top of my own health stuff going on, I've been like full-time caretaker for my poor wife. Luckily she has some treatments that there's light at the end of the tunnel. It's just going to be a while. But yeah, life's hard right now, but I'm doing my best to keep showing up, on the channel, despite everything. So I've been going out, like I've been doing all my videos by myself too. Cause, my wife was like, essentially, she was a huge helper on the channel. She helped with so much stuff. Cause that's the reason this channel exists, is because it's just me, an iPhone, and a laptop. Like I don't have an editor. I don't have a camera person. Like I don't do anything. And she helped with so much. So I've been going out by myself. It's taking me like a couple of weeks, to just get like halfway through a video. So I've just been doing the best I can to keep things going here, because like the channel is doing well. I think I went like 3 or 4 weeks without uploading a video when things were the absolute worst for her, because I ran out of content. But yeah, just definitely one of those roller coaster moments in life that it just really sucks. And so far along the way, everything that can go wrong has gone wrong. Just can't catch a break. But we show up anyways. That's what separates the men from the mice. But yeah, anyways, I've been doing videos completely by myself, and it has been so hard. I just go out there feeling like crap and do the best that I can. So sorry to hear you were sick for so long. Hope you're feeling better lately. Yeah, unfortunately, now that we know what went wrong with me, I started essentially the healing process 2 months ago. I have what we thought was going to be another 2 months left, because it's going to be 4 months total. Looks like it's probably going to be 5 months total now. So getting through it best I can. Feeling worse before I feel better. But that's just what it is. I'm just like, I'm not going to sit around and just let this beat me. That's just not how I'm built. Sorry to hear this, but glad you're on the road back. Stay strong. We need you. I don't know if you need me, but I'm happy to be here and hang out. Prayers and best wishes to your wife too. You're a good guy for doing what you do. Send her our best. Absolutely, I will. Damn, bro. I know. That's the thing is like, I don't talk about this stuff because everyone has their problems. Everyone has their crap. It doesn't make me special. I also don't want like pity or anything like that. I want to just show up and do my best. But now it's been going on for so long. I kind of like, it's hard to not talk about it. I can hear the emotion I feel for you. Yeah. But that's the thing is, like, if you're a dude, I mean, honestly, for anybody, but if you're a dude, you have a duty to not let the emotion stop you. We got your back. You and your wife are in our prayers. Much appreciated. I'm in the same boat in life. Just keep showing up. You got it right. My man. Yeah, really appreciate it, Vinny. You too. Just know, like, this is such a great community and we all have each other's backs. Don't worry about the video quality. Content is off the charts and you make it look easy. That honestly, that's a relief to hear, because I was like waiting for the other shoe to drop. Like, when is someone going to notice that this doesn't look as good as it normally does? Or like it's obviously takes more effort to make the videos. I hate to run, but I got to go. Miss the final 10 hours of your stream. Keep it up, buddy. Awesome stream as always. I will see you on the replay, my friend. Much appreciated, Kenji. Thanks. Damn right, Brett. Kick its ass. 100%. Just curious on what you recommend for a first gun purchase. I was between the P365 Legion or X Macro, but I can't make a decision unless you think there are better options than Sig. You're okay getting the P365 family as long as you keep an eye on the trigger bar spring and replace it at high round count intervals. As far as between those two, just get the X Macro. The Legion's not giving you anything that you need. Like, the X Macro is plenty. Let's not forget to like the video, folks. Appreciate it, Agent. Yeah, let's like the video, because that's going to recommend it to more people, I guess. I don't know. I guess that's how it works. Hate to hear it, Brett. Damn. Hope you'll both be on the mend. Yep. Well, even if we're not, we're going to keep living anyways. Why follow the rules? I just have two 17 frames. I chop one down to a 26 frame size for carry and swap slides whenever I want a full grip. It's the best way to do it. One slide, optic, zero light. Free country, man. Knock yourself out. As my pops would say, walk it off and keep at it. That's how I was raised. It's like, just walk it off. I broke my collarbone when I was in first grade, and I literally walked it off to the hospital, but I got up and walked myself. Just purchased my first firearm for home and later concealed carry. Put money down on the Hellcat 380. The Hellcat 380 looks like it'll be a good offering for what it is if you're looking for a 380. But congratulations on your first firearm for home defense. That is welcome to the club. USP Master Race. Yeah, you're not going to hear any arguments from me on that. Let's go. Perfect. Thank you. You're welcome. Thanks for asking. Let's see here. I'm just going to look at these. Oh, okay. Yeah, I'm glad I looked. Kind of an add-on question. The base P365 X Macro or the comp TAC Ops worth the extra money? I would get the standard, just the regular X Macro. The comp, I don't know, the TAC Ops. If you can get a good price on the TAC Ops, with the extras that comes with are really nice to have. But the regular X Macro is just fine. The comp version helps a little bit, but if you ever wanted to add a comp, you always can later on. You can also get the comp slide later on too. So I would just get the standard one, to be honest with you. The USP best polymer hammer fired pistols ever devised. All right, I'm going to, any word on the Ramjet M&P yet? Even if there was, I couldn't tell you, but I can tell you definitively that no, I've heard no word on it. What do you recommend? So I'm going to answer this, and then I'm going to go back up to the comments where we were, so I can make sure I get to as many people as I can. What do you recommend for first-time buyer? It need to be a balance pistol, not too heavy, not too light for concealed carry. Got to be a quality budget pistol, 800 or less. What do you recommend besides Glock? What do you recommend besides the one that makes the most sense? But no, I understand not wanting a Glock, because like I wouldn't want a Hellcat. I'd be like, recommend me something other than a Hellcat. Hellcat's a perfectly fine pistol. It's a personal preference thing. What do you recommend for a first-time buyer? So let's see here. For concealed carry, other than Glock, I almost said like Glock 19 or 43X. Go look at the Shield Plus. Go look at the Smith & Wesson Shield Plus. And if you don't like that, look at the Hellcat. If you don't like that, God, I was going to say something and then I replaced it with Hellcat thinking that I would remember it. But go look at the Shield Plus. Let me know what you think. Just start with that. Any updates on your Bull Armory TAC Pro? The update is that it's still going. It's still like, gets the badass stamp of approval, 100%. The update is that it's still perfect. That's the update. Spocko, thanks for the $10 super chat, man. Really appreciate it. My USP 40 compact was one of the best guns I ever had. Yeah. Nothing beats a USP as far as durability, reliability goes. And 40, a lot of people give it a hard time. It's a good round. It really is. 9mm, certain 9mm loadings, federal HSTs have caught up to 40. They basically do the same thing, which is less recoil, but 40 is not a bad round. The argument is always just, there's another option out there that's competitive, that is cheaper, with less recoil, holds more rounds. But the USP 40 compact, you will never hear me bad talk that gun because that is one of the all-time greats. I'm a personal fan of the USP 45 myself, but any USP 940, 45, you cannot go wrong. I'm going to take a swig of water while I get back up to where we were on comments. Let's see here. Oh, man. Lots of comments. I'm going to have to like lightning round this in order to get caught up. By the way, if you guys want electrolytes, Element is super good, and their lemonade flavor is so delicious. Here we go. All right, I'm gonna pop through these as fast as I can until I rant about something. Hellcat with DPM plus Hoe Grip is king with 13 round of micros. That is a great combination, and I would recommend that to anybody. Don't sleep on the Benelli. I'm assuming M3. Yeah, M3 is great, legendary. M2, M3, M4. Let's go. All M&P need is Apex. I would argue Apex trigger and Apex barrel. How do you feel about bigger micro 9s like the 365 Fuse? The same way I feel about the Hellcat Pros and stuff. Is like, I don't know. What are we doing? What are we doing? I think the biggest part of guns like that is marketing. Now, the thing is, I do not think that they are bad guns. Like, don't hear me wrong here. I'm not like, they suck. They don't make sense. I just don't have a use for them when Glock 19 size guns, compact guns already existed, and the thickness was never a problem for me. It was the length of the grip. So now we have that grip length. It's a little thinner, a little lighter weight, less surface area on the grip, a little punchier in recoil. I don't know. Basically, companies are just coming up with things that they can sell you. It's your favorite compact. You aren't trying the PX4. I think I see what you're saying here, but the PX4 compact is super dope. Holy cow, late ass notification. Yeah, that's just, God, these lives, man. Happy birthday. Much appreciated. Really liking my CC9 the more I shoot it. Yeah, the CC9 is a solid offering. I'm glad that you brought, that's what I was trying to think of when I was like, look at the Shield Plus. And then I was like, what was I? Look at the Hellcat. The CC9 was the other one I was trying to think of. But yeah, the HK CC9 is a decent offering. My complaints are very minor. Multiple reports of Colts being sent out with no rifling in the barrel? That's crazy. Is that the Revolvers or the 1911s? That's nuts. That's like 90s Taurus stuff, early 2000s Taurus stuff. That's crazy. I thought the micro 9mm would be better for my wife because of the small grip area, but seemed a bit snappy. Oh yeah, 100%. My wife does not like micro 9s at all. She prefers the 380s in that size to the 9mm. Good evening, bro. Good evening, Blazing. Almost an hour ago. All right, I need to go through these fast. Let's go. How about a SAR 9? Any good or good? Not great, but good. I don't understand the Glock hate. They're discontinuing old models, then immediately selling a functionally, lawfully identical product. If they didn't do this, Glock may fold financially in the USA. That's what a cuck would say. No, you're not wrong. It's just Second Amendment people are no compromise people. It is this is literally what our Constitution says, and anything is an infringement. That's just how we are by nature. So when we see a company taking heat, even if it's a lot of heat, overwhelming amount of heat, and then we see them kind of kowtow or cave, it feels lame. It feels super lame. That's where the hate is coming from. I understand both sides. And honestly, if I was responsible for well, no, that's not true. If I was responsible for Glock, I would literally fight it to the death and fight it to the end of the company. But they are an Austrian business. They don't care. They don't care about you. They care about running a business. If you understand that, then you understand why it's happening. Doesn't mean you have to like it, though. The Glock lawsuit theory seems likely, but until Glock uses redesign as defense in court, it's just theory. That's true. You're bringing a level-headed thought here. Could also be patent expiration has eaten profits, so time for a new design. I don't know about that. Because the thing is, if it's still functionally, practically the same, then I don't know. If there was some sort of huge improvement that would actually show up on paper or on timer, then I would agree with that. But like, I'm an Occam's razor guy. What's most likely going on here? I think we all know. Is MOS worth it? or better to send a non-MOS in for milling custom fit? So if you get an MOS, you got to pick out a really good plate. MOS is just there for convenience, so you don't have to be without your gun for a few weeks. My personal recommendation is if you're not in a hurry for your gun, get it milled. Just know that having a plate system like MOS actually kind of future-proofs your gun, or mind change proofs your gun. So if you change your mind on what optic you want, or if a new cool optic comes out, you can put that on your gun. You're not stuck with what it was milled for. Because let's say you get it milled for like an RMR footprint, and then I don't know, Trijicon comes out with the RMQSPC LSB 13 HD, and it's like the craziest smart gun auto targeting system on the planet, but it's a new footprint. You're like, oh no, my Glock has an RMR cut. That's my 2 cents. But if you're not worried about that, milling it is the way to go. Otherwise, you're going to have to get a good plate, like a Rise calculated kinetics forward control design. You're going to have to get a good plate. What's up, Brad? And here we go. V for verdict. Sapop. Being a USP fan, do you think we will ever get a USP micro? Nope. If you want it and it's from HK, you're not going to get it. Or at least the SFP 9cc imported at some point. No. If you want something from HK, you will not get it. It's not happening. I wish that wasn't the case. I realize that the tide is kind of turning over there, but no. Also a USP fan. Everyone should be a USP fan. Who fit your Apex barrel? I'm not too familiar with that whole process. If you can go into detail exactly what is done. I mean, you could look up a YouTube video, but basically you're just removing material from the barrel very, very slowly until you fit it. If you don't want to deal with that, locally, I used Right Armory because I didn't have the time to do it. I used Right Armory to fit it, and they did a really good job. But any competent gunsmith should be able to fit a barrel. That's the trick, though, is finding a competent gunsmith. Love my USP. Me too. Maybe since Glock thinks their decision is justified and judicious, they should call it the VJJ, right? Micro 9s are annoying to train with because of different magazine dimensions compared to their full-size counterparts you already own. Yeah, so, you have a 43X and a 19, or, Hellcat Echelon. It is what it is. The Glock ship has no captain. They are adrift after Gaston's passing in 2023. The company is managed by various executives. Details on the current ownership is not publicly disclosed. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be mean. His wife, obviously, I think may have veto power and doesn't use it. And I'm sure definitely has significant say in the company. Happy birthday, Miss Knitwood. Thank you, Revolver. Got here a little late. How are you, Brett? I'm hanging in there, Jet Machinist. How are you doing? Hope you're well. I despise micros. I just have two. Oh, yeah, we talked about this earlier. Should I go with the GP Arms Patriot or the Bull EDC? You cannot make a wrong choice here. If you want American-made with more customizable options, go with the GP Arms. My personal preference lies in the Bull EDC. I prefer the grip texture. Comes with more magazines. And yeah, because they both shoot. Oh, the other thing is the GP Arms kind of has some sharp corners and sharp edges on it, whereas the Bull Armory is kind of well finished all around. That being said, you are picking two excellent 2011 style pistols there. I have a personal preference for Bull, but I also very strongly recommend GP Arms. Gilbert does great work over there. I think it also depends on what you want to do with it. I think the Bull is more catered towards, like, if you want to carry it every day, whereas the GP Arms, I think, so Bull builds their EDC and duty line specifically with hard and heavy use and the end user in mind for that purpose. And GP Arms comes from a competition shooting background. So while he does make configurations that are good for carry, again, like the sharp corners and stuff like that, I think that it's you can tell it's competition inspired. And I'm not saying that Bull isn't competition inspired, just they do a better job of blending everyday carry and duty use with the competition inspiration. I don't know. That's my 2 cents. You're not making a bad choice either way. I would have guessed Benjamin before Brad Benjamin. Breaking Benjamin is super dope. Have you shot the Shield X? I have not. I've held it though. My biggest complaint about the Shield X is the grip is super, super, super thin. Like, I don't have large hands. I wear a medium-sized glove. That grip is too thin for me. Not a lot of surface area on the side of it. I would take the Shield Plus over the Shield X any day. I just wanted a rail on the Shield Plus, and they couldn't give it to me. They had to slap a rail on the Shield X and make the grip longer and thinner. So now it prints more under my shirt, and I can't get as good of a grip on it, and it's annoying. Nightwood, do you have any thoughts on the new Staccato HD 3.6? Just picked it up and loving it for CCW so far. All of my thoughts on the Staccato HD 3.6 are my exact thoughts on the Staccato HD P4. The gun is just stubbier. Like that's pretty much it. So in other words, you picked a very good gun, but my praise is the same praise and my criticisms are the same criticisms, with the exception of a couple of the things that they've tuned up since the initial launch. Like obviously like optic plates are abundant now. They've improved ergonomics slightly, but yeah, I think it's fine. Personally, I would take a Staccato C or CS over the HD 3.6. 3.6 probably shoots a little better, but I don't know. If you're going small, if you're committing to a small gun, I don't know. I prefer standard 2011s to the Staccato HD. So I would probably apply that to the smaller ones as well. I just want to say Glock defenders close the refrigerator door with their hip and say, boop. What about the M&P 2.0 metal 3.6? I don't recommend the metal M&Ps. They don't do anything that the polymer ones don't do. It'd be one thing if they were steel frame and they were adding weight to the gun, because that would move the performance needle a little bit, but it's really close to the same weight as a polymer because it's, alloy, it's aluminum. It just makes it creates a sharper recoil impulse because the polymer absorbs recoil absorbs shock better than aluminum does. So you're taking something and just giving it a sharper recoil impulse. The only argument that could be made for the metal series is the grip texture. If you want a more aggressive grip texture, the metal series typically comes with a more aggressive grip texture because they have those panel inserts. But yeah, I don't recommend the metals over the polymers. I recommend the polymers every time. Also, Glock defenders eat Snickers bars upside down because they like the texture on their tongue. Man, that's not that there's anything wrong with that. Not my cup of tea. Put talons on CC9 and works really great. Yeah, that's the thing. So my problem with stick-on grips, because I love handle-it grips, talons are good, is that you carry it all the time, especially in the summer. You sweat on it, it peels off. So I just prefer to have a built-in grip texture that's good. I've mostly carried macros, GX4 carry and macro SC hybrid Ross Martin RM1s, but injuries and weight on back hips means 13+1 loaded with about 25 ounces STR9MC may be used more next summer. Size for most, weight for me. That makes sense. People who hate on micro 9s don't oh yeah, we talked about this too. Hunting and stuff with Jay and Jail. How's it going, man? Hello to you too. Definitely love my equalizer for my daily carry and my backup M&P 2.0 compact, but now it's fall time and soon winter. Then I carry a full-size M&P 2.0, but still rotate with all of them. So I always joke that the equalizer is a girl's gun rebranded to trick dudes into buying it. But like the equalizer is fine. I'm not a fan of the grip safety on those guys, but it is what it is. And the manual safety, I don't know. But M&P 2.0 compact is one of my all-time favorites for sure. For me, it depends on where I'm going. Usually a Canik MC9 Prime for EDC. Yeah, I think I saw your comment too. No hate there. I'm just going to scroll down and see what people are talking about right now in this moment. Hey, Brett, belated happy birthday. Hello from the Philippines. Hello, my Filipino friend. I'm glad you stopped by and said hi. Philippines, great country. Glad you're tuning in. Happy late birthday, young man. Thank you. I will take the young man compliments for as long as humanly possible. What is your most common EDC? 99% of the time, I carry a Bull Armory EDC Pro compact with the I did the grip swap myself, but now they sell it in that configuration. Rotten Corpse, glad you stopped by, man. While I've been going back and forth between ordering one of two Beretta pistols, the M9A4 and my LGS has been whispering at me like the Green Goblin mask. I've been there so many times. I think, yeah, you got to do it. Good morning from the Philippines. Another Filipino brother. Let's see here. Talk amongst yourselves. I'm going to scroll. Wait, hold on. Let's see what. Okay. Vinny, VP70, best gun ever. You need to review one. Yeah, that is that is Leon's gun in Resident Evil 2. It is the sidearm in Aliens. I've seen you shooting it on Instagram, and I had an opportunity to get one for like $600 several years ago, and I passed on it. Had the box, the manual, and everything, and it is my second biggest gun pass regret. Number one being a Spaz 12 with the folding stock with the hook for, oh God, what was that? 1,500, I think. That was cash price. And I was right out of college, super broke. And oh man, I thought about that so hard and passed on it. And I kick myself. I wake up in the morning. It's the first thing I think about is that Spaz 12. But I absolutely need to get a VP70. I got one. Let's make something happen. You can't keep it though. LOL. All right. If you wanna send that out to me, I will gladly take it and do a video on it. And let's go. I'll be in touch. I've been trying to get a VP70 for years, just haven't wanted to pay what a lot of people want for them. Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm so bummed that I passed on it. God, Vinny, I'm so jealous, man. I'm so especially when I saw you shooting it. I think it was a few months ago. You posted a reel shooting that thing, and I was just taken back to that moment I passed on the VP70, and I'm like, definitely made the wrong choice, but easily one of the flyest pistols ever made. If your aftermarket trigger of choice is your aftermarket trigger of choice for a Glock still the Johnny Glock 4311? So I've slightly changed on that. 4311, I absolutely love it. I recommend the combat now. And I've never seen an issue with a 4311 trigger ever. For peace of mind, I like using OEM parts. So I recommend the combats across the board for the 43Xs and every other, the larger guns. I recommend the combats because the combats are still incredible, more of a Glock style profile in the trigger pull than the 4311. But the OEM parts absolutely sell it for me. And, obviously those OEM parts are, the combat trigger is approved by like 400 different agencies that if you ever had to use your firearm in self-defense, that is just a really good rebuttal from when they eventually hit you with, if you end up in court, it's easier to articulate why you changed out your trigger if it's approved by like 400 different agencies. So that's my opinion. Trigger like a stapler on the VP70. Yeah. Ka-chunk, ka-chunk, ka-chunk. Good stuff though. They don't make them like they used to. A P9 would be better. A P9S would be better. Yeah. HK P9S is beautiful. Honestly, I think the Shield Plus with 4-inch barrel is the best carry gun ever. Micro concealable grip, but still 4-inch ballistics and can make the grip longer with extended mags. So I've actually talked about this before. So we're on the same page here. If the 4-inch Shield Plus had a rail, it would be the one. Just because I'm a weirdo and I carry a weapon mounted light on my guns. And a lot of it is just because like I will find myself in rural areas at night occasionally, just kind of like the weird nature of being in Arizona is you're in the suburbs and then you're in the desert. And it's like, and there's kind of like weird transitions of light. I'm out at night a lot too. Not like nightlife partying, but like nightlife, like nature. So I like having that on me at all times. There'll be times where I'll go out during the day and then it changes to night while I'm out. And I'm like, well, I never want to think like, man, I wish I had my weapon light on me. And obviously with the way weapon lights have advanced, like the TLR7 HLX, you're getting, large light performance in a concealable package as well. But the other thing someone's going to have to look this up for me, because with the 4-inch Shield Plus, I feel like 4-inch Shield Plus optic ready is only a performance center option. And it's like, $700 or $800 or something. I could be wrong about that, but I think that there was something like that was a complaint for me. I don't think you can get a Shield Plus 4-inch barrel optic ready unless it's the performance center offering. I don't know. Someone confirm or deny that for me, because I feel like it was more than just the lack of a rail. But I do agree with you. Shield Plus 4-inch barrel, 4-inch ballistics, concealable, shootable, because it has great grip texture. Say that 100 times fast. And the Shield Plus, just by its nature ergonomically, is a great shooter. So I actually agree with you. But my personal favorite, what I run is, at least in this size category, is a 43X Radian Ramjet Afterburner Johnny Glock's trigger with a TLR7 sub. HLs, are they making like an HLX sub now? Whatever the brightest sub is that they make now, I run on it. I wish I could pick up guns on stream. Super, super lame that we can't. Good point. I wonder if the 4-inch slide would work on the new Shield Plus X frame. Now you're asking the real questions. Also, I just saw your Killer Queen poster, part 4, great part or greatest part? I'm going to say great part. So in my opinion, greatest part, I'm a manga reader, is Steel Ball Run. And as far as anime goes, I just think part 5 was better produced, like as far as speaking of an anime. That being said, part 4 was my number 1 for a long time. I absolutely adore part 4. And, but I've preference anime for part 5 and manga for part 7. But obviously Killer Queen, so dope. Bites a dusto. Ungrateful Colonial, thank you for the $5 super chat, my friend. Much appreciated. All this VP70 talk makes me feel like I'm missing out. All I have is my stupid P7M13. You just did a $5 super chat to dunk on everyone. How many magazines do you have? Huh? How many magazines do you have for that? If it's more than one, I'll be impressed. But yeah, the P7 M13, for those of you who don't know, is Hans Gruber's gun. It's the P7, but double stack. It's an absolute, more than a grail gun. It's like a holy grail gun. I haven't watched part 5 yet. I know they're animating Steel Ball Run now, though. Yeah, so I'm concerned about how Steel Ball Run's going to turn out. That being said, if you haven't watched the part 5 anime, literally leave this stream, drop everything that you're doing, and start it right now. It is beyond good. You have no idea what you have in store for you with part 5. Exactly. Hans Gruber in chat. Would you have your Glock ported or Radian Ramjet? What's better? It depends. So something bigger like Glock 19 size, it doesn't really matter. It's really close. I think porting performs a little better, but Radian Ramjet Afterburner with a DPM soft system it's too close to call between that and porting. 43X, however, I have found that porting is better. Now, it has to be the right porting, right? So go to Vinny at Monsoon Tactical and get it properly ported. The Radian Ramjet Afterburner is still a little snappy on the 43X compared to porting. Just my personal opinion. Proudly 2 magazines. Okay. I'm impressed. I'm impressed that it's more than one. Honestly, I'm impressed that it's more than 0. A lot of those are sold with no mags. They rip the mags. That's like a Bren 10. They rip the mags out and sell them separately. But congratulations on your P7 M13. Is it black or is it nickel boron or whatever that finish is? But seriously, congratulations. Myself and literally everyone else here is super jealous of you. That is a keeper. Never get rid of it and fondle it often for all of us. And thanks again for both of your super chats. Really appreciate it. One of my FFLs has a P7 for sale, $3,000. Yeah, a local spot just had one the last couple of weeks. And I want to say they had like 3,800 on it. Young auto guy should get a Taurus 692 just to shoot 9mm and get better at shooting, keeping stable through double action. You don't have to carry a revolver. You should in your pocket house be a backup gun, but train. That's the thing is, double action revolver, learning how to shoot a double action revolver well, I realize that it's kind of FUD lore, but there's truth to it. Like if you can run a double action fast and accurately, you can run any pistol fast and accurately. And it is black. Very nice. I like the black P7 M13. So super jelly. Let's see here. All right. I'm going to go back up to where we were, at least try to find where we were. I have to turn this. No product placement. Which is funny because I'm just reusing the bottle. Let's see here. Where were we? Because there were so many people had so many good comments and questions as I was kind of scrolling through to see to catch up. Talk amongst yourselves. Stack up more comments to make it even harder for me to catch up. All right, I think I'm here. Almost. Okay. We need to start thinking function over comfort. If you knew that a gunfight was going to happen that day, what gun would you carry? Probably not a Micro 9 or a J frame. Yeah, I mean, I don't disagree with you. I don't intend to come off as a fence sitter here at all, but it just the nature of this physical world is that there are no absolutes. Only the Sith deal in absolutes. But it's kind of a gray area because yeah, if you knew that a gunfight was going to happen, like you would carry something else. But the thing is, like, a gunfight's probably not going to happen. That's the thing is I think roughly statistically speaking, in the United States as a whole, there is a 1% chance that in your lifetime you will have a violent encounter that you will need a firearm to defend yourself from. Now, that statistic is also probably at this point 10 years old. So it's probably changed since then. A gunfight's probably not going to happen. So that has to be taken into consideration as well. Is at what point, are you willing to, I realize this is an extreme, but like, are you willing to carry a Glock 34 ported with like 3 spare 33 round magazines every single day when there's a 1% chance you're going to get into a gunfight in your lifetime? Probably not. There's a balance. I just think it's good that there are so many people out there who are like, I'm not going to carry this hunk of iron on me. And keep in mind, there are also a lot of people who like their work does not allow them to carry, but they're going to carry anyways, as they should. And if they got made, they'd lose their job. They can't put food on the table for their family anymore. So yeah, Micro 9s and J frames do serve a purpose. And, one of the rules of a gunfight is to have a gun. And if you're a person who's going to leave a Glock 19 at home, but you'll carry a Shield Plus, carry the Shield Plus. Like, and that's the thing is there's roughly a 1% chance that you're going to have a gunfight in your entire life. And an even smaller chance that gunfight is going to be an active shooter or something, right? And most likely it'll be some situation where just you presenting a firearm will end it altogether. You don't even need to fire a shot. So having a gun is the most important thing. And if that's what it takes to get someone to have a gun, then I'm all for it. So trust me, I agree with your philosophy. It's just a little more complex than that. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat. I always recommend your I always recognize your profile picture. But thanks for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated. Dumped my 43X a few months back, had FTFs getting stuck on the floating firing pin striker, went to P10s, love it, or P10S. I love it so much more. That's interesting. So it's one of those things, right, where you say that and then I'm like, did you send it into Glock? Did you get it fixed? Did you have any aftermarket parts? Regardless, kudos to you for testing it, recognizing it, and addressing it. So, you're not going to get any hate from me for that. And you're not going to get any hate from me for having the P10S, because that's a great series of guns too. Just the P10 in general. But yeah, I would be curious if anything was aftermarket on it, how many rounds you had through it, because I know Donkey Defense, I think it was his 48, his striker broke. I'm trying to think at what round count, 5,000, 8,000, somewhere in there, maybe 5,000. And then of course, like Glock fixed it and then it never hasn't broken since. But yeah, and this is something else worth mentioning. I mean, this is on topic for today's video, talking about micro nines, is the more you shrink down a gun, the more problems it is bound to have. Like how many broken firing pins do you see on Glock 19s or Glock 17s, 47s, 34s? And then you look up like Glock 48, 43X, like they're breaking, 3,000, 5,000, 8,000. You start shrinking down these guns, they're bound to have durability issues. So something else to consider. But thanks for sharing that experience. That's always really helpful to kind of keep a finger on the pulse of how these guns are doing. Let's see here. Would you carry a high power? The grip is surprisingly comfy, but shorter than a CZ75 and full length barrel. I love high powers, by the way. I would carry a high power. Yeah. Like, why not? It's a super dope gun. I think Kevin Costner in The Bodyguard carried a high power. I agree there's a place for micro, but not an EDC, in my opinion. So like not for everyday carry. Yeah, everyone's different. Like I'm not going to carry a micro gun every single day, but not everyone is me. The 4-inch PDP F is a phenomenal gun, says Vinny at Monsoon Tactical. I would take that as extremely high praise. Daniel, much appreciated for the $5 super chat. Thank you so much, man. This happens sometimes. There is nothing there. I don't know if you were just supporting the channel or if your comment didn't connect with the super chat, but I'm going to scroll down and see if you asked a question so I can get to you or had a comment. Let's see here. I don't see anything yet, but I do really appreciate the super chat regardless. And if you have something that you want to say, feel free to tag it down there. And I'll chill down here for like a minute or so just to see if anything pops up. But really appreciate the support. What knives do y'all EDC? MSI for me. So I was carrying, it's just hilarious that this is right next to me. I was carrying the Microtech Amphibian signature series with the carbon fiber scales, carbon fiber handles, and the DLC blade, the signature series. But of course, you see something new and shiny and you want it. Now I'm carrying the new LUDT. I just thought this looked super sharp because it has the Merlot handle and its signature series with the DLC blade. And I prefer the leaf blade profile for everyday carry, but the Tonto just looked too cool and I couldn't help myself. So this is the signature series that I'm carrying now. Also, just want to shout out Bull Armory is doing knives. I mean, they've been doing knives for a while, but now they're doing like this guy right here is a really nice beater knife option. This thing, like I open boxes with this, so I get a little dose of Bull Armory whenever I get an Amazon package. But these things are really nice too. And they're also doing fixed blades. Got one of those too here. Nice little box. But yeah, the fixed blade's pretty dope too. Kind of reminds me of Tour. So it's got the little ring on there. But this is actually, like, I've been carrying this fixed blade a little bit. I think it's super good. Just very like durable knives. So, and that's been my knife endeavor. Also, why do I have all these knives near me? At least I can hold up knives on stream, I think. But Night Watch, I've also been messing with these a lot. So Night Watch knives, he sent a couple of these out to me, and I love the acid wash on his blades. This has a micarta handle, and it's got kind of like a teal liner in it. My wife is obsessed with this knife. And I'm partial to this bigger guy here. Just an all-around practical knife that not only does it like look good, and it looks like tactical too. This one has a red liner in the black. I think it's G10's handles. But this is like a really, I mean, the quality of the steel, the edge on this thing is like a laser beam. He does everything by hand, everything. Just overall great knives. So thanks for bringing up knives. I can chat about this stuff literally all day. And unlike when someone brings up video games or movies or anime, not a lot of people dip and leave. It's actually kind of on topic. Let's see here. Also, supporting the channel, my dude. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Yeah, because not only are things are always hard for gun channels, but things on YouTube are really weird right now. And I know people who have YouTube channels that are not in this space, not in restricted spaces at all, that are really struggling. So YouTube's in a really weird spot right now. I don't know if it's the algorithm, but there's some weird stuff going on. So the support is much appreciated. Kenji with the Spyderco, no surprise there. Love the CRK. I don't even know what that is. I'm gonna have to look that up. What's up, man? Glad you were able to stop in. Man, I missed my 4-inch Performance Center Shield Plus, my second purchase after Equalizer because they use same mags, but I give it to my brother for his birthday, and he got his, oh, you're in Illinois, sorry. Got his firearm owner ID and concealed carry license, thinking getting Carry Shield Plus. Yeah. Shield Plus is great. I have LUDT Gen 3. It's great. I'm super happy with mine. I've had a Gen 1 and a Gen 2. The Gen 3 is just a good size. I don't know. It looks a little, I think I might have preferred the look of the older one better, but the Merlot on the DLC is just, man, such a sharp combo. I need a little pop of drop everything. Need a little pop of color. Recently changed my work carry knife to SOG after I fixed the clip on it. SOG is SOG. SOG was my first like brand name non-Walmart pocket knife. I had like a Walmart pocket knife when I was a kid, and then I got a Smith & Wesson pocket knife at a gun show. I carried that forever, and then I got a SOG. Oh, are the Bull Armory knives going to be easier to buy than their guns? I mean, their guns haven't been that bad recently. They've been doing a really surprisingly decent job of making sure that at least something is in stock at all times. So I think in general, their stuff is easier to buy now than it was. People say Emerson are expensive, but I like their design. Emerson, great designs. I would shill for Microtech. I would shill for anyone, but I would certainly like to feature Microtech. I certainly have criticisms for Microtech, but I am a fan. I think they make too much stuff, but some of their stuff is really good. Nighthawk TRS comp over Staccato XC, which would you recommend if you had the bucks? Staccato XC. The increase in price of the TRS comp from Nighthawk, not worth it. Staccato, they perform really close. I might even give the slight edge to the XC. Nighthawk TRS comp obviously is a little nicer, but as far as performance downrange, too close to call. Let's get the Staccato XC. Chris Reeves knives. I should have known that. For some reason, I think like CRKT, like Cricket. I have the pumpkin spice latte carry knives, Benchmade bug out. Very nice. The Sabenza 31 S45 VN. That's good steel. I'm huge into knives. Haven't stopped to itemize my collection, but it's easily over 50K. What? I used to have a lot of knives, and I cashed out during COVID when everyone got into all the hobbies. The knife thing really gained traction during COVID. So I just cashed out, got rid of like 98% of my collection. All right. I am going to, while you guys talk amongst yourselves about knives, I'm going to go back up to where we were. Let's see here. MC9 Prime. What's your take? I just saw this while I was scrolling up. Great news. I have like a whole video dedicated to the MC9 Prime. And you can hear all of my in-depth thoughts. Basically, short version, it's good. Let's see here. I just saw this while scrolling up too from Kenji. My friend's reflex hasn't had a failure, but it's really snappy. Trigger is really nice. I felt some of the earlier reflexes triggers were not good, but the recent ones that I've held the triggers have actually been surprisingly good. Not surprised to hear that it's on the snappy side. It kind of feels like it would be. QC across the board. Even Glock, I've had a 48 with an out-of-spec extractor and a 19 Gen 5 firing pin that broke sub 6K rounds. Man, I hate to hear that. Well, I mean, in all fairness, I had an HK USP compact. The extractor chipped after like 15 rounds. That was a major bummer. I'm like, oh my God, I can't trust USPs anymore. What's going on in this world? I got a Glock 26 Gen 3 having over 2,000 rounds through, and it keeps going. I would never get rid of the gun. It was my first gun ever. Yeah, keep that forever. I still have my first gun. I have my first handgun, and I have my first long gun. First long gun was a Ruger 1022. And my first handgun was a Beretta Jetfire 25 ACP. My dad got it for me and said, if anyone tries to touch your privates, shoot them. Shoot them with this. Okay, I think we're just about to where we were. Oh, yeah, we're definitely here. Smaller hands like smaller grips. For that, the Micro 9s fit the bill pretty well. Yeah, but, it gets to the point where if you're going to get into Micro 9s because you have smaller hands and you need smaller grips, you still need to have the grip strength for 9mm. And, like, I'm not, like, talking bad about women or anything, but a lot of women who concealed carry, who have a need to conceal carry, don't have the grip strength for a micro 9mm. Like a 380 is usually going to be a better option, especially you start thinking about older women, 50 plus, arthritic hands, that kind of stuff. It's smaller hands, sure, but the punch, you're still shooting a 9mm that shoots great in this size gun, and you bring it down here, and it'll rock a weaker person. Sam, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really appreciate it. And that is one of the cutest puppers I have ever seen. My childhood, well, one of my childhood dogs, because we had big dogs for a long time. And then after that, needed a break from big dogs and got a small dog. Wasn't my choice, my parents' choice. It was a Maltese, and she was the smartest, best pupper in the whole world. And that pupper reminds me of my childhood pupperoony. So really appreciate the $20 super chat. Goes directly into the channel, helps with ammo and stuff like that. And you said aim point on C2, I'm assuming staccato C2. Yes, or something else? Too big? Staccato knife, good or bad? Please get well, you and your wife. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Aim point on a C2, it would be fine. I probably wouldn't, just because I think it's hard to not take aesthetics into account when you start running expensive guns. People, they're not going to like my recommendation. Holosun 507 comp, get that big window on there because it actually moves the needle performance-wise when shooting. But like, I would probably go with a Trijicon RCR over an aim point. Aim points seem to be hit or miss. So if you want a big old mailbox closed emitter to slap on your C2, I'd probably go with an RCR over the aim point. Because if you're going to get the aim point, then you might as well just get a Holosun like 509T or something, because quality control seems to be comparable between the two. So yeah, my recommendation would be, if you want a giant closed emitter to put on there, get the Trijicon RCR. If you want to actually move the performance needle as far as downrange, 507 comp, bigger window does make a difference. Otherwise, if you want a smaller closed emitter, the EPS is always an option. I'm going to be getting the Vortex closed emitters. They're out now, I think. Coming out. They're out now. We'll be testing those in a bit, so I can't really vouch for those. Yeah, I don't know. That's kind of my quick live take, is go with an RCR or 507 comp, depending on what you're looking for. If you're carrying the C2, just be aware that those bigger closed emitters can be a little harder to conceal. So it depends where on your body you're carrying it. If it's more over here at like the 2 o'clock, it's more likely to print under your shirt. If you're kind of more at the 1 o'clock, your draping shirt should cover the corner of it just fine. If you're carrying behind the hip, then, that's something else to consider as well. So maybe think about how it might print as well if you're carrying it concealed. That's all. And then staccato knife. I'm off the top of my head, I'm trying to think. Who's making the staccato knives? Does anyone know? Because I think I was literally just talking to someone about the staccato knife. Short answer, the staccato knives are going to be fine. It's just a matter of, like, are they overpriced for what they are? That's pretty much going to be it. Because I know, like, honestly, the best bang for the buck for years is, I'm sure my knife bros in here will remember this. HK knives were made by Benchmade, and they were like way cheaper than Benchmade knives. So you could get like, I mean, I would get my knives. I'd go into Big Five Sporting Goods, and they would have knife sales, like the catalog knife sales. And you go in there and you get an HK branded knife made by Benchmade for like $20. And that was, you're pooping in tall cotton going into Big Five on a sale day. Oh yeah, no, staccato knives are going to be good. I mean, if you have the scratch, go for it. I think there are probably better knives, and like knife bros in here could probably give you alternatives that are going to be way better than staccato knives. But just know, with the staccato knife, you're not getting a bad knife. You're getting a good knife. Just know that there's the staccato name is attached too. Yeah, Benchmade's so overpriced these days. Most things are, unfortunately. All right, let's scroll back up. And I'm just scrolling past so many good comments and questions. Just want to get caught up here. So close. My God, then the backlog is insane. All right, we are here. For my EDC carry, because I can't anything large, Walther PPS with a backup mag. Yeah, PPS. I had a Gen 1 PPS that ended up breaking on me, and then they couldn't fix it because they didn't have the parts anymore, so they had to send me an M2, and I really liked the original one. But the M2 was also just fine. P365 fuse shot identically to me as a P365 XL, but was tangibly larger on the belt and shot worse than a compact gun. I love innovation, but at least for the fuse, I don't think it's there yet. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to say that the fuse shoots identically to the XL, but I will tell you that it's almost too close to call. Like, it doesn't move the needle. Like you said, it's noticeably larger. So yeah, this is kind of the minor complaint that I have. Small gun, big recoil. That would be the 4570 Derringer. Yeah, I think we talked about that earlier. I consider buying Bodyguard 2.0 for carry for deep conceal. If you do get a Bodyguard 2.0, send it to Vinny at Monsoon Tactical. He's doing cool stuff with the Bodyguard 2.0, stuff that Smith should be doing. Already talked about the HD, the smaller HD. It's harder for me to carry the MR920 RXM for work because when I lift up my arm to get stuff overhead, the grip sometimes shows itself when I put my arm down. Yeah, so like the shirt comes up, and then when it comes back down, it gets caught. Totally. And that's why the micro guns really come in handy for people who work in non-permissive environments, or you're not allowed to carry when you're working there. Okay, food for thought for me. I'm all Glock over here anyway, yeah. Oh, it was 14 states suing Glock, man. That only took me an hour to get to that conclusion. Yeah, 14 states are suing Glock, for those of you who aren't aware of how big of a deal it is, like how hard Glock is getting pummeled. Do Micro 9s need porting or compensators to shoot like full-size guns? They still won't. You can port them and comp them. They still won't shoot like full-size guns. They still have some snap to them. It reduces it. It also makes them extremely, the concussion and the noise is much louder. Not that you'll notice with auditory exclusion, but yeah, I don't think it needs porting or compensators to shoot like a full-size gun. Basically, you're making it shoot. You're taking a Micro 9 and making it shoot a little softer, essentially. Have you shot the Hellcat RDP? I have one, and I'm considering moving to the Hellcat Pro. It's on sale for 500 bones right now. Yeah, the RDP is snappy for what it is. Like, it's almost like it doesn't do anything. I would get, if you can conceal the grip of the Hellcat Pro, I would go that way. And honestly, I would just go with the Pro Comp if you have the scratch. How is a Springfield XDS 45? Believe it or not, I actually had one. It holds like 3 rounds of ammunition. No, I think it's 6+1. I don't know. There's better stuff out there now. I wouldn't do it. It's fine. Never had any problems with it. It was reliable, but yeah, it has a 4.5 round capacity. You can do better. than an XDS nowadays. It was really cool when it came out, but we're like 10 years past it being relevant. Gotta say, Kimber has stepped up their game big time. Yeah. The only issue that I've had with the Kimber recently is the KD S9C took like 100 rounds to just over 100 rounds to break in. It was malfunctioning and then it stopped. But I think the 2K11. So, and here's the thing that I want to say about Kimber. I've had really good experiences. I think a lot of people are having really good experiences with modern Kimbers. It doesn't mean that they're perfect or that they're free from quality control issues. Because I still get comments from people, right? And now, granted, it could be someone at Springfield, you know, they're like, "Ooh, my Kimber sucks." But I mean, they seem legit enough. Like, I believe it based on Kimber's history. I still get comments from people like, my CDS9 didn't work or my KDS9 didn't work. The one thing I will say is that the R7 Mako, the Carbon Compact, and the 2K11, I rarely, if ever, see issues with those offerings. So I think the 2K11 is really a feather in their cap. It's a gun that they made for people who actually shoot high round counts. And I'm super stoked that Kimber is up in their game. Where I am, gun prohibited signs are not backed by law. Simply ignoring the sign and walking in carrying is not a violation. You can be told to leave, which you must. Exactly. You can get trespassed. I mean, yeah, that's what I do. Have you been in gun competition lately? No, it's been so many years since I've done it. And really, it's two things. It's a time thing. And also, and this is going to be an unpopular opinion, maybe when I was doing it, I was shooting at the wrong clubs with the wrong groups of people. I didn't really enjoy it. It's one of those things where I was like, I would enjoy this if I could do this with only my friends or only by myself, but having to be out here with these tryhards, they just kind of were ruining it for everyone. And like I said, could have just been a bad season. Could have been wrong club, wrong time. I wasn't enjoying it. So I should probably give it another shot somewhere else. But I shot at like 3 different clubs many, many years ago. And I don't know. I just felt like it wasn't for me. I competed very heavily in skeet, sporting clays, and trap for most of my adolescence. And maybe I just got burned out on competition. Because I took that very seriously. I don't know. I should definitely go and give it another try. I don't know. I don't want to show up and be surrounded by douchebags again. Not saying, keep in mind, I'm not saying that anyone who shoots competition is a douchebag. Just when I was shooting competition, the 3 places I shot at, I'm like, is this just how they all are? What is going on? Kyle, thank you for the $10 super chat, my friend. Much appreciated. Have you gotten to try the 311 module from Icarus Precision? I have not. They drop next month. 2011 grip angle for the 365 XL platform. Going to be nice for a micro 9 since I'm a staccato guy anyways. Happy birthday, man. Thank you. Really appreciate it. But when you get it in, comment on one of my videos how you like it. Or reach out to me on Instagram or something. Because I'm definitely curious myself. That sounds like it is super dope. And I mean, I've seen it, right? But I don't have hands on it. I don't know what it feels like. So yeah, if you remember to, when it comes in, either Instagram or comment on the video and let me know what you think and how it runs. But thanks for the super chat. Let's see here. Here. Didn't throw me too far off. I should probably try a different streaming platform just to see, like, every time I click on a super chat, I lose my place where I was. Here we go. What's your thoughts on the RXM in terms of replacement for a non-VG19? I love the RXM. RXM is my budget recommendation. It is extremely durable and it checks all the boxes. Bare minimum boxes, it checks them all. So I'm a huge fan of the RXM as a Glock alternative. So I've found appendix carry cumbersome, and I've tried the whole gamut of brands and setups over a period of time. I'm considering inside the waistband 4 o'clock hip carry. Thoughts on that? That's how I started. I had tried appendix carry. It didn't work for me. Now, granted, this was years ago when appendix carry was controversial and rare. So like basically like criminals were doing it, and that was about it. But then I discovered, and that's the thing, you just kind of, one, find the holster that works for you. Very expensive process. And two, find the sweet spot on your body that works for you. Some people have body types it's just not going to work. Some people have a different tolerance for discomfort where it's just never going to work for them. Appendix carry is objectively faster. That's just a fact. Appendix carry is faster, and that's important to me. For me, it was more comfortable when sitting because before I'd be driving and it'd be jamming into my back, causing back and hip issues. Had to go to the chiropractor for adjustments. What else? Yeah, so it's not for everyone. It's objectively fast. Oh, and I like it when I carried behind the hip. I would like be eating at a restaurant, need to refill my drink, and I would like stand up and my shirt would be like caught up on my gun. So when I was getting ready to get up, I'd have to like hold my shirt down and stand up. But at appendix, my shirt just naturally drapes over it. So less social anxiety when carrying that way. So I'm not opposed to it. There are some great 4 o'clock holsters out there. A lot of very respectable people in the industry carry in that location. It is I have no issues carrying back there. Give it a shot. It might just be the answer for you. There's no one way to do everything. And everyone is just so vastly different. Like appendix carry works for a lot of people. It also doesn't work for a lot of people, just like everything else in life. Like carrying a gun on your body is like wearing a pair of shoes. It's hard to recommend a pair of shoes to somebody because everyone's like, let's say I wear, like someone wears like a size 10, right? And there's another person with like a giant foot, like a size 14. And this person has high arches and this person has no arches. Like, hey, I recommend this shoe because it's great for me. And then they try it on, it's terrible. So, but that shoe works for a lot of people. That shoe works for a lot of people. Same thing. One of life's quirks. Okay. Yep. If you buy P365s, get springs, 100%. All my homies hate the P365. Recently got a Kimber R7 Mako, and it has truly won me over. We'll be getting the recoil reduction system from DPM next. I find the included holster extremely comfortable. R7 Mako is great. That's another one that I always forget when people ask, like, what micro gun do you recommend? I always forget the R7 Mako because it's great grip texture, decent recoil impulse. It's reliable. I think the reason it doesn't usually come up in conversation when I recommend micro guns is just because a pure lack of holster options. Like, yeah, the holster that comes with it is fine. What works for me is a tier 1 concealed access elite. If they don't make it for a gun, I'm probably not going to carry that gun, or an alternative to that. Like, oh man, I don't know. I'm only buying tier 1 now. So maybe like a QVO or something. I don't know. I don't even know if Roger over at QVO makes one for the R7, but like I have to find a holster. The holster is almost more important. It's not more important. The holster is as important to me as the gun. So I think that's why the Mako doesn't really make it into conversation when I recommend guns. Maybe it's a heat related issue. P320 has the same thing happen, but only after way higher round counts. Yeah, I've heard of it happening at high round counts. You speak good of the Kimber CDS9 a while ago. Still same opinion. Yeah, I've gotten a couple of comments from people saying my CDS9 didn't work. I've had 2. So I have a sample size of 2 and they've both been great. And I still very much like them. I do prefer what's it called? Because the classic is the cheaper one. I forget what the more expensive one is called. But yeah, the more expensive one is the one that I prefer, the one with the frag pattern grips, just because of the grip texture. Won me over. Oh, the Kimber. Yeah. What'd you say? It wonderful you over? Yes, it wonderful me over. I got a Glock 26 Gen 3. Oh yeah, I saw your comment. We talked about your comment earlier. Glock trigger spring fails eventually as well. 200 rounds is criminal though. Yeah, exactly. And that's the thing is like springs will wear out. It's just, I don't like the mystery question mark of 200 rounds to 12,000 rounds. Good luck, everyone. Like that's not cool. Yep. We talked about this. All Stoker's 100% reliable. I agree. Max 9 was pretty good, but 2 FTF. If ammo overall length is too long, makes me iffy. I agree. Yep. Kenji, we talked about that. I think I saw that when I was scrolling up one time. Is there a third-party trigger spring that isn't built out of Chinese pot metal? There's no evidence about what any of these are built out of, but I've heard good things about Armory Craft. I also don't know anyone who's put a high round count through an Armory Craft spring. So people claim like, oh, I changed to Armory Craft and now I don't have to worry about it. I'm like, how many rounds do you have through their gun? And they're like, 1,000. And I'm like, okay, well, that means you actually have 10 rounds through your gun. I have about 8,000 rounds through my 365 Legion. I've replaced all springs on the gun, but it's never had a single FTF or FTE. Yeah, the 365 is a reliable family of guns. That is that's probably my biggest piece of praise for that family of guns. So with all the new Staccato models that have come out in the past year, their quality still top notch. I see QC issues. Like I'll just flat out say that I've seen more QC issues than I'd like to see with Staccato. So yeah, because I bought my C2 and XC. I bought my C2 in 2021 and my XC I think early 2022. I think it was late 21 for the C2 and early 22 for the XC. Man, lots of numbers and letters there. And I look at those actually I had problems with the C2. The on my C2, I didn't know this until I had gotten rid of the thing after I had sent it in and I got it back. I didn't know that this was an issue until months after I moved on from it. That what had happened was the slide got really sluggish. Like it was functioning okay, but the slide was really slow and it was really sluggish. I found out later that the aluminum frame, when I put a high round count through it and it got a little toasty, started to warp and twist. So I almost wish I would have known what was going on with it back then. Granted, I wasn't as much into YouTube. Like I wasn't doing YouTube as hard as I am now back then, but I wish I would have done a video on that. But Staccato did get that sorted out. That being said, looking at my Staccato XC from 2022 and looking at Staccato XCs in stores right now, they seem to be kind of inconsistent. Like an XC, I'll have one that has like a really loose slide to frame fit. And I'm like, ew, I don't know if I would have gotten mine if it would have felt like that. But at least with Staccato, they have the industry's best warranty period. So you can get one and be comfortable knowing that any issue that you have, they will go above and beyond to fix. Kyle, thanks for another $5 super chat. Really appreciate it. If the 3.5 Prodigy kept the steel frame, it would have been awesome for a budget 2011 and a small size. But no, had to go with the aluminum and ditch the weight. That's one of the things I really like about GP Arms is that you pick your frame. So you get like the Forza, the smaller one, it's like steel frame or aluminum frame. You get the GP Arms Patriot, pick either compact or full size grip, and then pick either steel or aluminum frame. It is one of my biggest pieces of praise for GP Arms is in that level of customization. And of course, something like Bull Armory, they have the ultralight with an aluminum frame. Obviously, it's called the ultralight. No steel frame option. I think it, probably makes sense for 99% of people interested in buying that gun. I think you and I are probably weirdos that are like, give me a steel frame on everything. But Bull does also have, the EDC versus the TAC. So you have the aluminum frame and the steel frame option. Yeah. So I agree with you. I'll take a steel frame every time. There are pros to the aluminum frame. It's lighter weight, so it takes less effort to get it out of the holster faster. Like if you're used to shooting a lighter weight gun, like, time to first shot, and then you switch to a heavier gun, you could lose up to like a 1/10 of a second on your draw to first shot until you get used to it and, get that level of strength required to get it out there into your muscle memory. Also, if you have issues with weight, like Dan the Wolfman was saying, if you have like back issues, hip issues, and you want to keep weight down, an aluminum frame is also good to go. But like, I'll take a steel frame every single time. I'm also young and spry. So, and also I subscribe to the Jurassic Park philosophy of, is it heavy? Yes. Then it's expensive. Put it down. It just feels better when it's heavier. And of course, long-term durability too. Like aluminum alloy frames, modern aluminum alloy frames will last longer than most of us could ever, put enough rounds through it to break it, but a steel frame is forever as long as it's heat treated properly. Design more guns around the macro style slim mags. Grips can be made thicker, but if you start with a thick mag, you can only reduce the grip size so much. 2011 based on a 365, 17 round mag would be cool. Yeah, that's the best thing about these slim line micros, or the best thing about the P365, really. Sig gets credit, at least for popularizing it, is the magazine innovation. Start with a magazine, build the gun around it. That's brilliant. And I would love to see that same innovation in the thicker guns. Because like I said, jam 19 rounds in my Glock 19 impressed me. Because like if PSA could do that, because they have the Dagger micro mags, they could do the same thing with like the half metal back and the polymer front and jam more rounds into a Glock 19 mag, a Glock 17 mag, Glock 26 mag. That would be so cool. So really, like the best thing to come out of the micro 9mm thing is magazine innovation. Yep, talked about that earlier. X macro comp, only P365 I own. Yeah, the thing that runs. 320 is fine too if you take away the current safety problems under scrutiny. Yeah, 320 is fine if you take away all the problems that it has. EPS carry is what I run on my CC9 HK. That's a great combo. CC9 with the EPS carry. Mwah. Yep, I think I answered your question earlier. Can't go wrong either way. Which is definitely a coat because I wouldn't carry one in the tube, which means I probably wouldn't carry it at all for now. Yeah, exactly. I think the P365 trigger bar spring issue is not because poor spring quality. It's because they are more or less making contact either with the grip module or the FCU during live fire. That's a promising theory. I don't know if it's because of spring quality. I think it's design related. I'm here to pull triggers. I'm not an engineer, but my gut is telling me that it's an overall design problem. What are your thoughts on the 1301 versus the Benelli M4? I talked about this earlier. Short answer is I prefer the Benelli M4, but I recommend the 1301 for most people. Just more practical out of the box. The Scandium 44 mag. The Beretta APX A1 carry is really slept on. It does have a spongy revolver style trigger and an internal hammer FCU. Yeah, the APX one is fine. That's why it didn't really succeed though, just because it's good, but what does it do that other things don't? And well, more so, can we convince people that it does things that other things don't? Because I mean, striker fire guns, at the end of the day, we could have stopped at Glock 19 and we all would have been fine. So Dominic, thank you for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it, my friend. Any experience with Staccato C full-size grip? I'd really love to go Bolt Armory EDC Pro, but to my knowledge, they don't make 15-round mags for my banned state. It would be for carry, by the way. Yeah, Staccato C full-size grip. I like both the Staccato C full-size and compact grips. Yeah, so if you're in like a 15-round state, that would be my recommendation. Would just for the ease of it to go that way. And then of course you get the bonus of the best warranty service in the entire industry, in the history of the industry. Maybe with the exception of Smith & Wesson back when they were making the registered Magnum, and you could literally custom order the gun however you wanted. Like I would like a 4.716 inch barrel. And they're like, okay, here you go, custom made. But yeah, that's at that point, if you're in a 15-round state, I'd get the Staccato C. I think the compact grip has a flush fit 15-round mag, so I'd just go with that one. But thanks again for the super chat. Hopefully that helped. Glock 26 or 43X. I think the shorter grip height on 26 is easier to conceal and still more controllable. Yes. So I have, the only reason I have a 43X is because is for like content, just because it's a popular gun, right? So people are like the Radiant Ramjet Afterburner. I bought a 43X because the Radiant Ramjet Afterburner was coming out, and I knew I wanted to put that on the gun and try it out. Otherwise, I would just have a 19. And I also got the 43X because there was a Koa sitting in the case. And I'm like, well, what am I going to do? Walk away from this 43X Koa? So yeah, I think the Glock 26 was the gold standard for subcompacts for a reason. So if you were going to if you gave me an option In this hand is a stock 43X, and in this hand is a stock 26. I would take the 26 every time. Every time. I missed the CSXE and I rented, oh God, man, losing my ability to read. I rented the CSXE and put 100 rounds through it. The thumb safety was more awkward than I expected, but shot great. Yeah, those tiny little 1911 style guns, so the CSXE, the Kimber Micro 9s, the Sig P938s, the safeties are teeny tiny on them. It's the main reason I don't recommend them, because I'm like, okay, well, if there's a knife sticking in your shoulder and some demented, hopped up on drugs, crazy person is foaming into your eyes while humping you, then, you know, have fun turning off the tiny little safety as you're dying. But yeah, specifically the CSX does have a weird thumb safety. Has a heavy trigger too. When California finally turns red, communist red, do you think Glock will start manufacturing 17 round mags for the 43X so we don't have to buy aftermarket stuff? No. Nope. Glock's not going to do anything that you want them to do. MC9 Prime, what's your tell? Yeah, we talked about that. Do you still have the Ultimate Carry Smith? Thinking about the 32 mag titanium cylinder one. I don't have my Ultimate Carry anymore. Mine internally was fine. Only issues were cosmetic, and the tritium was out in the front sight. But I've also been looking at the 32 mag titanium cylinder one, and I ultimately just decided to pass on it because I'm done sending guns back. I don't want to do it. I don't like doing it. I just had to send back the Diamondback SDR. And it's one of those things, guys, I'm just so burned out on sending guns back to the factory. I don't want to take the risk anymore. I need a break from sending guns back, because like, it's one of those things you have to deal with them back and forth. And then you got to fill out the little form, and then you got to box it up, put the label on it, and then you have to go out and ship it. And then, you know, you dropped $800 on something that's going to be gone for a month. It's beyond annoying. I've done it. I don't even know if I could tell you how many times I've sent a gun back to the factory in my lifetime. If we go back to before I was buying guns, when my dad was buying guns and I was a kid, if you add all that together, it's 100 guns probably. In my adult life of me buying guns, oh man, I don't even know. I don't even know if I could give you an estimate. 40, maybe 50. I don't know. It's unbelievable. So anyways, long story short, 32 mag titanium cylinder. If I wasn't burned out on sending guns back, I would 100% get that exact revolver and then deal with sending it back. If I had to, take it to Nelson Ford with Gunsmith Inc. to get it tuned up. So yeah, to me, that is probably the best true lightweight pocket carry J-frame that money can buy right now. Brass to the face comes from the ejectors and extractors. Yeah, mine was the ejector. Trying to decide between G45 MOS or M&P 2.0, but only the curved trigger model is available at the moment. Curved trigger model of what? The M&P 2.0 or the Glock 40? Like, what do you mean curved trigger? Are you talking about like, I'm just assuming, are you talking about like the Apex trigger that only the curved Apex is available? No, those are usually in stock. Oh, the M&P 2.0, but it's got the curved trigger instead of the tab. Ooh. If you want the M&P, like, get that one and put an Apex in it. That's what I would do. I believe the P365. Oh yeah, we talked about this. I tend to agree with you. Got my G26 at Monty Tactical right now for stipple and chunk port. I'm super excited. Yeah, so I have the Lucky Sevens port from Vinny on my M&P 2.0 compact, and I didn't do like a full build. I didn't do a stipple job on it, and I wish I would have. But the Glock 20 Gen 5 MOS that I just sent to him is going to be a full build, and I'm looking forward to seeing his stippling, because if his stippling's really good, I'll just send that M&P back to him and say, just stipple this. Because I'm kind of picky about stippling, but he has excellent taste. So I'm sure that his stippling is going to be exactly what I'm looking for. The Glock 26 shoots so much better than the 43X and is easier to conceal with a shorter grip, which guns prioritize the shorter but thick grip like the 26. I actually agree with this take. Now, granted, a lot of guns used to be like the M&P compact, right? So like companies were making Glock 26 size guns. And then the micro gun craze turned into the slimline craze, and people are just buying marketing now. I don't know. But yeah, the Glock 26 shoots noticeably better than the 43X. Replace OEM ejector from Gen 3 with the pointy tip. Replace Gen 4. Also replace it, with Apex or similar. That's the solution. Everyone watching, hit that like button. Don't forget, hit the likey. God, YouTube is so cringe. I hate the YouTube game so much, guys. Like, what's crazy is if I make a video and I take a lot of heat for it being too YouTubey, it's like, oh, this ad read that you did, I don't like, or I don't like, it's like, oh, you won't shut up about hitting the subscribe button or stuff like that. The worse it is, the better the video does. And I hate it. I just wish that I could upload a video and people just click on it and just enjoy the content for what it is. But the YouTube game is real. It is. I'm not saying you have to, but if you don't play the YouTube game at least a little bit, understand like how the algorithm works. It's particularly bad for gun channels, because if you want to not just be donating all of your time, energy, and work for free, like you're going to have to take ads and sponsors and stuff like that. But you have someone like Paul Harrell, right? That he was able to make a channel without a large portion of that stuff and succeed. That right there is, it seems like an enigma. Most of the time you just have to play the YouTube game. And there's a noticeable difference in video performance when I play the YouTube game versus don't. I'm always experimenting. I'll try new stuff in every single video to see how it compares. I'll try something new for like 3 videos in a row and then go back to what I was doing for 3 videos in a row, just small stuff, whether it be titles, thumbnails, little flashes of like subscribe now or hit the like button now. And unfortunately, every single time I do like the cringe YouTube thing, the video performs better. And it bums me out. Rant over. Let's see. The 9211 Squallow is one of the best looking pistols I've ever seen. I don't know if I'd agree with that, but I do like the way it feels in my hand. I'm just not crazy about, the Gallatin quality control. Glock Store sells them as, still talking about the ejectors and stuff. What about holsters for the PX4 Compact? What did I run as a holster for mine when I had it? I don't remember. It was like Tenecore or something. No, it doesn't sound right. I don't know. Yeah, you would have to Google it just like I would right now. If I ran a PX4 every day, then I would definitely know. Happy birthday, Brett. Keep up the good work. Thank you. Much appreciated. What are your thoughts on the HK 9mm USP compact with the gray guns trigger setup? Not the LEM, but the double action, single action with the flat trigger as a carry gun. I don't use red dots on my carries. Just know that it makes the trigger reach a little longer. But I actually like it. I like where it breaks. So I am a fan of that, as long as you don't mind the aesthetics, because I prefer the way the curved trigger looks, classic USP. But just know that gray guns trigger is not going to largely improve the trigger. It's just changing the trigger shoe. That's all it is. I do recommend it though. Sticks, what's up, man? It's rare to have issues with the USP. They are so overbuilt, and the 45 ACP variants are built to handle 45 supers. Yeah, my favorite's the USP 45. Issues are very rare. I did have a chipped extractor within like 15 rounds one time, but that was it. Would you recommend any additional upgrades on the USPC, not considering the red dot? Nah, man, just run it as is. The only upgrade I would recommend just for self-defense would be the LEM, like a light LEM trigger conversion. But that's largely a personal. I'm recommending that from a personal preference point of view. When my daughter was growing up, her friends were sure that she'd carry a firearm for self-defense, and she told her friends, in my house, firearms are normal. Her friends said they had never seen one. Yeah, you hear that too often. And it's one of those things where I just think that we are living in a country with so many guns, and that's not That's an understatement when I say that there are so many guns in this country. It's not a matter of if you'll run into a gun. It's a matter of when you'll run into a gun, which is why I think that gun safety should be taught in schools. And not just like, I think for younger kids, absolutely, like Eddie the Eagle kind of thing, like teach them that. But as kids get older, like there should be a marksmanship class or a shooting class where a kid shoot air rifles or something like that. There is so much to be said for teaching respect of firearms at a young age. If you taught young people to respect firearms and that firearms are only used for good, only used for defense, only used for hunting and recreation, then I think it would solve a lot of, like these mass shooting events with these disturbed young people. If it was ingrained in their mind from a young age, the purpose of guns are for good, instead of, we don't talk about guns in this house, you're never touching a gun, guns are evil, and then your only exposure to them is in media of people shooting people on TV, then that's what you're going to associate firearms with. Like, children have very pliable minds. It's why we have to be really careful about what they see, what they watch, who's talking to them. And that's just one of my personal opinions, is I think that in this country, it needs to be education for children in public schools, in private schools. Obviously, homeschooling isn't an issue. Should be curriculum. Tomorrow, best 45s battle, HK or 1911s. Sunday, learn my 25th realistic CCW test. Would like to see you do it in my advanced skills test in December. I don't think most tubers would do well. Yeah, let me know. Honest, as you know, I'm stretched a little thin right now, but if I have an opportunity to run it, I will. You'd be surprised how many people are like, hey, run my drill. And I'm like, I'm running my own stuff. I got to pay bills. But yeah, that would be, I'll look out for them. And you can also like send it my way on, like in a comment or something like that. Just like a link to your video or something, like, hey, here's my standards. But cause like, obviously I talk for a million hours on these streams and then forget stuff. It's not that Glock is changing parts. It's the reason why they're changing parts. They have seen a dangerous precedent. Engineering and product catalog are in the control of antis. Yeah. This is the perception of people in the 2A space right now. It's why they're upset with Glock. The Glock thing is like holding Chevrolet and Bud Light accountable for drunk driving. It's that stupid. Yeah. It's more like someone holding Chevrolet accountable for mounting an illegal machine gun on their car and going all twisted metal through a crowd of people. And then being like, this car is easily converted into being a machine gun, so you need to change the design of your car. Like that's probably a better analogy. DOJ, Gavin Newsom, corrupt legislators. These are not people I want making decisions for manufacturers. The slope is slippery. You're only seeing the immediate future. Yeah, you got to look further out. Oh, Vinny was still here 2 hours ago. Let's see. Oh, yeah. So if you guys don't know, if you have a Bodyguard 2.0, send it to Vinny at Monsoon Tactical. He's doing really cool stuff. But porting 3 holes in a 5-inch barrel takes half your rifling and ballistics away. I hope that's a troll. Glock defenders drink milkshakes through hollowed out hot dogs for straws. I'm hungry right now. That's making me even hungrier. Just wish I haven't had a milkshake in well over a year. And man, it's been a long time since a hot dog. It's been a long time since I've had a lot of foods. It just makes my mouth start watering. I had a Walther PDP Pro E with that had 20 to 30 failure to extract and failure to return to battery, multiple ammo brands. Turns out there was a chip on my feed ramp. The trigger was sick. Yeah, that's something that I was thinking that happened on my PDP as well, was a chipped feed ramp. Because rounds were like the bullet in the cartridge was getting like cut in half by the feed ramp when it was feeding. It's crazy. I know it was a while ago, but what's up, Crazy Skull? Late, but P365. Oh yeah, we talked about that as well. A PDP with the G48 frame profile and comped would be sick. Yeah, less chonky. Admire your affection for revolvers, but I haven't bought one because of low capacities and quality issues. I'm willing to spend a little more coin. What do you recommend to get me hooked? I don't know, whichever one gets you most excited. Look at Smith & Wesson Performance Center revolvers. Well, first of all, if you're willing to spend a little more coin, you can get a Spore. The only downside to Spore is if you want to like carry the thing, holsters are tough. So it's more of a range gun, self-defense, home defense gun, but not something you're going to be concealed carrying on a daily basis. But I would look at Smith & Wesson Performance Center guns and plan on having to send it back, plan on maybe sending it out to Nelson Ford at the Gunsmith Inc. in order to go through it, give you a little bit of a reliable action job using all original parts, by the way. It's my favorite thing about his action jobs. And I would go that route. If you don't really have that, or I should say, if you're willing to take a bit of a risk, you can get an older Smith & Wesson revolver. Just watch my video on watch this video before buying a revolver, the Ultimate Revolver Inspection Guide. I don't even remember what it's called anymore. I've changed the title like 3 times because it's frozen on views and I'm trying to get the algorithm to scoop it up. Look into old Smith & Wesson revolvers. So definitely, I think start with a 38 357 mag. The Smith & Wesson 27-2 is kind of like the gold standard for a super dope 357 Magnum revolver. It's just a good recommendation. But you have to know what to look for because some, old gun at this point. It's pretty much a relic, which is sad to say. A lot of the Performance Center. Oh no, you know what? Go to Gbroker and type in Smith & Wesson Lou Horton and pick your favorite one. Do that. That's when I want to torture myself, I'll go on the broker and literally just type in Lou Horton and just drool. I've only followed through one time. If you have 3K or 4K, get a Spore. If you have 6K, get a Korth. Yeah, if you're willing to spend the money, just do that. We talked about this. Oh, that's some real coin. Anything sub 2K. Okay, in that case, do what I say. One of my Benelli M4s is SKU 11797. Yes, it is OD green. No way, dude. Oh man. Well, you're going to be buried with that. I know I would. I don't understand why you consider the G26 a great gun. As you said, most people extend the grip, so you might as well carry a G19 for the sole purpose of if you're in a situation where the G19 grip will print. That's it. So it is, keep in mind, back when the G26 was king, people were carrying inside the waistband outside. So 2 things. One, if someone was carrying inside the waistband, it was behind the hip. So a shorter barrel would be more comfortable back there, usually. Too long of a barrel and kind of be poking like out the butt of your pants a little bit. Number 2, a lot of people were carrying outside the waistband on a belt holster with like an overshirt. And if you have too long of a barrel, that bottom of your holster would stick out past your shirt like this far, or past your vest. Like that's why people would wear the shoot me first vests. It would stick out like that far. So the Glock 26 had a shorter barrel. So if you're carrying it outside the waistband, the barrel wouldn't show, even if you lift it up to reach for something on a top shelf. So that's why the 26 was a great gun. Now it exists because it has versatility. So if you're in a non-permissive environment, you can't get made with a gun. Flush fit magazine, the butt of the gun will not print at all, no matter where you're carrying it. If you are in an area where it's not a really big deal, then you could put the +2 pinky extension on there and essentially have a Glock 19. Versatility is the reason. Just different needs require different grip lengths. Oh yeah, we went through all of this. Let's see here. Right about, we're almost there. Shield X, I did talk about that. For those of you who weren't here for it, I think the grip is way too thin. I wish they would have just put a rail on the Shield Plus. As far as the thin grip goes, I don't have enough surface area for my support hand to really get a good grip of the gun. I'd rather have a Shield Plus. Do you think that a P2 is safe to buy in 2025 given the issues they were having? I still see some issues with them. So as far as safe, like this, it's not a guarantee. It's not a guarantee that if you buy an Acro P2, that it's going to be good. It's likely that it'll be good, but it's not a guarantee. Personally, I just prefer the Trijicon RCR now. That I haven't seen a single problem with an RCR. Those things seem 100%. Love your honesty and tell it like it is attitude. Oh, I love your honesty and tell it like it is attitude. Well, I'm glad because it's all I have. I don't have anything else. I have an on switch and an off switch. Why are guns bad as a whole outside of Glock? I don't understand the question. Why are guns bad as a whole outside of Glock? So like, why are guns other than Glock bad? Or I don't know. If you're still here by any chance and can rephrase or expand on your question, I'd be thrilled to answer it. All right, went through a few of these. Here we go. This is an interesting one. Any thoughts on 5.7 rounds? A little expensive on cost, but I like recoil impulse. Yes, I have thoughts on 5.7. I think 5.7 is so much fun to shoot. I have a P90, well, PS90 that I did a barrel chop on. So got a CMMG, was it 10.5 inch barrel? And then put I think it's also a CMMG muzzle device on there with the slant brake on it for the classic shorty look. One of my favorite guns to shoot. Wish it was full bang mode, but I digress. 5.7 is not particularly a ballistically impressive round with the rounds that we have access to as normal human beings. It doesn't perform impressively. Is it lethal? 100%. But you're at the end of the day, you're poking a small hole. Like, okay, poke a small hole through someone's eye, poke a small hole through someone's heart. Like, yeah, it'll do the job. Capacity gives you more chances to poke that hole in an important spot. And obviously the light recoil impulse makes it easier to hit one of those important spots with follow-up shots. But it's not a ballistically impressive round. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage. Like I said, the rounds that we have access to. What makes the 5.7 impressive out of the P90 is its full blaster mode, because it's essentially you're smacking someone with a buzzsaw, just bzzz, and the amount of damage that you do in a short period of time it's over. It's a similar philosophy behind smacking someone with a shotgun, right? You hit them with 8 pellets of double-aught buck. It's like shooting them 8 times at once, all at once. And the P90 is like this big and just bzzz. That's the big draw. Number 2 is ammunition selection. So the black box stuff that we can't get specifically intended to defeat certain armor, right? Like that's the really cool stuff, is the exotic rounds. You can get similar exotic rounds when they're in stock, super expensive. You can sometimes find the black box stuff nowadays that is insanely expensive. It's like, hey, here's $100. Here's 100 rounds for $1,000. So a lot of the draw of 5.7 as far as ballistic performance is lost in the US civilian market. That being said, like I think a lot of the 5.7 designs are neat. I think capacity is neat. I think low recoil is neat. I think if you have, a weaker arthritic person, it's an option. Absolutely. Outside of that, man, I don't know if you can handle recoil of a 9mm, you know, much to gain running a 5.7. So I think it's really cool. I really like it. I have a lot of fun shooting it. Wish it was cheaper so I could shoot it more. Those are my thoughts. Basically, if you want me to talk forever, say any thoughts, you just open me up to just mind dumping on you. You want talk about beast of gun? My Gen 3 Glock over 2,000 rounds through it and still going with no stopping in sight. 2,000 rounds is not impressive, but I'm glad that it's going well for you. I don't think anyone would argue that a Gen 3 Glock is going to have a long lifespan. This was back for Vinny, Monsoon Tactical. Saw you just did a build for QVO on their HD 3.6. Are you expanding into V-style ports now? Oh, no. I bet Vinny's gone because it's late where he is. Because if he started doing V-style ports, that opens up a lot of other things that he can work on. Interesting. If is your aftermarket trigger of choice? Oh yeah, we talked about this. I prefer the combat now. I was anti-SIG for most of the year because, well, but the 226X carry has changed my mind. Tried it. I have not. I am a fan of the 226 series, but like I'm at the point where SIG's behavior basically just like shut off the valve. I have not purchased a new Springfield Armory since their anti-2A stuff. I couldn't even tell you how long ago that was. The only Springfields I've gotten have been used. They don't get any of my money, or have been loaners. I have not purchased a new Springfield since that happened. That's how much of a 2A like absolutist I am. Is like I smell you do an anti-gun thing one time, it's over. Unless you have a really good explanation that is believable. So I'm not saying that SIG was 2A. I'm just saying that that's my anti-2A. I'm just saying that that's my attitude, is how they treated their customer base. I don't forget. But since they didn't do anything crazy anti-2A, like I will forgive them as long as they don't do anything like that. I will forgive them, but right now it's still a little raw for me. Carry comp 19 versus 686 3-inch. Carry comp 19 is my answer to you. My concealed carry is a PDP F. I tried micro via a P365X, but the spring broke within 500 rounds. Yeah. See, that's what I'm talking about. That's why I just don't recommend them anymore. And if I'm like, I need a P365 or X macro or XL or whatever, it's the only gun that I like. It's the only gun for me. I have to get it. Get two. Get one to shoot and one put like five mags of your carry ammo through to make sure it works, runs, and that your dot is zeroed or your irons are on, and then never shoot it again. Keep it oiled, maintain it, carry it, and then just train with the other one, because stuff like that is insane. The slide felt clunky and more snappy feeling. Someone hasn't shot a Hellcat. P365 actually feels pretty nice. I just couldn't justify carrying a gun I didn't like to shoot, and that's totally understandable. Happy birthday. I just did a rant vid on all the companies. How about when SIG didn't suck? Modern P230 with a 12-round mag, 3.6 inch. Yeah, cool stuff. 380 expands would be ideal for your wife, and a K. Yeah, 380. A lot of people. I knew what you meant. And a lot of people. But yeah, 380. No issues at all with 380. I think it's a good option. And now granted, you have to be really careful about 380 ammo. Not much of it is good. A lot of it's just poking holes. So surprisingly, one of the few times where Hornady critical defense is actually a decent round is coming out of 380, believe it or not. I want a CZ micro. People have been saying that for a while. I can't find any new USP compact 9mm LEM models, only DA, SA. That's all you're going to find, my man. That's all you're going to find out there. Gaston died on my birthday. Well, big sad. Yep, we talked about that. Appreciate it. Micro too small for my hands. I'm good with my G47 and G26. Save me my mags. I have a similar sentiment. First of all, oh man, so many super chats went in completely unnoticed. They all just came through right now. So let's start with Kyle. Ever had the pleasure of running the Vanta 9? I've shot one, but I don't have 1,000 rounds through one. I put a couple of mags through one, and it is really nice. It seems as nice as they say. Appreciate the super chat though. Snake Doc, good to see you, man. I'm going to check down below to see if a comment got detached, but really appreciate the dollar. Definitely helps out. Thank you for the $10 super chat. And Tony, you appreciate the support. I'll also check to see if your comment got detached from that. If you're just supporting the channel, regardless, I really appreciate the super chat. Every little bit helps. The channel is a community effort. So you guys are as much a part of this as I am. I'm humbled and grateful for the support. I really am. And then Lon, what's up? Thanks for the $10 super chat, man. You're the best. You hyped for RE9? interesting guns, Sig P365 and some weird ass Russian hyper magnum revolver. So interesting you bring that up because I actually pre-ordered the deluxe edition when it went live yesterday, the steel book that has that weird magnum revolver on there. It looks almost inspired by the why am I forgetting the name of my Holy Grail gun? Just one of those days. Oh my God. The Unica 6, Mateba. So it reminds me of the Mateba Unica 6, like kind of like the back half of it. And then because it looks like the barrel is on the bottom chamber and the frame has the profile of the Unica 6. And then the barrel looks like some weird, like Smith & Wesson Performance Center 500 Magnum rail, except set up like a Chiappa Rhino, also made by the dude that made the Unica 6. It is a weird thing. And the rounds look crazy. It's like they're like pointed tip Magnum rounds. I have no idea what is going on there, but should be interesting regardless. But yes, here's the thing. I'm excited, but nervous about RE9. We'll see how it turns out. But yes, I did pre-order it, and I am hesitantly looking forward to it. It's Sicilian. Oh, well, Fiocchi is the best so far, but still light on some. I was going to make a True Romance joke about Sicilians and decided probably I don't want to end my YouTube career right now. Fiocchi is the best so far, but still light on some. I used S&B, Top Shot, PMC. I'm going backwards through your stuff. Here we go. I have a new Smith & Wesson 686 Plus mountain gun, and they tried to lighten the trigger pull so much by reducing all spring weights. The gun is unreliable and consistently has light primer strikes. Any advice? So I'm going to scroll up, see if you said anything else. My first question would be, who is they? Second of all, I can tell you that is really common, is lighten the trigger on a revolver like that, and you're going to get light strikes. That being said, Fiocchi has the hardest primers in the world for revolver ammo. I'm assuming Top Shot, which is check ammo, also very hard primers. But PMC, no, those are also on the harder side. I've had, because I took in my 586 L comp into Nelson at the Gunsmith Inc. He did his normal action job on there, and it wouldn't light off. S&B's the other one. It wouldn't light off S&B, PMC, or Fiocchi. So I had to take it back in, and he had to strengthen it more. And it was just something about, did you say 686 Plus by any chance? Bingo. So the 7-shot Smith revolvers are very susceptible to light strikes. It's especially when you start messing with lightening the trigger pull. So, and that's something that Nelson has told me too, is the 7 shots, for some reason, he'll do an action job. Almost every single one of them, it comes back and they're like, it's not lighting off S&B, Fiocchi, PMC, that kind of stuff. So I hate to say it, but you're going to have to increase the spring weight to get that ignition back up. So yeah, it's just know that that's, for whatever reason, with the 7-shot revolvers, ignition is something to consider. So you're going to want to go back to probably factory weight at a minimum. So yeah, sorry to hear that. But I know the feeling. Let's see here. And then Snake Doc. There you are. Have a great night, Brett. Can't stick around, but we'll be watching later. I will catch you on the replay, Snake Doc. Thanks for stopping by, and thanks for the 99-cent super chat. Even $1 helps. All right. I think we're all caught on super chats now. Oh, wait. Another one has just come in from good old Puffin Stuff. Good to see you, man. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Yo, happy birthday, fellow October baby. Libras, let's go. What day is yours? Mine was the 14th. Hyped to see my man's live as always. I don't think I'm going to say my actual birthday. Just, I don't know, so someone can't, make it a little harder for someone to steal my identity, but it's pretty close to yours. But yeah, happy birthday to you as well, man. I guess the reason we vibe is because we're Libras. Libras get along with other Libras. Everyone that I've ever met that has been born in October, I've just gotten along with. I've never had beef with anyone born in October. So But thanks for stopping by the live. Glad you're able to make it. And as always, appreciate the support of the channel. Happy birthday. Let's see here. To Sicilian in the Nightwood Gun Live. Yeah, all of you like screaming Mateba and Mateba Unica 6 at me while I was trying to think of it. I was as frustrated as you guys were. It's like, please, you can do this. I believe in you. All right. Anything else kind of recently? Yeah, Lon coming in with the Mateba knew instantly. Yeah, Resident Evil is notorious for their use of Franken guns. I prefer when they don't, because they're also good about not doing that. But when they do it, I don't know. It's not always bad, but sometimes it's kind of cringe. Let's see here. Right, shit is weird, man. Wonder if it's an early game gun, if they're showing it off already. Same thoughts, hope it's good. Yeah, man, that's clearly going to be the signature Magnum for the game. A really weird choice. But and this is like my concern with Resident Evil 9 is like the Return to Raccoon City. Like they can't mess it up. They have to do it right. And I'm concerned that they're going a little like too like in the future kind of thing. And then I'm really concerned about legacy characters because I think that they're just being they're being stinkers and they're not revealing Leon. But okay, you want to know the Sicilian joke? It's not even really a joke. It's more of a monologue, but just go to YouTube and type in like True Romance Sicilian. You'll know exactly. Yeah, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. I mean, honestly, a great scene in a movie. Something that probably could not be made now and would get almost anyone canceled, even just for repeating it. If it was a free speech zone, it should be. This should be the public square. I get why it's not, but like, come on. Who actually goes out into an actual public square now who isn't paid to be there? I thought I saw someone, I was scrolling through really fast and saw Valentine. I'm like, was someone talking about Jill Valentine? And immediately just snapped my attention. I'm like, now I have to find whoever was talking about Jill Valentine. What do you got to say, Rotten Corpse? Due to movies, TV shows, anime, video games, and personal with the gun, excluding shooting beat to hell once in the military, I love the Beretta 90 series of pistols. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, the ones that were beat to hell in the military really soured a lot of people's opinions on them. But the Beretta 92 series is, I mean, it's right up there. I was gonna say it's goated, but I don't know if it's that extreme. It is one of the goats. All right, I'm just gonna keep scrolling. I lost the Valentine. Where are we at? Oh yeah, okay. I'm recognizing these comments now. Here. Oh, okay. I think I might be skipping a few because I was skipping around earlier, but we'll just we'll go with it. Oh yeah, we talked about the all the HK P7 stuff. Here we go. Happy birthday, man. What do you think would be the go-to for reliability to fall back on if this new Glock line isn't up to par? HK. Yeah, I would go HK. You had an Italian sub for lunch today. Want to get a new slide for my 19 as I don't want to mill my OEM slide. Would a Zev Duty slide be good? Yeah, it can be. You could do a lot worse than a Zev slide. That's for sure. Depending on how this home buy goes, I'm thinking about sending my Mark 23 out for an optic cut. It's a trailer on property, but it'll be nice to be out of apartments. Yeah, there's certain freedom being out of apartments. We got our house in, God, how many years ago is that now? Because we're stuck here now. We were planning on moving, and then, the housing market did what it did. We're like locked into the best interest rate ever, and we paid like nothing for this house that is, it's like 2.5 times the value now. Man, that's 9 years. 9 years. I've been out of an apartment, and it's been glorious. Wish I had land. That would be nice. That's the next thing. Because I grew up on 5 acres, which was very nice, and then got culture shocked when I went off to college and shared a dorm room with someone in the middle of a bustling city. Something most people don't understand or think is that if you have a J-frame revolver as a backup, you can use it as a contact weapon. Also, I can fire from concealed without taking it out. Yeah, these are pros to J-frames, to hammerless revolvers. The first rule in carrying a gun is you actually have to carry a gun daily. Yep. I had an idea recently of getting a PX4 Storm in 40, put a DPM spring in it, use light copper hollow points. Would that make it a really soft recoiling 40? Yeah, it'd be an interesting experiment. I'd want to double check reliability on that, but sounds good on paper. Remember your ABC, always be carrying 100%. Situational awareness is paramount. Whether you're carrying or not, absolutely. It all starts with that. It's no be there. It's the Karate Kid, no be there. And you can no be there if you see it coming. The PX4 compact with a Vantage Point Armory compensator with TLR7 shoots softer than my P2000 SK with match weight comp and softer than my cousin's 43X with a Ramjet and TLR7. Yeah, PX4 compact is already very soft shooting. The Vantage Point Armory, not only is it a comp that works okay, it also adds a lot of weight out to the end of it. So yeah, soft shooting is exactly what it does. We've got the correction in there. Is it per mount? It is per mount. Yep, we talked about knives for a long time here. I'm going to skip past all the knife talk. Is the owner of Microtech a YouTuber? X-Ring is the channel. Now, X-Ring works for Microtech now, I believe. Like, he liked Microtech, and then I think he got a job there. But no, he doesn't. I don't think he doesn't own Microtech, because that's Murphy owns Microtech. Do you have a fave PCC? Not really. I'm just not really a PCC guy. Like probably the MP5 clones. Like, I don't mean to be lame, but that's just the truth. I also like the CZ Scorpion for what it is. But yeah, I'd say the whole roller delay is my jam. Struggling to finalize a daily carry between X Macro Comp, 365X with Ramjet, and a CC9. Feel lucky to have all of these, but my Glock 19 carries better than all of these. Help. I have the perfect answer for you. The Glock 19 is your final carry gun. As you may not like it, but it is peak carry gun. The 43X MOS got an update for direct mounting hollow sun. No, I don't know. I have the Koa. That makes me better than everyone else. So I'm not interested. I have a Koa. Still want one of the Trijicon fiber optic RMRs. I just haven't broke down enough to pay that price yet. Yeah, it's a little dim and low light though, but they are cool. Get you a Spyderco PM2. Yeah, that's the best. That's a great all-arounder. Any firearm accoutrement companies that you respect the mission of, like any genuinely ideologically driven companies? Man, that's a good question. I feel like I'd have to sit down and think about this and like make a list, because I would have to do I'd have to like fact check my list just to make sure they haven't done anything that goes against that. There's a lot of pressure. Respect the mission of I actually, like, now I'm panicking. I'm like looking around, like, what guns are around me? What are all of the gun companies even? Yeah, I'd have to think about that. That's you have to get back to me. Let me sleep on that one. I need a list of gun companies. But yeah, there are a couple out there that do have good missions. I mean, like, one that comes to mind, I know this might be kind of controversial, but I do appreciate the strides that Palmetto State Armory has taken to make guns affordable. Like, you look at the Dagger, you look at their ARs. I mean, now being poor isn't an excuse to not be armed. So like, I do appreciate that. But I mean, at the end of the day, most of these companies are businesses, and that's not a bad thing. You know, there's stiff competition. The competition keeps them innovating, and they are innovating for money, and we benefit from that. It is what it is. It's like no emotions, no hard feelings. It's all about money. Sometimes we get something really good. Looking for a new EDC, currently carrying a full-size M&P 2.0. So many options. Any recommendation would help out. That is a big question. So in order to answer that, I would have to know what you don't like about your current carry gun. Like, is it the size? Because if so, just go down to a Shield Plus. You're done. Like, you're already familiar with the full-size M&P 2.0. So easy. Not trying to put you on blast or anything, but what do you think is the worst product for the price these days? Guns or knives? The worst product for the price. Oh, man. I thought I had one, but then I realized they just released a more affordable version of it. Oh, man, that's a really good question. Worst product for the price. Well, the problem is like yeah, like I don't mean to be one of those people where it's like, where do I start? Like, man, there are so many. Like, I can't even pick one. But yeah, I think the hardest, I need to, what I need to do when I do these lives, I just need to have a list of gun manufacturers sitting in front of me. Cause like, obviously the ones that come to mind for me off the top of my head, like Glock, Smith, Staccato, Bull Armory, Walther, CZ, like all of those obvious ones, occur to me, but like anything in this category, I'm trying to think what's overpriced. I don't mean to be saying so much. I'm sorry. That annoys me when other people do that. I think that there are some Sig products. What is it? The Sig P365, like X Match or the Sport or like whatever. The one that used to be custom made, like the German Master Shop or whatever, they brought that back. I think that stuff like that is overpriced because they're it's essentially just a 226 with some bells and whistles, and then they ratchet up the price. Excuse me, the price like crazy. So just to give you an answer right now, it'd be something like that. Man, I know I have a better answer than that too. I'll think about it. If it comes to me, I'll let you know. Would you prefer a stock Shadow 2 carry or a CGW Cajun Gun Works PO1? So here's the unfortunate thing. So the Shadow 2 carry, the reset is not as good as it should be. And speaking of overpriced for what it is, I think that the Shadow 2 carry is one of those guns. However, the Cajun Gunworks PO1, Cajun Gunworks, I've seen affect reliability too many times. I've seen light strikes and, well, mostly light strikes. So I would say a Cajun PO1 would be a better value. I would just make sure it's reliable. Obviously, the Shadow 2 carry is easy, but I think you're locked into an RMSC cut. Yeah, so I would probably go Cajun PO1 and just quadruple check reliability. Smith & Wesson had over 30 lawsuits before they caved in the 90s. Glock is weak. I'm not disagreeing with you. Like, that's the thing is I understand why Glock is making the business decision that they're making. That doesn't mean that I agree with it. That doesn't mean that I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to defend them. I understand why it's happening, and I'm not surprised that it's happening. And because of that, I'm not mad about it. But it is super lame that they're doing it. I don't disagree with you at all there. Honestly, for their sizes, ergos, and texture matter. I agree with this. Shield and STR9MC, GX4 carrier are all very suitable if you have high skills and recoil control. Yeah, well, I mean, I wouldn't even say high skills and recoil control. I would just say, like, if you have the strength to manage a 9mm in a micro carry, but having that traction and the ergos on those three guns definitely helps a lot. Makes it easier to shoot them well if you have the strength to run a micro 9. And keep in mind, I know a lot of people are like, what do you mean have the strength to run a micro 9? It's 9mm. It's not, like a man's caliber, like 50 Action Express, which I carry every single day and have 20 million rounds through. I hand load my own ammo and it comes out at 5 million PSI. But I mean, it's a fact that like a lot of people who carry firearms are people who are physically weak because they need to carry a firearm. Like that's what gets them in the door of a gun shop, because they had a close call and they're like, I can't physically get my way out of this close call. Like, 70-year-old woman walks in with a shiner. It's like, What is she going to do? Fight somebody off? No, she needs a gun. Think she can handle a, P365 with 9mm in it? No, get that woman a 380. But if you're someone who has the strength to shoot them, then yeah, the textures and ergos on those 3 micro guns definitely help. Make sure you check your lead level given health issues. Oh yeah, no, my lead levels are fine. I've checked literally everything. I've been going to doctors for a year. I know everything. Only issue I've heard for the Kimber 22 is optic mounting plate issues with the plates that come with it. Oh, the only issue you've heard for Kimber. Yeah, I'm sure they'll sort that out. Happy birthday. I was watching your CC9 video today. Oh, I hope you enjoyed. Any recommendations for a double stack 1911 45? Finally got looks at Kimber 2K11. Stainless steel is calling. Dude, if you're excited about the 2K11, just go that way. I would recommend the Pro. I prefer the recoil impulse of the 4¼ inch barrel versus the 5. Cycles faster. So if you like to shoot at speed, it's a little easier to perform with it. But yeah, if you're excited about the Kimber, go with the Kimber. It's great. It's proven at this point. I think that they have some improvements to make. I think that they're on the right track and they're really, really close. So I highly recommend it. Nothing's perfect. What's the best place or site? I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even tell you on YouTube. Sorry. For streaming, I prefer bog standard OBS. Doesn't cost anything and isn't hard to work with. Yeah, I've used OBS in the past, and I've enjoyed it. So, but I should just do it on here. The only reason I did StreamYard is because I was lazy and it was easy. Looking to get either the P10C ported or the CZ-P01. What are your thoughts, particularly on the older CZ-P01? I mean, it's the apples and oranges there, kind of, striker gun versus hammer gun. I prefer the CZ-P01. I just think it's a super dope gun. Yeah, I mean, it's just be aware it's on the thicker side. So like the P10C ported would probably be easier to carry, but I like the P01. If you don't mind double action, single action, then go for it. If you want a consistent trigger pull every time, then get the P10C ported. I think my blanket recommendation for most people would be get the CZ P10C ported, just because I think more people would enjoy that. The double action, single action isn't for everyone. Howdy, Brentley. Oh my God. I'm glad you're able to make it, Pistol Pete. Don't know if you're still here, but I'm glad you're able to make it. Kimber 2K11 Pro has been nice. I want them to make it in 10mm and optic ready, even in the full size. Favorite 10mm? Yeah. So 2K11 Pro is super dope. I'm glad that you like it. I need to stop calling things super dope at this point, though. It's pretty nifty. 10mm would be really cool. Not enough people are making 10mm 2011s. I think reliability would be a question mark. My favorite 10mm is, I don't want to be super lame, but Glock 20. Sorry. Specifically the Gen 5 with the marksman barrel. Yeah, I don't know. I've shot them all. I like, for example, like the Dan Wesson Bruin and Kodiak, really nice, not worth the money. Like I double the capacity for, a third of the price with the Glock 20. So yeah, Glock is just my favorite 10mm. The M&P 10mm seems to be like killing optics. It's like this scar heavy of pistols for some reason. Also, it had, issues earlier on. I don't need to tell you why I'm not a fan of the P320 10mm. The FN I was interested in until the front fell off on Kentucky Ballistics channel. I'm sure there are other 10mm out there that I'm forgetting. Bren 10 is the best if you can find one. I also like the Smith & Wesson. What was it? The Smith & Wesson's DASA 10mm. I forget what the designation on that was. Also really cool. High Point, best 10mm out there. No, my personal preference is the G20 Gen 5. If the Kimber KDS9 proves reliable, do you think you will like it? Or is CDS9 small classic worth it? If you got lock grips for it, Humble Marksman had purple ones, so you could call it Purple Pain. So the KDS9, I really, really like it. Ergonomically speaking, it's almost perfect. It has a really, really sharp corner underneath the thumb safety that I hate. I abhor it. But it's a little on the snappy side, but it has a perfect return to zero. So kind of like the Walther PDP in that regard, in that it snaps hard, but it snaps back fast. But I really, really like it. I'm pulling for it. I hope it's reliable. I need to put like hockey tape over the sharp part on the grip. It's probably my single biggest complaint so far. Yeah, so I'm looking forward to putting the KDS9 through its paces more. Issue with 4 is the bent elbow telegraphs your draw and it is slower. Hey, Brett, I already have a 19 and 19X and was thinking of getting a third Glock. Should I go for a 45 or 47? Jesus. Oh, it's like my phone just buzzed. It was on my printer, so it made a crazy noise. Just my vibrator turned on in the corner. I know Ben Steger loves the 47, or maybe I'll just pass and chill with what I have for now. Thanks, dude. You can just pass. You have 1919X. You have everything that you need. Like I said, I prefer to be a bad influence and tell you to get more stuff, but both the 45 and 47 are really good. Honestly, the 45 is probably too close to the 19 and 19X. So if you wanted to mix it up, I'd probably go 47 just to have a different barrel length. Have you tried any Tenacore holsters? Yeah, I actually like them. I believe, yeah, the Tenacore are the ones that have the built-in wedge molded into the polymer. That pokes me a little bit, stabs me. I prefer to have a foam wedge there, but they are high-quality holsters. I do enjoy them. One of my recommended brands. Staccato definitely has the best customer service for sure. Oh, without a doubt. Still recommend the Platypus, or should I just go Bull? So probably my top 3 2011 manufacturers are Bull, Staccato, Stealth Arms. Those are my 3 favorite 2011s that I own. Bull is number 1 for me. And then like Staccato kind of erring on the side of duty, and then Platypus kind of erring on the side of range, competition, home defense. It kind of does everything that a full length grip can do. Those are my top 3. So I'd still strongly recommend the Platypus. It boils down to, do you want to run Glock mags or Bull mags? That's what it boils down to. Do you want funky, crazy colors and super customization, or do you want something that is more, purpose driven towards serious use? Can't go wrong either way. They're 2 of my absolute favorites, not just of 2011s, but of all time. You think Smith & Wesson ever make double stack 1911? Wishful thinking. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if they did. If they think they can make money doing it, they will. Yep, talked about that. Off topic, just picked up a Korth NXS. Wow. Oh my God, I just got so jealous. I never was a revolver guy, but I'm in love now. Congratulations, man. That is awesome. I definitely want to add a Korth at some point. I'm not at the point where I have like FU money where I can just be like, yeah, sure, here's like 5 G's for a gun I'm never going to shoot. But man, that is awesome. Congratulations. That is an heirloom piece. That's a lifetime and beyond piece. I'm super excited for you, man. Enjoy that. The C with the full size grip is one of my favorite carries right now. Highly recommend it. Yeah, Staccato C is solid. I prefer it to the CS by far. It shoots way better. He's a little jealous, not gonna lie. Yeah, everyone here, it's like the guy with the P7 M13 earlier. Everyone just got jealous all at once. Staccato C with compact grip here, love it. That's my personal favorite setup, is a Staccato C with the compact grip. If you're going Staccato for carry, that's what I recommend. HK, you're poor and we hate you. Glock, we just hate you. Yeah. Is the Radiant Ramjet Afterburner really worth it? My P365X macro non-comp is so snappy that I reset my support hand grip after every shot. Know you like them on your Glocks, but not sure about it for, I'm assuming, Sig. So in my opinion, the best performing Radiant Ramjet Afterburner is the Sig P365 Radiant Ramjet Afterburner. If you're at the point with your Sig P365 where you literally touch off a shot and have to readjust your grip, 50-50 whether or not the Ramjet Afterburner is going to solve that for you. It depends on how, I mean, no offense when I say this, but like how weak your grip is. If you're on the cusp, like, oh man, I almost can apply enough pressure to not have to adjust my grip, then it will 100% make the difference. But if you're like not even close, if you have arthritic hands, or, you know, any kind of, you had hand surgery, something like that, anything that impedes hand strength, then micros are just like, they're all going to be like that, comped or not. But I can tell you this for a fact. My wife is one of those people. You put a stock P365 in her hand, bang, and then has to readjust her grip. The Ramjet Afterburner totally solved that. Like, she's like, it's still snappy, but I can run the thing now. So hopefully that helps. The old school 2019 P with the steel frame or the Heritage model is one of the best Staccatos ever made. The 2019 P is better for sure. They were closer to the fit and finish of STI. I think Vinny is running like a 2019 P that he chunk ported, right? He has the Genghis comp on, because I know he loves that. I've only had to send one gun back to the manufacturer. My 5-inch Chiappa Rhino, it cost me shipping. Ugh. But they completely replaced the internals of it, and they went over my snubby Rhino as well. That's nice, at least. Yeah, I've sent back so many. I can't even believe it. Like, either I have the worst luck ever, or people just don't put a lot of rounds to their guns. I don't know. It's one of the two, because the amount that I've returned is insane. Now, granted, it's not like the vast majority of guns, but maybe like a quarter of them. I don't know. Maybe like, you know, an 8, like 1 out of every 8 or something. Even 1 out of every 10 is a lot. Not that staccatos are loose, LOL, although I absolutely love the Fowler Vanta 9, cheaper than an Atlas 2. Yeah, like I said, the few rounds that I put through the Fowler, it impressed me. So tempted to get a Glock 26. I don't know, though. I like how the 43X shoots. I mean, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. 26 is pretty cool, though. I have We the People for the OC4 PX4 compact. Worked good. Having to fill in the typos. I have a CC9 and it doesn't hold a candle to my P30 SK LEM. The P30 SK is worth the extra 6 ounces. I wholeheartedly agree with you on that one. The Vanta 9 is really, really nice. Valentine grip was fantastic. There's the person who mentioned Valentine. Resident Evil reference. It's official. The Fowler Vanta 9 is best 2011. The Armsman in Florida makes top-notch holsters. Armsman. The Armsman. The Armsman in Florida make top-notch holsters. He watches your vids too. I have at least 10 of his holsters. Amazing quality. I feel like I've seen him comment before. I'm just going to make a note. Armsman holsters. Huh, that's hilarious. We the People shows up instantly on sponsored products. That's a company is like, just types in every single other company's name for keywords. All right, cool. All right. Got the Armsman webpage. Man, I don't know why I'm struggling. I think I'm just struggling in general. But yeah, I'll check them out. Have you had any experience with Mischief Machines Glock 43, 43X, 48 mag release system to use CZ75 mags? I might have to try it. I have no experience with that. Let me know how that experience goes if you decide to do it. 43X that uses CZ75 mags. I need to look that up. I know, hold on. I'm the same way right now, dude. I heard that and I'm like, excuse me? I need to know what that is, because that opens up. I mean, like, think about Mechgar CZ75 mags. You an ass or tits guy? Why not both? I have the We the People holster for the PX4 compact. It's working good. Yeah, We the People, they do what they do. Have you tried the RAM tactical leverage trigger in a P365? I have felt one before. Yeah, I haven't put a lot of rounds through it, but I've dry fired it. I recently installed 3.5 pounds. It honestly feels as good as Walther's Canic triggers. I don't know if I would go that far, but it feels much better than what you're starting with. I hope the Acro footprint will still be around after the P2. I like the footprint. Is that a rage bait question? I don't know. I wish I knew what that was in reference to. Bro, it's been a while since I've tuned in. Hope you and the lady are doing much better in health. And I'll wish. That would be great. We're on the right path, but still a ways to go. 5.7 would be awesome if civilians were allowed to buy the AP rounds. Bingo. Have you tried the RAM? Oh yeah. Yep. Just talked about that. I still want a 5.7 pistol. Yeah, me too. Any interest from you to review the new PSA Saber micro dagger? Yeah, I would love to. I don't know if I would go out of my way to get one, but like if they sent me one, I'd be thrilled. I just don't really, it's one of those things where end of the year is kind of when the channel budget tightens up a bit. And then I kind of get a reinfusion post SHOT Show. But yeah, I'd like to put it on the list. I'm probably like 5 videos behind right now from all the health stuff that was going on. But I would like to do that. P90 has high DPS, you mean? Absolutely. For the non-gamers in here, according to my calculations, that means damage per second. Have a great night, Brett. Can't say, oh yeah, yep, saw you leave earlier. And oh yeah, I'm talking about the ammo. Oh, Glock Seaport style for QVO is what he did. Everything else you listed is very hard primers, especially in 357, so assume you're in Europe. Federal is softer primers. CCI I'd try, or put a Wolf hammer spring in to figure out what is stock to go down. Yeah, so I completely agree with Dan the Wolfman there. Antonio. Yeah. Ciao, man. The Sicilians are here. Happy birthday. Appreciate it. So you're talking about all of that stuff. I feel like we're getting caught up here. Yep, we're like 30 minutes behind now. Pretty soon. Yeah, it's that time of night where I get caught up on comments. Best grip tape for EDC. For stick-on grip, handle it grips with the edge texture. Hands down, no competition. Better than everything else. Subjective, but my opinion. If you specifically want like actual grip tape, like any hockey tape will do. Like I realize Goon tape is kind of overpriced hockey tape, but I found that it sticks well and gets sweated on well. But like Howie's hockey tape is another way to go. I found that the edges kind of curl up on that a little sooner, but yeah, that's been my experience. Smith & Wesson FPC, Kuna Strybog, or Sholo Blackjack for a PCC. Probably the Smith. I'd probably go with the Smith. I know it's not as sexy, but it's practical. My equalizer now has over 8,000 rounds, and Ed Brown M&P has 5,000 now. Didn't realize it had a Glock sight until it came loose. Luckily, range people help. They love the Apex trigger. They're impressed. Yeah, I mean, I'm a huge fan of the Apex and the M&Ps. Oh yeah, talking about Resident Evil guns. I will say I'm pretty sure the new Resident Evil game can't be worse than the modern Resident Evil live action movies. Even though they weren't good, I could at least enjoy the older ones, just shut off my brain and enjoy. But yeah, man, the last ones have been terrible. Netflix series. St. Michael, hey man, how's it going? Happy birthday, much appreciated. I'm glad you were able to stop in. Don't know if you're still here, but always good to see you. I know a couple of people have brought this gun up, but have you gotten a good look at the Bodyguard 2.0 yet? I got one a bit ago and it's insane. It's so flat and fast, it shoots like a full-size gun. Yes, I've shot one. I do not own one. I will eventually likely get one to review. I was thinking about getting the carry comp, but then I saw Vinny started doing work at Monsoon Tactical on the Bodyguard 2.0. And I'm like, well, I'd almost rather get a stock one and then just send it to him. So yeah, the Bodyguard 2.0 is the gun that I recommend for, you know, it's like obviously my wife's friends that they're like, you know, oh no, this thing happened. And now I realize that I have willfully declawed myself my entire life. And now I need something to protect myself. I send them all towards the Bodyguard 2.0. And I just tell them, you know, usually, you know, usually I take them to the range with my wife to vet reliability, make sure, you know, it's oiled and everything's taken care of for them, teach them how to disassemble it, how to oil it, how to shoot it, all that kind of stuff. But that's the thing, is occasionally that Smith QC comes in to bite you and, you know, it needs to be sent back. But for the most part, Bodyguard 2.0 is the direction that I send most ladies in. Ladies, again, specifically, I know people kind of get triggered by this because there are so many women in our space that are carrying, you know, full-size guns, appendix holsters on Instagram and that kind of stuff. That's not most women. Great trigger, great sights, great grip texture, and fits in the palm of your hand. I do have the one gripe I have about grip texture is it's missing it. That whole line down the entire side panel. You can still grab it kind of at the rear on the back strap, but there's this giant blank space with no grip texture in there. I guess the philosophy behind that is so it doesn't rub up against your tummy, but it's not like that. The actual textured portion is rough or abrasive anyways. So just cover the whole gun in it. Also, True Romance is goated. Love the theme music too. It's been my ringtone for years. Nice. You have goated taste, my friend. True Romance is actually my favorite movie of all time. So there you have it. That's high praise because big movie guy. Will be interesting to see the legacy characters. Like this actually happens in the future, right? Leon will be like 52 or something. Yeah, they better not kill him. It'd be unforgivable. It'd be dumb is what it would be. Have you ever watched an anime called Jormungand? It's pretty good. It was pretty good. Yeah, I actually have. I own it. So if you're asking this, you probably don't know because it didn't really get scooped up by the algorithm. I did a video on the top 5 gun animes. So like search Nightwood Guns anime or Nightwood Guns top 5 gun animes, or just type in top 5 gun animes and you can see my whole video on them. Jormungand is my number 5. Never thought that American is watching JoJo. Yeah, you kidding? JoJo is the best. JoJo is probably the best thing to ever happen in human history as far as fiction goes. Do you notice the red? Oh, okay. Accidentally hit enter too soon. I'll get to you in a sec. Speaking of Breaded 92s, Black Lagoon is also good. Black Lagoon is my number 1 gun anime of all time. It's actually my top 10 too. It's my top 10 animes. Do you notice red dots, zeros don't line up perfectly with iron sight zeros on pistols? Totally normal. Yep, absolutely. Do enclosed optics actually matter for EDC? No, it doesn't actually matter. It's nice to have because it keeps lint out of the emitter area. So, you carry all the time. You get belly button lint, shirt lint, dust, all that kind of stuff. It'll just kind of fill up your open emitter and you have to blow it out with compressed air. Sometimes get a little bit like, lens cleaner and a microfiber cloth to get it all out of there. Versus a closed emitter, you just like take your shirt and wipe it off and you're good to go. Lint doesn't even really stick to it. So it's a nice to have, but not a mandatory. I will say if you live in a sandbox or if you live in somewhere where it snows, like you drop your gun in the snow and pull it out. If it's an open emitter, it like scoops up the snow like a shovel and you like got to scoop all the snow out of there. I'd probably go with closed emitter then. But like I've seen both closed and open emitters fog up, going from humid to dry, cold to hot, hot to cold, that kind of stuff. Closed emitters seem to be a little less prone to it, but still kind of the same thing. I will say also, if you live somewhere where it rains a lot, the rain interferes less with the dot on a closed emitter. The closed emitter is not completely immune to the rain obscuring the dot because, it's like water drops will still be on the lenses, but it's not getting into the actual emitter area that just like blows up the entire screen bright red. So those would be the reasons you'd want a closed emitter. Also, we vibe not only because we're Libra bros, but also because unlike, unfortunately, most gun guys, we actually keep that thing on us 24/7. We don't talk about it. We be about it. Yeah, 100%. The only time I don't carry a gun is like when I leave the country. That's about it. Or if I'm going somewhere with metal detectors or AI detectors. That's AI detectors. Metal detectors I can handle. Who else is playing Pac-Man on Google Doodle Games? Not me. I'm a real gamer. I just saw a super chat fly in from Spocko. What's up, Spocko? Thanks for the $5 super chat. Much appreciated, my friend. I recently bought a Smith & Wesson 624 just because I watched Blue Velvet. Yep. Man, that is so cool. That is, man, now you've made me want a 624. But yeah, anyone who doesn't know, just look up a Smith & Wesson 624 now. It's pretty dope. Yeah, nothing. Okay, so the movie Revolver I want the most, no one knows where it is. It is gone. It is Victor Maitland's 629 44 Magnum from Beverly Hills Cop. That is like some one-of-one custom barrel chopped 629 that like doesn't exist. No one knows where it ended up. No one knows really who did it, who made it, but that thing looks so good. You see like a semi close-up, like a mid shot when he's holding it on the hostage at the end of the movie. And I see that and like, just give me that. I want that. I'd pay anything for that. I would sell half my gun safe to get that gun, but there's like no information on it. No one knows what the story is on that. That is the movie Revolver that I want the most for sure. But congrats on your 624, man. That's awesome. I definitely want to add one at some point. Good old blue velvet. I saw that Laura Dern, when she was in college, she tried to let her professors know, or the counselor know, that she had this gig to be in that movie. I think maybe she was in the film school or the acting school or whatever. And they wouldn't give her time off for it. So she ended up like dropping out and doing the movie. And then now they study that movie in school. So just one of those great life lessons. What else we got here? PSA is the only company I can think of. Yeah, PSA was the company that came to mind for me as far as a good mission statement. Staccato P or Bull Tack? I prefer the Bull Tack. Just know that, pros and cons. I prefer the features, grip texture. And honestly, it shoots noticeably better than the P. The Bull Tack just flat out objectively shoots better than the Staccato P. Staccato P does not shoot great. The pro of the Staccato is their best in world warranty service. Lifetime, roll out the red carpet, premium service. But my recommendation would be the Bull Tack. Worst product for the price, Glock. I could see that argument. I don't know if I would agree with that. Because at the end of the day, I mean, it's got a grip, it's got a trigger, it's got sights, it goes bang every time. Keep it simple, stupid kind of thing. I realize it doesn't have a lot of modern, quality of life features. But like I said earlier in the stream, if we just ended pistol technology at Glock 19, we'd all be in good shape. So I don't know about that. You can say Shadow Systems. So Shadow Systems with their gun replacement thing, right? So you use your gun in a defensive shoot, they replace that gun for free. That's a good, I don't know if it's an overall company mission statement, but it's commendable. P226s are ridiculously priced now. It's because Sig genuinely does not want to make them anymore. That's probably the reason. Yeah, and that's honestly a fair point. Speaking of Sig, what do you think of the Sig GTO? I don't know, zero interest in anything Sig right now. That's my honest opinion. Literally spoke to a grandma today in line for my pistol permit. Strength is a real issue. Yeah, a lot of people don't. I guess don't. They're just not sympathetic people. They can't imagine other people's struggles. I guess I don't know. I just like to try. I try to take care of like my fellow person and try to consider what their needs are. But I don't know. Maybe that makes me weird. I was expecting high lead levels myself. Been shooting indoors a bit more often. Levels still very low, thankfully. Yeah. And that's honestly, I used to exclusively shoot at indoor ranges for a very long time because I didn't have any. The only outdoor range that was nearby was Ben Avery. I was shooting obviously a lot of shotguns out there, but the main range, like nightmare. So I mostly shot indoors. Lead levels are totally fine, super low. Oh yeah, I'm sorry I didn't ask already. How's the health nowadays? Any better, my man? Not really. It's getting worse before it gets better, but I'm in the middle of a protocol that will heal me. Yeah, I can't talk about that. Sorry. I've seen so many negative QC comments about Smith & Wesson revolvers the last 1 to 2 years. In that time, I've gotten 627 V comp, 19 carry comp, 617, 432 UC, 442 UC, Model 60, and I've had zero issues. Just luck. No, I mean, it's one of those things where, statistically speaking, each one's a separate roll, right? So like let's say you flip a coin, you just flipped heads all those times in a row. That's what it is. Now, granted, Smith & Wesson QC is not so bad that it's 50-50. It's just oversimplified example. Glock 20 versus Glock 40. You still go with a 20? I do. Just more practical size. If I was hunting, specifically if I was hunting or like any kind of outdoorsy thing, it would be chest rig G40. But yeah, the G20, you can hunt with it. I can still stuff it inside the waistband in a tier 1 concealed MSP with an X300, carry it concealed, carry it open. It's just the most practical. And Gen 5 with the marksman barrel, it's my favorite. The 1006 for the 10 millimeter Smith. Thank you very much. Confirmation. 2000 grit sandpaper for that sharp spot. If you're willing to do that work yourself. Yeah, then the finish comes off. Wait, is that? I wish I could pick it up and hold it. I don't remember if it's the G10 grip or if it's the actual metal on the grip module or the frame. Have you tried any tier 1 outside the waistband hip holsters? I'm about to start working security for my church and want to carry my full-size OWB and under my jacket. Was looking at the Spara. No, unfortunately I don't. The only outside the waistband holster, I mean, only duty holster I really have experience with is a Safariland. I rarely carry, and Battle Gnome for my Desert Eagle. So my barbecue gun is the Desert Eagle and the Battle Gnome holster. But other than that, I have Safariland for outside the waistband. Again, kind of keep it simple, stupid. It's the Glock of duty holsters. But as far as their hip holsters go, like when I was carrying outside the waistband concealed carry, it was all in leather holsters, like Galcos and stuff. So can't really help you there. Just had to pop in to wish you a happy birthday. Great channel. Oh, thank you so much, man. Thank you, DJ Moro. I appreciate it. Or DJ Morad. But appreciate the birthday wishes, man. Thanks for hopping in. Carry a G48, but rocked a Car P9 for years before Shield 365, etc. was on the market. Solid. As a Cowboy Bebop enjoyer, what are your thoughts on the new Jericho 941 ORP? I think it's probably going to be poor quality. Looks like a more futuristic version of the Jericho. I don't know if that's a good thing. I think that part of the appeal of the Jericho in Cowboy Bebop is it's this like funky looking older gun in a futuristic setting. I think that's kind of the cool thing about it. I don't know. It's probably going to break. Parts breakage is going to suck. I don't have any faith. Correction. I had to have my G-Force mare's leg sent back because the frame cracked in less than 18 rounds. Shocking. It cracked in the tang of the grip. Yeah. Shot my first match with my 226 X5. Did well overall, but damn, the dot bounce due to large reciprocating mass was insane. Do you have similar feelings for the 226? Yeah. I mean, obviously it was less, that stuff is less obvious with irons, but it's still there. Yeah. It's a chunky slide. There's a lot of reciprocating mass. It is what it is. Nature of the beast. What about G&G holsters? I don't know. No experience. I'm looking to get my first concealed carry pistol. Any thoughts on the P365 fuse? It's probably going to be a longer grip than you're expecting. If you're set on the 365, I'd take a look at the XL. I'd also look at the Shield Plus or the Kimber R7 Mako if you can settle on a good holster for that, or HK CC9 if you don't mind how smooth the grip is. People get really triggered when I recommend Glock 43Xs, but that's the one that I picked. For Christmas, I really want a 40 S&W brought back into vogue. Yeah, 40. Here's the thing. If they could do to 40, let me finish. If they could do to 40 what they did to 9, with the 9mm plus P loadings, then 40 would be awesome. I realize that companies are doing that, but it's not mainstream. And I think it's because they don't believe there's a market there, probably because there's not. Probably because people would just rather have a 10mm. That's me. But yeah, 40, not a bad round. Oh, is that a rage bait was in reference to the guy who asked why all guns except Glocks are bad. Yeah, that did seem like rage bait. Bull Armor EDC Pro Compact versus 2K11 Pro versus your opinion for CCW. Bull Armor EDC Pro Compact any day. Like not even a contest. Essentially comparable to a Glock 19 size grip with, obviously lighter weight, so easier on the belt, and it's ported, so that counteracts the jumpiness that an aluminum frame gun would have. Like the EDC is jumpier than the TAC. The Pro balances that out. But the Bull Armor EDC Pro Compact is exactly what I carry. The Kimber 2K11 Pro, just a bigger, fatter, longer grip. So if you think you could hide that under your shirt, by all means. But the Bull Armory, it's not even a contest between those two for a concealed carry pistol. Any tier list videos in the making? Budget, compact, full size, hammer, firearm, striker, DASA. Yeah, it seems like a lot of people like to click on those videos. And I'm going to be honest with you, I'd love to make those videos. I'm just so far behind. Like it's not even I owe people videos. It's I need to get guns back to people. Like that's why I'm kind of like locked in right now. Got like 4 or 5 videos behind on content. And now like I want to get the Spore back to Spore. I just did the Hellcat Pro video. That was a loaner. So I have to get that back. So yeah, I need to get those videos done. And I only have so much capacity right now. But I absolutely do want to do tier list videos. I think that'd be super fun. And then obviously like top whatever guns. A lot of people have been asking for my top 2011 video. Apparently PewView did one and it triggered a lot of people. And some people asked me what mine would be. So I'm starting to get occasional failure to extract on my Bull EDC. Has 13,000 that's going to happen. Yes, it's time to replace. It was time to replace the extractor at 10,000. I mean, it's awesome that it went 13. Time to replace the extractor. Is that a part of needing gunsmith fitting or just bend to correct tension and drop in? It's a hard recommendation to make. So first of all, yeah, I strongly recommend, usually extractors will go out on 1911s or 2011s between 10 to 12,000. So the fact that it went 13 is awesome. You can do it yourself. It's not rocket science, but if you've never done it before, it can be tricky to get the tension. And when I say tricky, I mean, I'm probably understating it. If you've never taken apart a 2011 before, you can watch a video and do some learning along the way, and you're probably going to make a mistake. So if it's your carry gun, if it's the gun that your life depends on, I would take it to a gunsmith who works on 2011s and 1911s frequently and just have him fit, or her fit, the extractor. How many female gunsmiths are out there? But if your life doesn't depend on it and you'd like to learn how to fit an extractor and you're okay making mistakes, then it would be a good opportunity to do so. Most of them will just drop in. You might need to take a little bit of material off, but for the most part, you can drop one in and bend it. Frequently needs fitting. Like I will say that. Now, granted, if you get like a bull extractor, it should fit pretty darn close into a bolt, close enough to function properly. But it might require a little bit of fitment. I'm going to be honest with you. Whenever mine needs replacement, at one point or another, I will carry any of my 2011s. Like I'll even carry like my Stealth Arms Platypus just for shits and gigs. Because of that, I'll have someone actually do it and do it right. Someone who works on 1911s all the time. That way it also it's important to still vet it for reliability, but that way it's not like I fit it, take it out there, it malfunctions. I'm like, ugh. And then I have to like change it and then fit it again and bend it again and try it again. It's a pain in the butt. I'd rather have someone who does it all the time, do it once, and then then I vet it for reliability. That's my thing. But also like I have a lot of guns. I can't sit around all day replacing extractors every 10,000 rounds. So my number one gun anime of all time has to be Cowboy Bebop. I think it was my number 2 on my list. Yeah, definitely a good one. I didn't realize guns were so soy. There is no soy. This is a soy-free zone, sir. Finally got the TAC Pro and love how it shoots. Now I want the TAC Comp when it's available. Yeah, every single day I wake up, rush to my phone, and scroll through it to see if I have any updates on the TAC Comp because I want it so bad. I'm thinking about buying a Sig P365 Zev. What do you think? I think there's probably better ways to spend your money. I'm not the person to tell you how to spend your money. I'm saying it's not what I would spend my money on. Does the Radiant Ramjet work well on the X Macro non-comp? Yeah, the 365 family of Radiant Ramjets, whether you get the one for the XL length slide or one for the standard slide, they're solid. They have huge blast chambers and very effective. Samurai Edge Cameo. I mean, yeah, any excuse to toss a Samurai Edge into anything would be awesome. Are you talking about RE9? Yeah, probably because, well, you know what? I guarantee you they're going to be moving forward with the canon of the remakes, not the canon of the originals, which is wrong and irritates me. But Jill Valentine lost her Samurai Edge exactly 4 seconds into Resident Evil 3 Remake. Probably going to find Jill's Samurai Edge in Raccoon City. Not canon. They can pretend it is all they want, but they're wrong. Had my Bull EDC V12 ported by Southwest Precision. They're the guys who did the SWAT Springfield operator that I got. Highly recommend for anyone that regrets not getting a ported Bull. It cost about $120. Turnaround was about a week. Only had to send the barrel in. Yeah, Southwest. I'm happy with the ports that Southwest Precision did on that operator that I have. Does the Radiant Ramjet work well on the non-comp X Macro worth? Oh, okay. So you asked that, but worth 400. I don't know how much money you have. Like that's like what does money mean to you? Because my answer for most people is no gun part is worth $400. if this is your hobby, if you enjoy it, if you like flatter shooting guns, if like, I don't spend money. Like I get video game and like manga stuff, which honestly compared to guns is really cheap. And I get gun stuff. Like I get like, movies, games, this kind of stuff, and guns. Like I don't drink, I don't smoke, I don't gamble. I'm not a car guy. I'm not into cigars. Like I'm not betting on sports. Like this is just where my disposable income goes. So yeah, well, I'm going to get a $400 match grade barrel with compensator that looks awesome and has a bronze finish. Yeah. Like that's cool to me. Money well spent. Might not be to you. Just is it worth it practically? No. Like learn to shoot better, but I enjoy it. Best pocket gun in your opinion? We talked about this earlier. And again, like I hate to recommend a gun that you can't get anymore, but when the LCPs were made in Prescott, Arizona, I like the Ruger LCP. The ones that are made in Mayodan, North Carolina, I've seen so many problems with. I would never recommend it. So for like a modern pocket gun, like the Bodyguard 2.0, if you feel like you could fit that in your pocket. Otherwise, it's going to be the Smith & Wesson Ultimate Carry 32 H&R mag with the titanium cylinder, just because it's really lightweight, won't flop around in your pocket, won't sag your pants down. But then you have to deal with potential quality control issues. So you're understanding that if you get that revolver, you might need to send it into Smith. So multiple times. Happy belated birthday, my dude. I'm always late to your lives. Hope you're doing much better now. I wish I was doing much better now, my friend. Thanks for checking in. I'm glad you're able to hop in even on the back half of it. I started a little later today, so you didn't miss as much as usual, but it's definitely good to hear from you. Hope your channel is going well, man. Been seeing some of the content over there. Still looking peak as always. Keep up the good work. Any fantasy guns from any game? Borderlands 3? Exceptional Dark Army Plus submachine gun. Are you talking about? Yeah. Oh, super chat just came in. Wait, hold on. Missed. God, I hate it when this happens. So how long ago was that? 8:18. Okay, just a couple minutes ago. So Matthew Bonzer. I hope it's Bonzer. Bonzer. Where do your feels land on the Staccato HD 3.6? So first of all, appreciate the super chat, man. Thank you. If your last name is Bonzer, I think it's super metal, and I'm going to be changing my last name immediately. So basically my thoughts on the HD P4 apply to this as well. It's just kind of a stubbier version. So like if you're someone who wants Glock mags and you wanted the HD, but you can't conceal the HD, then like here's an answer. So like obviously shorter grip, which is easier to conceal, but I have not shot one. I can't speak to the actual shooting performance of it. I don't know anyone who has one. Because I think we can all agree right now that money's pretty tight for most of us. Like the industry is struggling right now. So normally I would know at least one person that would have one, but like no one dished out the money for one that I know. So I can't speak to the shooting performance. I would imagine that it probably shoots similar to like, HD P4, Glock 19, HD 3.6, Glock 26, kind of like a similar move in shooting performance, in which case it's probably pretty good. But yeah, I think if the only thing holding you back from the HD was the grip was too long, then the 3.6 is going to be good. I think that it really is as simple as that. Like it's at the end of the day, it's an HD just with a shorter grip. So those are my feelings on it. I think it's a good option to have for those who like the HD. Appreciate the $5 super chat. Brett is such a nerd and I love it. Best gun channel, hands down. Well, it's really unfortunate. I used to hide my nerdiness. Used to not wear glasses, just be blind all the time. Then started wearing contacts and my eyes were like, nope, can't do this anymore. You're allergic to these. So I figured, well, I'm wearing glasses. I might as well wear my heart on my sleeve and just go full into my nerdy side. But I'm glad that you enjoy it. It's not for everyone. But I think most of us can appreciate a good nerd. I always appreciate when other nerds who are into guns pop up, because there are so many times where it's like you find someone who's into the same stuff you're into, and then it turns out they're like anti-gun as hell, and you're like, well, I don't want to. This person isn't even open to hearing Like if this person knew that I was into guns, they would hate my guts. I know that they're not into guns and I'm willing to talk to them. That's kind of the frustrating thing. But I try to, you know, open as many eyes as I can and convert as many people as I can, because really all you have to do is tell the truth and it converts people. It's just the way it is. But I always appreciate other gun nerds. Just makes the transition a little smoother. And then you don't have people saying that you have like children's toys behind you. It's like, yeah, Guts from Berserk, total children's toy. Now or never. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Thank you for patiently answering all of my questions. I honestly do the best I can. I'm glad I saw them, because sometimes I miss some comments. I do the best I can. I want everyone to feel like they're a part of the community as best as I can. I'm sorry for anyone that I miss or pass over, but I appreciate your participation. I appreciate you, you know, participating in the community. So thanks for being here. Thanks for your support of the channel. It's always appreciated. Alrighty, back to comments. We got to be getting caught up here pretty soon. We're down to 89 people in here. 89 super ultra lit fly MFers. But usually, this is part of the night where it usually starts winding down. Probably another 30 minutes, and it'll be cut in half again. I'll probably sign off. All right, where were we? Right about almost here. Shield X. So a lot of people have been asking about this, and I swear if like 10 more people ask me about it, I'm just going to go out and buy one. So right now, the reason I didn't get one for myself right off the bat is because I wanted a Shield Plus with a rail. Like it's as easy as that. Realistically, what I wanted is a 4-inch Shield Plus optic ready with a rail, not at the Performance Center price. Like just give me a normal one. And instead they made the grip longer and super skinny and then put a rail on it. Like it's not what I wanted. This company should do everything that I, as an individual, want. They shouldn't do what they think everyone else wants. Jokes aside, I think that the Shield Plus is such a good seller. They should have just popped a rail on one. Like, come on. But I do not like the longer, thinner grip. When I put my hand on it, I like have no room on the side panel of the grip to make contact with the actual grip and the grip texture itself. Like contacting mostly my hand, which is annoying. And then the longer grip just makes it print more under my shirt compared to the flush fit magazine and the Shield Plus. So those are my first impressions of the Shield X. But so I don't know. Like I said, if 10 more people ask me about the Shield X, I'll just go buy one and I'll do a review, and I'm sure I'll slam it for that, but that's just my 2 cents as of right now. Super chat, Kenji. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you. A little birthday cake there. Appreciate the $75, Kenji. You're a real one. You know, you're one of the most important members of this community. Definitely one of my favorites. And I really appreciate you being here. Appreciate you hanging out too. Like you hop in at the beginning, you stay the whole time, and you definitely always have so much meaningful input. So just really appreciate it, man. Thanks. It'll go right into the channel. You let me know what you want me to review, and we'll make it happen. So I mean, unless it's like a Korth, in which case I would probably have to sell my Scar 17. I could probably trade a Scar 17 for a Korth here pretty soon. Because I thought the Scar 17s were just going to sit. Local shops, all gone. Like in a day. I was blown away. I thought for sure that those Scar 17s were just going to keep sitting. But much appreciated, Kenji. Thank you. Always humbled by your support. All right. Where are we? Oh yeah, we're almost completely caught up on comments here. A female gunsmith, I'd rather carry a P320 with one in the head pointed at my junk. I don't know. I feel like if a woman were interested, you know, like if they had the right, like the engineering brain for it, they could probably like be dexterous and creative, could do some interesting things. Interest just typically isn't there. Although think about the female mechanics and like welders on Instagram and stuff. I feel like a female gunsmith could get a pretty decent following. Which sights do you like the best? Night sights, white dots, green, red, fiber. So I like blacked out rear with a bright front sight. So whether that's like an orange front sight with a tritium insert, probably my favorite combo for a defensive gun, or like a red fiber optic front, just because I'm so used to seeing red dots all the time. So yeah, red fiber or like an orange with tritium insert, depending on the gun, with a blacked out rear. I prefer square notch to U notch as well, but U notch isn't a deal breaker. It's got another super chat from John. Appreciate the $10 super chat, man. Lazy Wolf, HK USP C9 Lem, no compromise. Yeah, Lazy Wolf does good work. Unfortunately, he got injured, like a year ago, and that kind of slowed everything down, including communication, irritated some people. But Lazy Wolf does the best HK work. If I had a Lazy Wolf HK USP C9 Lem, I would probably carry it every single day. I want to get it done. I just don't want it to be gone for like 6 months. So you have an excellent gun there. It's a keeper. Another super chat from Jake. Appreciate the $5 super chat, Jake. Hey, brother, I love the channel. Any gun anime recommendations? I've seen Cowboy Bebop and loved it. If you haven't checked out my video on my top 5 gun animes yet, it'll even I do like an intro that I was so proud of. It took me like 10 hours to edit the intro. And then I look at the analytics and everyone just like skips past it to get to the list. And I'm like, no, that intro, it was so dope. Nobody watched it. There are some good gun animes in there. And then someone in the comments correctly listed all of them off. That'd be a good jumping off point if you've seen the top 5 already. But so Cowboy Bebop, super good. Black Lagoon is the single best gun anime. Give it 5 episodes to completely lock in for you. So commit to it for 5 episodes. Best gun anime, hands down, Black Lagoon. Jormungand is not for everyone. It's kind of hit or miss. It's a little slow. It's a little weird, but it's about an arms dealer. So there's guns and shooting in it. I wouldn't say it has the best story, though. But if you just want to watch guns go off in anime, that's an option. Black Lagoon, definitely number 1. If you haven't seen Gunsmith Cats, you can watch it on YouTube. It's a 3-episode OVA series. It is the GOAT of gun anime. Sleazy ATF guy, a anti-gun politician actually doing like gun smuggling and bad shit behind the scenes. Just super cool series. They're re-releasing the manga too right now. They have the first 2 omnibuses out on, you can get them on Amazon or Crunchyroll store. So Gunsmith Cats, also for sure. Also, if you haven't seen Gun Gale Online, it's a spin-off of Sword Art Online, less gay though. Gun Gale Online Season 1 is another really great gun anime to watch. So Black Lagoon, Gunsmith Cats, Gun Gale Online, Jormungand. Check those out. Hopefully that helps. You're asking the right person. According to my calculations, these animes will be best for you. Appreciate the support, everyone. Thanks. All right, where were we? I was just scrolling and saw the words big bore. Oh, have you done a Johnny Glocks on any of the big bore frames? Just picked up a G21. I'm actually going to reach out to Johnny and see if he wants to do one. So I sent out my Glock 20 to Vinny at Monsoon Tactical. He's doing a full build on it. And I'm going to reach out to Johnny and see if he wants one of those triggers in that video too, because I haven't tried one and I would like to, because I have one of my G19 and my G43X, and I don't have one of my G20. Now, granted, my G20 is one of those Glocks that came from the factory with a great trigger. I'd like, oh, whoa, man, look at this. This is kind of a rare thing. I got one of the striker guns that came with a great trigger out of the box. So it doesn't have as much to gain from it as like the 19 and 43X did, but there's definitely room for improvement. So it's on my list to try one. Have you plugged yours into your G21 yet or not? I'm curious how it went for you if you did. Forgot my headphones, so I'll go to the gym tomorrow. Okay. Here we go. Staccato will very likely release a 4-inch version of the HD. I chatted with a rep when they announced a 3.6. I'd wait for that. Yeah, I mean, and also good old Tulsi Gabbard leaked the comped one. That's probably the one to wait for. That's probably going to be like 4-inch with a comp or something. that's the HD like that. I'm one, I know that that's going to get the most clicks, and two, that's the one that I want the most. So double whammy. I get it for myself, make a video on it. Compact grip version, that is. Oh, okay. This is interesting. So G19 length grip with a 4-inch slide. Yeah, it's that CCO configuration that I am just an absolute slut for. I love the compact grip with the like 4-inch, 4.25-inch barrel. Yes, please. From Matthew again, thanks for the $10 super chat, Matt. I appreciate it. Unless you prefer to go by Matthew. But either way, really appreciate the support of the channel. Yeah, didn't really get an opportunity to celebrate my birthday this year because of everything going on. So it's nice to just hop on and hang out with you guys. And of course, the support of the channel is as a bonus, humbling and appreciated. Helps, especially doing revolver reviews. Like, no one's sending me 357 Magnum ammo. So definitely appreciate all the help. Let's see here. I read your name is Crazy Hard because I just saw what I wanted to see, but appreciate it, man. I appreciate you being yourself. Same boat about if they knew if I'm into guns, they would stop talking to me, but I can't help myself. LOL. I got 15 plus people to shoot with me and like it. Dude, that's awesome. Yeah. Nothing like finding a good community to hang with. And especially like crossovers, even with anything, like take politics out of it, just crossovers in general. Like if you are into cars and kayaks, right? It's like who's into cars and kayaks at the same time. You find someone who's into cars and kayaks, man, did we just become best friends? Shield X, come on, peeps. Yeah, everyone, Shield X, Shield X, Shield X. Anyone in AZ looking for a Scar 17, we will have them at Turner's. Interesting. Yeah, because I know like my local place, Bear Arms, gone instantly. It's also in Scottsdale though, so got some money floating around there. But yeah, if anyone's in the area, go check them out in Mesa. Wait, hold on, Turner's. If you have like a brick and mortar, like next time I'm in Mesa, I'll go check you out because like I take my guns to Right Armory in Mesa. So if you have like a brick and mortar shop, I'll stop in there and say hi. I'm looking for a full-size 10mm pistol. What's your favorite and why? Thanks, my friend. Great channel. I'm very much appreciated. Glock 20 MOS, soon to be discontinued. So sorry, you'll have to get the Glock 20V, is my favorite just because it's the one that I've had and seen the least amount of issues with. I mentioned earlier that the M&P 10mm destroys optics, kind of like this Scar 17 of the pistol world. It had some issues early on too with reliability. P320, I think, kind of speaks for itself. The FN, the front fell off on Kentucky Ballistics channel. I don't think I can ever unsee that. So the Glock 10mm, man, they've been making it for a long time. They know how to make it reliable. It has the NDLC finish. So if you're going to carry it outdoors, it's going to be corrosion resistant. Got the marksman barrel. So if you're going to hunt with it, it's going to be super accurate. And it's just a, all around piece. So it's my recommendation. Trying to conceal carry the guns from Gungrave. You need to strap a coffin to your back with chains on it to store them in. How do you get such a great point of view through the red dot when you're shooting? I don't see anyone else getting that POV. On second thought, don't say anything. You've got the market cornered. No, I'm not trying to gatekeep anything. It just takes. I do it with an iPhone. I tap for focus, and I get good. Like that's the thing. You have to have really good recoil control, and you have to be able to wire your brain to be able to see the dot and the target and aim and maintain it under recoil while looking at the screen on an iPhone while reaching around a tripod like this. So if you can do that, you can do what I do on my YouTube shorts. Turner's Outdoorsman in Mesa. We just opened. All right. I'm not in Mesa often because I'm kind of in like North Phoenix, North Scottsdale area. But next time I'm in Mesa, I'll check you guys out. I'll double check your hours first, but I'll come by and say hi next time I'm in Mesa. I think I'm gonna have something to drop off at Right Armory in a few weeks. So when I do that, I'll stop by. Because normally when I'm in Mesa, I'll like hit Right Armory and then I'll hit CZ Custom and it's not Guns Etc. anymore. The Hub took it over, so I'll stop into the Hub. I feel like there's another one in Mesa. What is it? Because Pistol Parlor and the Vault is kind of out of the way from that corner. But yeah, I'll come check you guys out for sure. Best of luck, by the way, on the shop. You guys just opened. Congratulations. Woo! Cut the little ribbon. Have you reviewed the Echelon? No, much like the Hellcat, like, I don't know, a lack of interest just because Springfield with their anti-2A crap from years ago, I haven't given them any money, so I would need a loaner or a used one. Haven't run across a used one. No one's offered me a loaner. I'm not going to, it's one of those things where I'm like, I've gone this long without giving Springfield any money. Why not go for forever? I don't know if it's anything I could ever forgive. We'll see. I guess technically if they sent me one, I wouldn't be giving them any money, but I think just me saying this right now probably blacklists me from ever getting anything from them. So I don't know. Just another super chat came in. Oh my God, man. Thank you. Thank you so much for the $75 super chat, man. Good seeing you again, Brett. Can't stick around tonight, but glad to have something to watch later. Hang in there, man. Things will get better. Happy late B-Day. Get yourself a couple boxes of 357 to celebrate. Thank you. I was good seeing you the other day too. I just happened to stop in to the shop by chance, and I'm glad I ran into you because it was good to talk to a friend that day. So definitely appreciate you. Appreciate your friendship. Appreciate your support of the channel. And appreciate you giving me a couple of give me a heads up on that one really cool thing that came by, because I still have it and I still love it. So thanks for the support of the channel, man. I'll definitely get a couple boxes of 357 mag or 44 mag for the Spore. But really appreciate it. Humbled by your support of the channel, and graciously accept your super chat. So thank you, man. You're a real one. Making me emotional, guys. Smith & Wesson 10mm PC, our destroyer of optic, really? Damn. So the only ones that I'm aware of that destroy optics, well, don't destroy them, but kind of like knock out the electronics, are the standard M&P. I don't think that, you know, like the long slide 10 mil with the integrated comp and ported barrel or whatever. I haven't seen any optics die on that. I also haven't seen anyone put high round counts through that. But I know Hunter Constantine, I saw him, he mentioned that he's killed, I think, like 4 optics on his M&P 10mm. And then I know one other person personally who had one die. And then I'm like, is this a thing? And then I looked it up online and I saw another person who had one die. I don't think a lot of people are putting high round counts through 10mm, but obviously, you know, Hunter is putting higher round counts than I am through guns. Even like he probably shoots triple what I shoot a year, and I shoot a lot a year. So that's kind of like the best torture test. And I can tell you that I probably have as many rounds through my Glock 20 MOS that he has through the M&P 10mm that killed those optics. And I'm running the same optic that he was running, and the G20 is fine. So yeah, that's just what it seems like to me right now. Maybe I need to get an M&P 10mm, put an optic on there, and then dump like $500 worth of ammo through it to know for sure. Finally home, glad to be out of the old work boots. Nothing like kicking those boots off, right? I like my G40. Also put the Recover Tactical brace on it. That's so cool, dude. Super fun to shoot, and a 40 Smith & Wesson conversion barrel makes it not terribly expensive to shoot. That's a sweet setup. I had a G40 for a while, and one of those things, it's not like I'm not hunting with it. I wasn't running it a lot at the range. I like, my main reason for having a 10mm is as an outdoors gun. So I basically carry, you know, souped up Underwood jacketed hollow points when I'm outdoors here in Arizona. And then when I, you know, my poor wife, she's out, we're not gonna be traveling for a while, but when she and I would go to like Wyoming or Montana, anywhere with brown bear, then I'm putting the hard cast in the gun. So like that's I have a purpose for the 10mm, and it's that. And the G40, I also like to carry, maybe this makes me weird, I carry concealed on trails just because, you know, people can be predators on trails too. And I just prefer the element of surprise that I have on a daily basis, walking around with a loaded firearm on me concealed. So I literally carry the Glock 20 MOS concealed on my person when I'm hiking. So Couldn't really do that with the Glock 40. I did have, they were Repleat the second. Now they are Pro 2A Customs in Tempe. I had them make me a custom appendix carry holster for the Glock 40. And it was really fun, but like I could do it and the barrel like would go between my legs. Like I'd bend over and like poke out my butt. But when I'm hiking, I need to be able to like climb, like clamber over obstacles, and it just wasn't practical. So the G20 is just like the best all around size 10 mil for me. For ported comp guns like the MC9 Prime, is the flash from the comp a deal breaker at night? Watch your review on it, and I'm still considering despite its shortcomings. So this is another video of mine that didn't get scooped up by the algorithm that you can check out. I did a video specifically on like getting, it's like blinded by the, like getting blinded by the flash on ports. I don't know what you could even search to find the video. I don't remember. I've changed the title on it like 10 times trying to get the algorithm to scoop it up. But I basically go over why it's not a big deal. Like is it maybe distracting? Yeah, but it's not a huge deal at all. If anything, the thing that would suck would be shooting it in a car with the windows rolled up if you're getting like carjacked or something. But I mean, auditory exclusion is still a thing. Like you're probably still not even going to hear it. I mean, there are people who carry 357 Magnum. You like don't think that's louder than a ported 9mm. Come on. You know, it's like I have a shorty 12 gauge of a Benelli M4 entry as my home defense gun now. Like you don't think that that thing has a louder report than a ported 9mm. So it's not something I'm worried about at all, flash or noise. Any pistol poopy carbine, PPC conversion kit have you messed with? I haven't really played with those, no. Anyone had any experience with the Sig 2002 or 2022 Pro Series? I know the French use them a lot, but never seen anyone talk about them. I've played with a 2022. I mean, I think it's cool. I think those were actually in Jormungand. But yeah, I mean, don't expect anything spectacular, but on brand for Sig, you know, back when those came out, similar to those guns. Any plans on getting an FRT Freedom trigger on your M&P yet or near future? Okay, so I'm actually glad that you brought this up. This is something else I wanted to mention on stream too. I just got my first FRT. I managed to snag an Arizona Regulator 3-position selector. That thing, I'm not even kidding you, sold out in a minute. It was, oh God, when was that? Last Monday. It went live at like 6:46 p.m. and was sold out at 6:47 p.m. I had like all of my checkout information like copied, and I'm just sitting there like, you know, refreshing, and then it went live, bought it, pasted all my info in there, hit, you know, order, got my confirmation, and by the time I went back, they were gone. So I'm super stoked. I was originally going to put it in my kitty cat. DPMS is so out of spec, it wouldn't fit the pocket in the upper. It fits literally every single AR upper I have. I think I have 8, 10 uppers. It fit in all of them except for the DPMS. And the amount of material I would have had to take off of the Arizona Regulator would have been flopping around in my other uppers. So I just decided to nix that. So I waited to get, I wanted a dedicated lower since it's going to have the 3-position selector in there. So I specifically got like a cheap Halloween sale PSA lower, pistol lower, and put it in that. So I literally just installed it last night. Haven't gotten to shoot it yet, but I'm super stoked about that. So this is my first FRT. I've shot so many FRTs. Like I have a lot of buddies that have them, a lot of buddies that have full auto too, but, I'm excited to play with this and see how I've heard only amazing things about the Arizona Regulator, and the 3-position selector is super cool. But as far as the one on the M&P, probably going to wait and see, kind of see how things progress on that. I just got into the 2A community and I'm looking for my first EDC, and I'm looking into the Canic MC9 Prime, Walther PDP F, and the Echelon. I don't know much about most brands. Well, the good news is those are all good. You cannot make a bad choice. Something that I think that you should consider for your first everyday carry is the holster is as important as the gun. You're fighting two things. You're fighting concealing it, and you're fighting it not being uncomfortable. So like, and again, I swear I need to offer like a concealed carry consulting service, because it's like recommending a pair of shoes to someone or a car or something. It's a very personal choice. And it's a choice you have to live with every single day. Like, you can't wear uncomfortable shoes every day. What shoes are comfortable for me might not be comfortable for you. Recommending a gun is like recommending a car. Recommending a holster is like recommending a pair of shoes. So I don't know what your body type is. I don't know what your height is. I don't know what your weight is. I don't know, how comfortable you are carrying on your person. Some people get really freaked out. They have a loaded gun on them. They're like, oh, what do I do? Is this okay? But something you want to consider is you're probably going to want to conceal it. And those 3 guns that you listed, so the Canik MC9 Prime has a long grip. It's thin. It's made for concealed carry, but it has a longer grip, which means it's going to be harder to conceal that grip if you're not used to concealing. The PDP F comes in different grip lengths. You can get like the compact if you wanted a shorter grip, but just know that it's the Walthers, the slides are chunky, so it can bulge your belt out quite a bit. The Echelon might be something worth looking at. The thing is, why the Echelon and why not an M&P? Why not a Glock? Why the Echelon over that? So just know that the 3 that you're interested in, because the other important thing is get a gun that interests you. If you're interested in it, you're more likely to carry it. You're more likely to train with it because it excites you. It's just what it is. So if those are the 3 that you're most excited about based on your research, it's really important that you get one of each of those in hand. So if you have a local shop that you can go into and hold them and see which one you like the best, that's something to consider. Just know that the PDP-F is a thick slide. I'm not saying it's impossible. A lot of people carry it every day, but they're serious people, like people who train a lot, carry the Walthers because they are fully committed to carrying that Walther no matter what. They love the gun. They'll carry it no matter how thick it is. The MC9 Prime is thin, which means it's going to be comfortable to carry. Again, longer grip is going to be harder to conceal. And I would not jump down to the regular MC9. The MC9 Prime seems to be mostly good to go. The MC9 is kind of a crapshoot. It has some out of battery issues or failure to return to battery issues. The Echelon is a mostly solid option. And I think, I think that comes in a compact grip length too. Again, I don't pay much attention to Springfield's newer offerings because I don't, they did some anti-gun stuff many, many years ago that likely doesn't interest anyone anymore. I'm just, I'm like an elephant. I never forget. I always remember. But out of all of those, I would kind of push you towards the Echelon, to be honest, because I think that that's going to be the best combination. If that's the case, start looking at holsters now. If you're looking for an appendix carry holster, I always recommend Tier 1 concealed. I carry the sidecar that has the magazine carrier attached to it. Not for everyone. If you have any kind of gut, any kind of like beer belly going on, that's not going to be a good fit for you. You're going to want first of all, you don't need to carry a spare magazine. If you want to carry appendix, you're going to carry kind of like at the 1 or 2 o'clock position. If you split the magazine, you can get a separate magazine carrier for that side. Again, you don't need to carry a spare mag. I do because I'm really committed. So the other option is carrying behind the hip. So do holster research, hop into the forums, see what's comfortable, look at people who have similar body types to you and see what holsters they're carrying their guns in and see if they make that holster for the Echelon. Unfortunately, it's probably the best advice that I can offer you right now in this environment. Hopefully it helps. Again, you could ask 10 other people and get 10 different opinions, but that's my opinion. Strybog 10 mil seems to be solid. I think Aaron Cowan did a review on it. Maybe it was the 45 though. Yeah. I think it looks cool. Ka-chunka with that 10 mil. Going to try the Safariland Incog X holster out. I've heard mixed things on it. Looks like you could do worse. Do you think the P2 is safe to buy in 2025 in terms of the issues they were having, fogging glass, etc.? So I answered this question earlier for you. I'm assuming you didn't hear it or you were gone. Short answer is it's not a guarantee. I still occasionally see those issues. So I wouldn't tell you, yes, it's 100% safe. You buy an Acro P2 and 100% you're going to get a great optic. I can't guarantee that because the issues still occasionally pop up. And then I recommended the Trijicon RCR if you want a big old duty mailbox closed emitter. But as far as I'm concerned with the Acro P2, I would almost rather just go with a Hollow Sun closed emitter like a 509T or an EPS. because quality control is going to be the same frequency. Hollow Sun's just a lot less. So unless you're like the Acro P2, I love the aesthetics. I think it's really cool. I'm a fan of aim point. Like, yeah, go for it. You might run into problems, but it's like Trijicon RCR or Hollow Sun 509T or EPS carry, depending on the size of gun you're putting it on. I've got a 2022, works great. Yeah, like I said, 2022 on par with what Sig was making when that came out. FRTs are illegal in my state. I'm so mad. That's a bummer. And I think we all feel the same exact way that you feel about it. I'm sure you feel the same way we feel about it. Have you had a chance to shoot the Staccato 3.6? Unfortunately, I haven't. I don't know anyone who has one. Seems like everyone's tightening their belts right now. So, oh my God, dude, I swear we have the same taste. Of those three, I'd pick the Echelon 4.0C for subcompact grip with a 4-inch barrel. I'm on board with you. Echelon is really slept on. I agree. Do you have any recommendations? I'm 5'11", 190. Imagine what that looks like. I'm more used to imagining what women's dimensions look like. Medium to large hands, gloves. Yeah, I did look into the M&P 2.0. Honestly, like I said, if you're interested in those three guns, go do that Echelon 4.0C that Plum recommended. 100%. If that excites you the most. But yeah, as far as you did look into an M&P 2.0. Yeah, if it's not your cup of tea, then like don't even worry about it. So yeah, I would, of the three that you're really interested in, I would nudge you towards the Echelon. Handgun Hero is a good way to get an idea of the size comparison between pistols, especially if you own a pistol already. Yeah. I don't have a gut. Okay, Tier 1 concealed Axis Elite. Let's go. Do they make one for the Echelon? They have to. I'm sure they do. That's awesome, bro. I really appreciate your authenticity and response. You're welcome. Like I said, I mentioned this probably 4 hours ago in the stream. Like, it's really important that we, mentor the people who are entering the space and are interested in this space. Like that's how you pass it along. I view it as a duty being being an American, to be honest. I was going to say being a part of this community. No, being an American, it's my duty to mentor and to help people out, to answer questions. That's the whole reason I'm here. It's the whole reason I'm talking right now. I'm just doing the best I can. I'm not saying I know everything. I'm not claiming that I know everything about guns or everything about concealed carry, but what I do have is experience, and more experience than it looks like I have. So if I can just help steer you in a good direction, and again, not everything I like is going to be stuff that you like, but at the very least, I can help you avoid some mistakes, and then you can figure out what the right path is for you. Are you still carrying the APX holster? No. So I had it for the Walther. I ended up getting rid of the Walther, the steel frame compact. I just wasn't carrying it. Like, why would I carry it over my 2011? But I enjoyed the APX holster just fine. No complaints. I still prefer the Axis Elite for comfort and concealment, but the APX is there with comparable comfort and concealment if you have the need to move the magazine, the magazine carrier. So if you have a need to rotate, move, reposition that, whether it's for comfort or speed of reload, that's what the Apex is there for. Could try the RXM maybe. Yeah. If the dude's probably avoiding Glocks, RXM's probably not going to be it either. Yeah. We're twinsing. Yeah. It's the Step Brothers thing. Do we just become best friends? Any cleaning regimen? I was like, clean up every time after the range, just bored, LOL. So I'm not even kidding you. I would clean my gun every time I shot it for the vast majority of my life. And it's because that's kind of what I did as a kid. It was a time to bond with my dad. So it was like, we were looking for an excuse to clean guns and sit down, out on the patio on our property and clean guns and listen to music, and talk radio, and just talk about life and stuff like that. So I kind of carried that forward until I started shooting until I started training a lot. Then I realized I can't clean my gun every time I shoot it. All I'll be doing is cleaning my guns. So then I started cleaning like every 1,000 rounds. Then I started taking my YouTube channel seriously and started reviewing a lot of guns. And now I almost never clean my guns. The only guns that I keep cleaned and oiled all the times are the ones that I use for self-defense. The other ones, I I make sure the barrels don't get corroded. I keep an eye on them to make sure that they're, there's no surface rust or anything. I mean, in Arizona, that is rare unless I get a bad Sig or if it's a Freedom Group Remington. But yeah, I rarely clean guns now. So Viva Cristo Rey. Love you, brother. Right on, man. Ben, Bull Armory Ben. Hey, Brett, 4 hours strong. Nice. Yeah. You know how I roll. Even when I'm not at 100%, I can't help myself. I gotta hang out with the peeps. But Ben, hope you've been doing well, man. I just want to let you know that there 2 or 3 people have brought up the TAC comp in this live. So people are chomping at the bit. Take your time with it. We all want it done right. And it'll be ready when it's ready. But just know people are chomping at the bit for that thing. They cannot wait to see it. They can't wait to get their hands on it. If the Echelon had Glock Gen 6 written on it, people would go insane. Could you imagine? Oh, Wyoming Gun Project single-handedly destroying Sig with the P320 experiments. But good to see you, man. Glad you're able to hop in. Right at the tail end, too. Looks like comments are slowing down. It's that time of night where people start going to bed. It's a school night. The one thing I would warn about the 4.0C is to make sure you get the sleeves for the full-size mags, or else it can break the extractor. Oh, yeah, from like on a slide lock reload, you smack the ejector. Sorry if you answered this before, new viewer, but what is your current carry gun? Ever since I got it and vetted it for reliability, the Bull Armory EDC Pro is what I've carried, and then I grip swapped it to a compact grip, and they're now offering that from the factory. So EDC, Bull Armory EDC Pro Compact is what I'm carrying. It's hands down the best carry gun I've ever had in my entire life. I used to have like carry rotations. This is just what I carry all the time. I don't carry anything else. Chat, it's coming. It'll be worth the wait. That's what I'm telling them. I joked earlier that literally when I wake up every single day, I rush over to my phone and scroll for a text from you to see if the TAC comp is ready yet. Yeah, everyone wants it. It is the talk of the town, but we're all patient. We're all excited. Any self-defense training in an indoor range would recommend? I mean, rarely. I do your research. I don't know. Do you live where I live? Because that's kind of all I know. In which case, not really. Not for like self-defense training near me. There's some marksmanship training where it's like pistol fundamentals that are okay. That's kind of about it. Super chat coming in from Rachel Kennerly, $5. Feliz cumpleaños. Gracias, my friend. Really appreciate the $5 super chat, and definitely goes into the channel pool, so it will be well spent on ammunition or firearms for the channel. So always humbled by the support. Appreciate the support. Thanks for the super chat, and thanks for helping me celebrate my birthday a little bit. Hope you're doing. I'm back, everyone. Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I was literally scrolling through comments and accidentally did a swipe and swiped back. Just want to make sure that I'm live again before I start answering more questions. There we go. Thumbs up. Thank you. Thanks, Crazy. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, as I've been sitting here, like, everything has been slowly rotating the entire time, and scrolling down, all of a sudden, is scrolling kind of to the side. All right, so anyways, let's see here. Where were we? But anyways, yes, just to reiterate, in case I got cut off, really appreciate the super chat. Thanks for supporting the channel. All right, where were we? I actually did think about looking at a Glock today, but I was trying to stay away from something so common. They are common for a reason. I was looking for a good all-rounder, so my full list it is. Yeah, honestly, like don't let anyone bully you into having to get a Glock. Like Glocks are good. Like you said, they're popular for a reason. They're common for a reason. But if you're not excited about your gun, chances are you're not going to be excited to shoot it. Chances are you're not going to be excited to carry it. So having some enthusiasm about your gun, and also there's so many options on the market that are good nowadays. If you want to be, unique, have your gun reflect your personality, there are a lot of really good, reliable options on the market that do the same thing that the Glock does. So get what you're excited about. And then you'll be like all of us. You'll spend like a year to 3 years buying all of these different guns, trying to find the one that you like the most, and then you'll end up at a Glock 19. Or you could just you could skip to the good stuff and get a Bull Armory. Like I said, I have not carried another gun since that Bull. Occasionally I'll carry a revolver just for kicks. It's like if I'm hiking outdoors in mountain lion country, I'll carry a 10 millimeter, but that EDC Pro is my everyday. Just completely demolished my my carry rotation. All right, where else are we? Right here. Cool, thanks. You're welcome. Are you going to SHOT Show? I'm planning on being there. I felt like crap last year, and I was there anyways. So no matter how I'm feeling, I'm planning on being there. My sister-in-law, I'm not even kidding you, is getting married the day before I need to leave for SHOT. So I'm literally flying from the wedding to Vegas. So I'm going to be like boosting my immune system like you've never seen. And it's going to be I'm going to be kind of tired, but I'm going to be there. I'm going to be there with bells on. Meet and greet range day. Yeah. If enough people were interested. Did I hear you say you have a Benelli M4 for home defense? Nice. Happy belated birthday. Yeah. I was running a 300 blackout for a while, and I still have, so I keep both near me while I sleep, just so I have options. But the one that I, would probably grab for first, I have a Benelli M4 entry with the 14-inch barrel. That thing's a monster. I have an EOTech on there and everything. So yeah, I have a pistol near me, 300 blackout with a can on it near me, and the Benelli M4 entry near me. So figure toss the 300 blackout to my wife and go looking for intruders to Credence Clearwater Revival with the Benelli M4 in hand. Overrated and underrated port comp released this year, in your opinion? Underrated. Well, I don't know. Did they release this year? Underrated would be the Hellcat Pro comp. Overrated. Did the carry comp come out this year? Was that last year? I don't even remember. But yeah, the M&P carry comp, which I like as a gun, just the port itself, just they didn't do it efficiently. I still need to practice with my 92 compact pistols, LTT compact, 92X RDO compact, and start carrying them. The LTT 92 compact is on my short list. And just now, like all of these are popping up. Them stupid hands. 100% on the Bull Armory. Absolutely. I hope I see you there, man. Yeah. I don't know if we follow each other on Instagram, but if we don't, let's do. And then you just reach out to me on Instagram, and we can, like, that's pretty much what I do at SHOT Show, is someone be like, hey, I'm out on the floor. Like, you want to just like meet up and chat for a bit? And then I'll be like, yeah, I'm headed over to this booth. Let's head over there. And we can just chat for a bit. Be good to meet you in person. And talk about the Sig P320. Have you ever shot Bull Armory's Glock clone? Oh yeah, I have a review on it. It is super good. The was it the Axe Tomahawk? Yeah, watch my review on that. I love that thing. It is the single best Glock clone that I've ever shot. Yeah. Short answer, yes, I have, and I love it. IWI Masada Slim Elite. Love that it can take CZ mags. So that is, I think, the only like slimline micro 9 that I haven't shot. And I literally have never seen one locally. And I live near, I couldn't even tell you, 100 gun shops within like 45 minutes of me. Never seen one of those in person. Right on, dude. Yeah, for sure. I'll have to watch the video. My friends and family have been trying to convince me to carry, and I'm finally comfortable enough to actually get into the 2A. That's great, man. Yeah. And that's the thing, is like, it's bullying people into 2A stuff is just like bullying people into anything usually isn't a good thing. I think like bullying people into like, I don't know, like learn how to swim or else you will drown. It's probably a good thing, but I'm glad that you're able to find your way here, and take it slow, because it can be overwhelming and there's a lot at stake, right? Like safety is everything. This isn't getting into, like I mentioned, I joked earlier, like the hobby kayaks, right? Like this isn't buying kayaks like you're buying a life-saving or taking device. Like I know people are like, no, it's a sporting. No, you're buying a weapon, and with that comes a lot of responsibility. So take it slow. Carrying a loaded gun on your person is can be overwhelming for a lot of people. You can feel kind of like freaked out about it. Don't be afraid to like carry with an empty chamber for a while, just until you're comfortable. I think the goal should be to carry with one in the chamber, because carrying without one in the chamber is like not wearing a seatbelt in a car and then trying to put it on when you see you're going to get into a car accident. But just take it slow. And like I said, just happy to have you here. If you have any questions, like never be afraid to reach out. You comment anywhere on any video on the channel. I see most comments. Sometimes they slip through. If not, follow me on Instagram and DM me if you need if there's anything that I can do, any advice that I can offer, any pitfalls I can help you avoid. Like never be afraid to reach out. I'm here to help. Beretta A300 Ultimate Patrol with light optic on it and full-size MMP 2.0 green dot and light on side of bed and 2 badass dogs for home defense. Man, that'll get the job done. I do like the A300. I think it's the best bang for the buck for a semi-auto defensive shotgun. I'm a fan. Hi guys, happy Thursday. Happy Thursday to you as well. Appreciate the birthday wishes. Tomorrow is the last day of October and Halloween. Yeah, that happened fast, huh? So let's see here. Happy Halloween, everyone. Yeah, so I'm going to start wrapping things up because we're down to 79 people in here. Comments are slowing down. So I don't know. In the next 5 minutes, feel free to drop anything that you want to drop in the comments. Any statements, any declarations, any questions, feel free to drop them in there now before I hop off. Not in a rush to pick a handgun, so any recommendations would be greatly appreciated. Yeah. Like I said, if you DM me on Instagram or comment anywhere on the channel, kind of like figure out more of what your needs are, and I can better recommend stuff to you. Because right now you're kind of, faceless, nameless, and I don't know much about you. So it's kind of hard to make a recommendation, but at the end of the day, take it slow. For any ladies in the chat, I highly recommend A Girl and a Gun for training camaraderie. There's probably like 2 other girls here. So hopefully they see it and that will help steer them in the right direction. I'm actually going to take a note of that so I can steer people in that direction as well. Cause it's most of GunTube is dudes, but every once in a while, just because like, I'm not like a bearded, like angry dude bro, girls like watching this content. I think they're kind of starved for girl gun content, so they go to the twink. But it's good to be able to move them in that direction, because like right now, Tessa Booth, formerly Armed and Styled, is kind of the direction I push ladies in for that kind of content. But it's good to have a recommendation for someone else. I'll take as many recommendations as I can get in that category. Because it can feel so isolating when you're like a severe minority in a community. So being able to point someone to a group of people like them definitely helps make them feel more comfortable. So appreciate the recommendation. Thank you. Last question, Beretta PX4 Storm for carry? Absolutely, without a doubt. Ben, what do you want to see in 2026 from gun manufacturers other than the TAC comp? Oh man, that's tough. It's one of those things where right when you think that everyone has thought of everything, then someone will come up with like something crazy, like some innovative FRT. And you're just like, wow, I can't believe that we're still circumventing this thing. I think restrictions on things kind of cause creativity and innovation, kind of having borders, barriers, rules. Man, I'm trying to think. Ben, the problem is I'm so happy with everything that you guys have made. I struggle to find holes in it. I mean, I think right now, oh man. So like staccato with the C and CS, I think that's compelling because there are a few people that will hold like I have a friend who has a staccato C that he carries all the time, and I hand him my Bull EDC Pro, and he's like, the grip's like a little fat, and that was the deciding factor for him going with staccato. But again, like I don't know how many people would even be interested in that. I'm grasping at straws here, Ben. I don't know, man. But the thing is, you guys are ahead of the curve with ports and comps because everyone's hopping on that bandwagon. You guys have been porting guns forever, been tossing comps on guns forever. So I remember watching PewView videos with his ultralight with the comp on it. So yeah, I don't know. A tack comp with a compact grip. What else? Yeah, I don't know. You guys are like the only manufacturer that I really get excited to see what you come up with what come up with next. So I'm more excited to see what you guys come up with in 2026. I almost like sitting here in anticipation and suspense, wanting to see what you get to surprise us with. Get a Beretta M9A4, always a good choice. Everyone a Luger or Mauser C96, if not, would you? Yeah, I almost got a C96, but it was in rough shape and I had to pass on it. But I definitely want a Red 9 for sure. Langdon Beretta, yeah, for sure. Have a good night, everyone. See you, Wyoming Gun Project. PX4 shoots great. One of the best polymer hammer-fired guns of all time. The Bull Armory EDC Pro is the GOAT, 100%. And now having the EDC Pro and the EDC Pro Compact, I mean, come on. And since it's hit that time frame, happy Halloween from Michigan. Oh yeah, I guess in Michigan we are at the Halloween stage. Ladies, whew, might as well save up for a 2011. Yeah, start saving, man. Get your if you start with a Bull Armory, whichever one excites you, whether it's the TAC Pro, the EDC Pro, the Ultralight. If you start with a Bull, you'll be disappointed in every other gun that you buy after that. P365, Glock 26. What are your dream Gen 6 Glock features? A better trigger, better grip texture, and a factory chunk port that actually is done correctly. Women on Target is a good program and very affordable. Good to know. Only get a 2011 double stack 1911 if you really want it. Great gun, but you can do great with other more budget options. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. I mean, it's one of those things where you're like, yeah, buy a Hyundai as your car. It's like, yeah, you can totally get that, but I want my 4Runner. You know what I mean? Like, I demand a little more for many reasons. Some of it luxury, and some of it performance. But yeah, getting the old Hyundai will get the job done. Glock 26 or Glock 48. I don't know. It's what part of the gun do you struggle to conceal the most? Is it thickness? Get the 48. Is it the length of the grip? Get the 26. 26 shoots significantly better, I can tell you that. You kind of need to spend a lot to get a great 2011. I think it depends on what your definition of a lot is, right? So like the Bull EDC starts at what, 1800? That's going to be a lot for a lot of people. It's going to be not as bad as, 2,500 for a staccato. 42, 4,300 if you're getting XC, $5 to $6 grand for an Atlas Gunworks. So yeah, I think that you go too cheap on a 2011. I see what you're saying. You get like a TSOS. You're rolling the dice. Same with the Mac Prodigy. You're probably going to have to send that back to the factory. Yeah. So, I mean, basically it starts around there. So you're not totally wrong, but you don't need to spend an arm and a leg at least. Like you don't need to get a Hayes Custom or an Infinity unless you just like the flex. Adjustable gas blocks on all ARs. Yeah. For 2026, wouldn't that be handy? When is SHOT Show? At the end of January. Bring back the UL comp. I can't tell you how many times I hear that. And you know what? I honestly think it's just because of the way it looks. I think it looks really cool. Yeah, that would be super neat. Taurus 692 is my favorite starter revolver. swapping out the cylinder for 9mm is a great way to save money and enjoy revolvers. Yeah, someone maybe it was you that told me about the 692 recently, and I was like, I didn't even realize that existed. Probably G26. That's my initial thought. Yeah. Wish the Smith 5906 would make some kind of comeback. Wish I would have jumped on the police trade-ins years ago. Same. Just for that retro 90s drip, man. A switch for the Gen 6. Yeah, it's coming. FRT and a fire control unit. Absolutely. Whatever it is that we release in 26, you will see it on this channel first. Appreciate it, Ben. There are bigger and better channels that would get more reach than mine, but that's very nice. Thank you. On that note, I'm off to the range. Great seeing you live, brother. Talk soon. Appreciate you dropping in, Ben. Thanks. Appreciate the show of support, and can't wait to see what you guys come up with for sure. Bull's on my short list of probably like 5 companies right now that I'm really excited to see what they come out with in 26. And you're the only company that I know won't disappoint. $6,000 for a handgun is crazy to me. I have yet to justify it. I could make it work, right? Like I could sell a couple of things. I'm not like poor or anything. I could do it. I'd rather get a gun for $2,000 and then watch $4,000 grow in investments. Like that's just me. The higher end 2011s are in a different category than most guns though. At some point they become a useful work of art. And that's the thing, is you're buying something with exceptional fit and finish and a certain artistry to it that is to be appreciated. That's what you're paying for. It's like buying fine art that can take a life. Exactly. You're rolling the dice with something too budget. Yep. Hot take. Glock triggers are great. I think it depends on what you're comparing it to, right? Like, I don't think Glock triggers are awful. I think that other companies are kind of creating a competitive environment where it's making Glock's triggers not seem great. Do you do any hunting? I used to do some bird hunting. Honestly, my wife came from the hunting family. She's the one she's done more hunting than I have even. Like she's gone elk hunting, she's taken deer, she's taken boar, but yeah, all of my hunting has been dove, quail, pheasant, that kind of stuff. So nothing crazy. Just didn't really grow up in a hunting family. Not a hot take, a wrong opinion. What, on Glock triggers? Yeah. They're amazing. Only thing that makes me hesitant are mag quality control and prices of good mags in general for them. Otherwise, great gun. Let's see here. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. I would never spend $6,000 for a gun ever. I might on a Grail gun, like Mateba Unica 6. I think the last one I saw on G Broker was like 8 or 10 G's. I think it was 10. I don't know if I'd spend 10, not now, maybe in 20 years when I've built more wealth. Because right now I'm building wealth. I'm saving money, investing it, watching it grow exponentially. I'm being smart about it, but maybe 20 years from now, I would drop like $6,000 on a Mateba Unica 6 or something. Like it would have to be a Grail gun though, 100%. I wouldn't just go like, I'm like, oh, I'll just get an Infinity for fun. It would have to be like a lifetime Grail gun to drop that much on it. Going to get the Glock from John Wick. Yeah, there you go. Hey, I don't think you'd be disappointed in that. Does dropping an Apex trigger in a Glock make it any less safe? No, it also doesn't make it much better though either. The one that makes the biggest difference is the Apex and the M&P. It's a different design. If you're going to toss a trigger into a Glock, there are several decent options out there. My favorite is Johnny Glock's, because you maintain the safety and you maintain reliability because it uses all OEM parts. The Johnny Glock's combat trigger, if you have the scratch. If not, I don't know, I would just run a stock trigger unless you like the Apex trigger shoe, because it doesn't really improve the trigger pull very much. But if you're not a fan of the Glock factory trigger shoe and you want a thick, fat trigger shoe, increase trigger reach a little bit, that's why I would pop an Apex in there. Is there anything you've been wanting to get recently? The list is so long. God, what was I just drooling? Oh, at one of my local shops, some dude brought in a bunch of massively big bore revolvers, 460 and 500. And one of them is a 10.5-inch 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum Performance Center limited bone collector model. That's one that I want. I had a 500 Magnum years ago, got rid of it, kept my Desert Eagle because it was more fun to shoot. But I miss having a 500. I just like blowing stuff up. So that's the one that I'm eyeballing right now. I also just played through Resident Evil 5 with my wife, and the unlockable Magnum in that game is a 10.5-inch 500 Magnum. So it's kind of like on my brain, kind of a cool little culture gun to get. Little, huge culture gun. I think $4 grand max for like an HK rifle, but not anytime soon. I could see that too. Yeah. Should we panic buy Gen 3 to 5 Glocks before they are gone? No, unless you don't have one yet. 2026, no waiting or registry for SBRs. Yeah, if we're not talking about actual firearm innovation, that would be the one. SBRs and cans. Let's start with that. I mean, obviously, I'm in favor of completely abolishing the ATF and repealing the NFA and the GCA. But you got to start somewhere. No waiting period or registry on SBRs or cans is the place to start. Also, nationwide constitutional carry, which I would be okay starting with concealed carry reciprocity nationwide, but eventually we get to constitutional. Just recently got a Dark Forge Reaper X Covert. Oh yeah, those look so good. And I will say it has ruined me to even the several Bull Armory guns that I have. The difference in feel is something that I can't even explain. Yeah, that's the thing, is it's in the artistry of the fit and finish. That's you're buying a working piece of art that performs well. Whereas something like the Bull is purpose driven. It's like let's perform, right? And they do the best they can within their budget to make it look nice as well. So, but yeah, something like that Dark Forge Reaper, Hayes Customs, Infinities, Fowlers, all that stuff. Yeah, it's the artistry of the fit and finish, the time and energy that it takes to make that happen. I might get an old G17 for the sake of having one. Otherwise, I think I might stick mostly with Berettas and 1911s. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing, is it never hurts to have a Glock, man. Like, most popular magazine, most common magazine in the country. Probably be good to have a gun that accepts it. RE5 is such a great co-op game. It's one of the best co-op games. It's like Resident Evil 5 and Army of 2, Gears of War. Those are kind of like the dude. I was so thrilled with Warhammer Space Marine 2 last year to have that old school co-op campaign, just like we used to get. That was such a thrill. But yeah, I miss those co-op third-person shooters. Apex is safe. I've been carrying for a long time. No issues. I live in AZ and went to them in Peoria. Great folks. Build their triggers with same safety design as OEM Glock. Yeah, Apex is a safe trigger. I play Minecraft and GTA with the wife. Yeah, that's the thing, is you end up with a gamer wife. You're lucky. Or even just a wife who's willing to play a game with you. Luckily, I ended up with a gamer wife whom I met at a shooting range. Go figure. Apparently I just hit the jackpot in this life. So... still live. Wow. Goku cocaine pills. Yeah, I'm just about to sign off. It's one of those things where I said 5 minutes a while ago, but I'm looking at the counter and we're at 4 hours and 57 minutes. I'm going to hit 5 and then I'm going to sign off. So y'all have 3 minutes with me. Boresight Stippling. They're the ones who do the PX4, right? For Langdon Tactical, right? Or Monsoon. Oh, yeah. No, I prefer... Well, first of all, they're both great. I just have more experience with Monsoon. So I recommend Monsoon. Cheers, everyone. It's good to see you, man. Got 2.5 minutes till sign off. Drop your favorite emoji in the chat, or someone else could drop some like bomb of a question and get me here for another 20 minutes. You're winning in life, my friend. Yep. And that's what I remind myself of. In the grand scheme of things, despite health troubles and all that stuff, life is good. There are ups and downs. Everyone has their crap. It's just what happens. And there's always good. There's always good. Kenji, appreciate you being here, man. Thanks. And thanks again for the support of the channel, as always. Have a great night. And I'm sure, I mean, we DM. We'll be in touch. What can you say about the Dearborn situation? Oh, also the New York situation. Yeah, probably don't have time to get into that yet. Drop those bombs and we'll talk politics for 6 hours. the intricacies of American politics. Also, get well soon. Catch you later. Thanks, man. I'm sure I'll see you around on the YouTube. If you were to restart your EDC game starting today, but keeping all the knowledge you have now, what would be your favorite choices to start off with for yourself today? Someone asked me this question in the last live stream, and I had the saddest look of just depressed realization on my face, where I just sighed and I was like, Glock 19. Like, that's the answer. Just start with a Glock 19. Israel owns bull. Do you get hate for it? Not a lot. Not a lot. It's few and far between. I mean, like, frankly, the atrocities and tragedies that happen in every single country around the world does not interest me. What interests me is here on American soil. And it's one of those things that I support allies of the US, and I don't like people who are not allies to the US. It's as simple as that. I don't overthink it. International politics are of little interest to me. I am in favor of putting on our own oxygen mask before putting on the oxygen mask of the country next to us. So I figure that we focus on our country, everyone else can focus on their countries, and then we can all help each other out. Appreciate it, Sam. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Really appreciate it, man. And yeah, I appreciate your super chats earlier too. I really appreciate you showing up for the live, being here. It's been great chatting with you for a bit, and always appreciate your pupper profile pic. Lon, cheers, Brett. Glad I was able to catch this live. Glad you were able to catch it too, man. It's always good to see you. Thanks for the $10 super chat. Always appreciated. Put it towards a box of ammo. You pick the caliber. I'll get it. Let's see here. Thanks, Brett, for your time tonight. Great channel. Take care. Night all. It's good to see you, man. Take care. Solid Bren with the Ninja. If you could have any one pistol for free, what would it be? Any pistol for free? Beretta 93R. Done. What do you think about the PX4 rotating barrel design? I think it works. Happy birthday and great stream, my friend. It's great to see you, man. Appreciate the birthday wishes too. Oof. See, that's what keep me coming back to possibility of getting a Glock. Yeah, it's something you're going to learn is, like, at the end of the day, you loop back around and you're like, at the end of the day, a gun has a grip, a trigger, sights, and it needs to be reliable and go bang. Keep it simple. Like, Glock has been doing it for a long time. There's so many people. I can't tell you how many times I've seen people dance around guns for months, sometimes years, and then they end up back at Glock. And then they get bored with Glock and they go searching for other stuff and they end up back at Glock. And it's like, that's kind of the infinite loop. It's the Ouroboros snake just eating its own tail. So don't put too much thought into it. Get whatever you're most excited about. That's what I would say. So look at the gun options, the recommendations that you got, and look into holster availability for whatever one gets you the most excited. Make your decision based on that. I hope America will not be overrun by Muslims. We must take a stand. I don't want America to be overrun by anyone, to be honest. Like I said, I just want to focus on America and fixing American issues. Well said. Yeah. Like, I'm not an isolationist by any means, but I mean, come on, man. Look at all the problems that we have here that we need to take care of. Like, we need to not be worrying about anyone else until all of our homeless veterans are fed and housed. Like, come on. Kick everyone out that broke the law to be here. Like, I'm sorry. Anyone who committed a criminal act to be here, they're gone. Just common sense. I don't even see why that's controversial. Like, I have sympathy for the people who are suffering, that are Americans. You know, if there's an illegal immigrant from Serbia here and they're getting kicked back to Serbia, like, the Serbians should have sympathy for that person. Like, listen, I'm sorry about your situation, but you literally committed a criminal act and have been taking advantage of our country. Like, I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt. I'm sorry that you were struggling in your country. Back to Serbia. Serbia fix Serbia. America fix America. What's your take on the Miller Precision Ranger 2011 with the internals of a high power barrel lock, trigger mech, all that? Just like anything else, my take on it is wait and see. Like I don't know. I think it's cool. I'm always here to see. I'm always here to support innovation in this space. I think it's an exciting design. Curious to see how it performs. But if Glock didn't exist, what would you get? I mean, really, the two striker guns I recommend are Glock and Smith & Wesson M&P 2.0. Like it's those two. That really the only reason I don't steer people towards the Echelon, which was one of the ones you recommended, is just because they did something anti-Second Amendment years and years and years ago. And every time I go to buy a Springfield, I think about that moment and I feel the ick and wait for it to pass. And then by the time it passes, I've moved on. So the Echelon is not a bad gun by any means. Springfield Armory does not make bad guns by any means. They make good guns as well as bad guns. And the Echelon is a good gun. So like I said, get whichever one you're most interested in. I think starting with striker fire is probably the smart choice just because it's a consistent trigger pull every time. You don't have to worry about double action, single action. You don't have to worry about a safety on a single action only. Striker gun probably makes the most sense. So yeah, Glock, Smith & Wesson M&P, Springfield Echelon. Walther PDP is a great gun. Like I said, if you're looking to carry it inside the waistband, it's a little chunky. So thoughts on Revolver or Glock 42? Revolver. Thank you very much. Glock 42 or Bodyguard 2.0. I've had QC issues with Bodyguard 2.0. I would go Bodyguard 2.0 and send it back to Smith. I've also seen Bodyguard 2.0 QC issues more than I would like. But Bodyguard 2.0 is better on paper. Wish they made a 42X. Yeah, I would get the Bodyguard 2.0, vet it for reliability. If it's not, send it back to Smith, make them fix it, vet it for reliability, and then congratulations, you have the better gun. If Springfield sent you a gun, would you be willing to change your mind if it was good? Like go back to buying Springfields? No, I don't think so. It's something that I would just have to get over anyways, right? Like I can feel that I'm getting close, like maybe another 2 years and I would get over it, but no, that wouldn't speed it up. I don't know. Maybe I'm too principled, but because the thing is they did a lot to make up for it, right? It did very much feel like, what am I trying to say? Like damage control where they like overcompensated. You know, obviously they did a lot of research, hired a PR firm, whatever, to fix it. Like it definitely came across like that. Like they were trying too hard to make up for it, but they've donated a lot of money to 2A causes. They've done a lot to make it right. It really just is my ick that I get when I'm thinking about buying a Springfield. So yeah, if they sent me a gun, I don't know if I would. What I would say to someone else is, if you're okay buying a Springfield, this gun is great. Go do it. I have my personal feelings. Like I'm not going to let my personal feelings get in the way of a review. Like there's a reason I didn't mention it in the Hellcat Pro Comp review or the Springfield Prodigy review. I don't think I mentioned it in that. It's because it's my opinion. It doesn't make it a bad gun at all. Thank you. I didn't even think about holsters when it came down to getting an EDC. Also, do you have any recommendations on what I should do after or before I get my first EDC? What you should do after or before you get it? I don't know how experienced you are with handguns. If you're not very experienced, find like a pistol 101 class. Just find an entry-level class where you can get familiar with the gun in a space where like you're learning with other people at your skill level, and you have an instructor and some range safety officers there to guide you through it and help you build confidence. The analogy that I use is learning how to swim. Is you build confidence in the pool, right? So you take it slow, build confidence. Watch so much YouTube, and like obviously don't watch like Bubba in his garage. Find some actually like good channels with good information. I might get roasted for, like, it seems like some people don't like when I mention this, but like Warrior Poet Society is a good place to start. Lucas Botkin, like T-Rex, like a lot of people started with him. These aren't necessarily my favorites, just like, because I've been doing this since I was 5, since before GunTube existed. So I don't have the perspective of someone who got into guns as an adult. or even as, you know, like an older teenager or something, and then had to find information on my own. But like click around GunTube and just kind of get more familiar with that kind of stuff. Yeah, take it slow, get comfortable, take it like a pistol 101 class, and then a 202. And then you can kind of go from there. You can fly on your own. And then it's just a matter of practicing and getting comfortable. And do not get lax with gun safety. I can't tell you how many times I've seen people where they get really good with gun safety. They handle guns all the time. They're like, I've gone 5 years, 10 years, 20 years without having a negligent discharge. And then it gets away from them. They get lax one time. So never get lax on firearm safety. Sometimes people will make you feel like you're being a nerd for being about gun safety. It's like, oh, come on. It's not that big of a deal. It is. We have redundant rules for a reason. We have enough rules, so if one gets broken, no one still gets hurt. So yeah, take safety very seriously and take a couple of pistol classes. That's probably the best advice that I could offer. And if for whatever reason you don't want to spend money on pistol classes, like I said, find some of these good YouTube channels where you can learn a lot. Honestly, Active Self-Protection and the Active Self-Protection Extra channel. There you go. Infinite knowledge right there. That's a great place to start. He does cater to beginners and a lot of great information over there. So Active Self-Protection, if you don't, that'll teach you about actual like violent encounters and how it actually goes down and how unpredictable it can be and how predictable people can be. And then Active Self-Protection Extra is where you can get a lot of knowledge about the actual nitty-gritty of owning and carrying a gun. Have you come across the RIA STK? I have not. That's fair. Yeah. That's kind of, I try to be fair. I really do. Everyone has their biases, obviously, but I try to be fair. People still haven't forgiven Ruger for the stuff Bill Ruger did with the 94 assault weapons ban. So I'd say take your time with the Springfield ick. Yeah, it is what it is. I have zero experience. I literally don't know how to shoot. I've shot once when I was 14. I'm 24 now. Okay. So everything that I said, put an exclamation point on it. I would even, if you can find a class for beginners where you don't need to provide your own handgun, even, I would start there before you even buy one. If you have a local range, I don't know where you live. If you have a local range that does instruction, and you can like rent a gun with an instructor present, like I said, do that. If you don't want to spend the money on that stuff, YouTube is an infinite resource. And I really do recommend you start with Active Self-Protection and Active Self-Protection Extra. And from there, it'll just kind of snowball and you'll find other channels. But that is the best jumping off point for you. And really look up like the gun safety rules and commit them to memory. The last thing you want to do is show up to a gun range with your brand new gun and do something unsafe. It'll make everybody hate you. It will fill you with such irreparable shame that every time you look at a gun, it's going to make you feel sick to your stomach. So the safety rules, range etiquette, all really important things to know before you really get into this. So if you have zero experience, Active Self-Protection and Extra YouTube channel, take a pistol like 101 class, like take the firearm safety rules so seriously, look up videos or, forum threads about firearm etiquette, safety etiquette, range etiquette, just so, and some people, I think Cole Noir has done some videos on range etiquette too. This may sound like a lot, I promise you it's not a lot. Like gun safety is like 4 or 5 rules and you're done, depending on which set of rules you look at. Some have 5, some have 4. Some even simplify it down to 3. So it's just really easy stuff that it will take you minutes on YouTube to get into. So don't feel overwhelmed. This is just my advice to you. And what you shot was a shotgun. Ruger LCR in 22 or Smith 43C, crapshoot either way, whichever one gets you most excited. Smith 632 UC and 32 H&R thoughts. Yeah, I think that's probably the coolest J-frame right now. That's the way I would go. Just obviously prepare yourself for quality control issues. I did think about a Ruger RXM and I'm in Texas. So yeah, Ruger RXM is my #1 budget recommendation gun. In fact, I just helped make that recommendation to one of my wife's friend's mothers who lives by herself. And she had like a Charter Arms revolver in 22 that the timing was off and like the firing pin was broken. It was a mess. And I helped her pick out the RXM. So yeah, you're still live. I'm about to sign off. Amazing. So yeah, my goal was I was at like 5 hours and 47 minutes. I'm like, I won't go till 5 hours. But then people were asking good questions and I stayed a little longer, but I am going to call it right now. It was great hanging out with all of you guys. It's funny watching the earlier crowd, the difference between the earlier crowd and then the late night crowd. Late night crowd is things get a little more lax, a little wacky. Some crazy topics pop up. But yeah, it was great seeing you guys. If you watched us on the replay, thanks for sticking around for the whole thing. I hope you enjoyed. And for everyone who's here, appreciate you chatting and participating. Hope you enjoyed listening to me yap for 5.25 hours. And yeah, I guess I'll see you guys next time. Happy I pulled up, man. This definitely makes me feel more comfortable getting into this stuff. Yeah, like I said, take it slow. There's no rush. Unless you have a restraining order against someone who's trying to take you out, there's no rush. Like take your time, take it slow, be safe. And if you can go to a range where they rent guns, see if you can rent like the top 3 guns on your, like rent a Glock, rent an M&P, rent an Echelon if they have them. Shoot all 3 of them. Pick the one you shoot the best. Like sometimes it's as simple as that. Take it easy. Happy birthday. Appreciate the birthday wishes, man. But it was great seeing all of you guys. I'm hoping to do these lives more often. Just stretched kind of thin recently and do my best to just even make videos at all. But definitely nice and relaxing to chat with you guys. Appreciate it, Plum. Thanks. Good getting to know you in the chat too. Apparently we're like twinsies on gun opinions. So it was great chatting with you. And I'm sure I'll talk to you guys in Instagram DMs and comments on other videos. And then I'll see you guys in the next live. So best reviews on YouTube here with Nightwood Guns. So watch every single one of them when you need recommendations. I honestly wish I could review more guns. I wish I could have a library of every gun ever. But I do my best with the resources that I have. But I'm glad you've been enjoying the review. I don't know if I'm the best, but I'm glad you've been enjoying the reviews regardless. I return your handshake, my friend. And happy birthday and thank you. Love the reviews. Glad to hear it, man. And best of luck. Like I said, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'm here to support in any way that I can. But enjoy your night, guys. Happy Halloween to everyone. And thanks everyone for the support of the channel. I'll see you in the next live.